Sichuan. At night, the moon shone brightly in the sky, illuminating the forest. Two swordsmen stood opposite each other. One of them called the other a freak. He looked at the pile of bodies lying nearby. 3 units of the bloody heavens, the 4 elders of the myriad demon palace. Even so Gong Ak Suzerain Steelblood demon. Suzerain himself had fallen in battle with him. The man across from him smiled and asked what was wrong with him, because he looked like he had seen a ghost. He is the 5th disciple of the heavenly demon sect's sect leader, Young Seo Woon. At a time when the battle between the Buddhist and demon sects was in full swing, there was someone whose skillful hands had already cleaned up the central plains. The legendary elusive thief. And one day, the tomb of the great thief who cast no shadow was discovered in Sichuan. Many Buddhist sects and clans, despite the fierce battle with demonic sects, sent their elite warriors to Sichuan to retrieve the treasure of the great thief who casts no shadow. When Heavenly Demon heard the news, he decided to send Young Seo Woon to Sichuan for the same purpose. At that time, Young Seo had not aroused much hostility from the Buddhist sects. However, he was about to learn that he had been betrayed by his brother, Adap Suzerain. Even after being dispatched by the Tang clan's secret 7-compound poison, he was still able to fight so heroically, which was quite impressive. Turning to Young Seo, Saren said that listening to him, he had already surpassed the sect mentor in skill, and so he had quite a bit of faith. He added that he needed to cut his wings, and Young Seo asked if he hadn't said he had no ambition to lead the sect. In response, Suzerain said that Young Seo knew that the Heavenly Demon was praising the skills of the youngest of the disciples, and apparently Young Seo had decided that he wouldn't let it go. Young Seo thought that for someone who wanted to lead the sect, Suzerain was not well informed and needed to work on his pride. Clenching his fists, Suzerain asked Young Sai to provoke him and said that it was unwise to anger a strong opponent when he had little strength left. After that, Suzerain used a skill and rushed to attack Young Seo. Clenching his teeth, Young Sai thought that Suzerain knew that he was exhausted. Just at this moment, Suzerain shouted that Young Seo was on his last breath and was no longer so alert. Dodging the attack, Young Seo thought how could he have missed it. There was an explosion where he was standing. The Suzerain watched it. However, a blue glow then appeared from the dust. A beam of light struck the enemy. The dust dissipated and Suzerain saw Young Seo, who coughed up blood and raised his head at him. The poison had already spread all over his body, and Young Seo had only 1 hit of ki energy left. The frowning Suzerain told Young Seo to give up, but Young Seo smiled. He said that although he was tired from the battle, he wasn't so tired that he couldn't deal with the enemy. However, the Suzerain said that there was no need for him to fight him. Standing up, Young Seo asked what it was that the demon of exciting crime was afraid of. From the side, Young Seo noticed a glow in the sky. The Suzerain laughed and asked if he could sense the light energy of those freaks. He also said that if Seo Yeon Seo didn't want to be captured by these freaks, he would rather let him die by his hand. Laughing, Young Zai asked if he really thought it would work because he knew how bad his temper was. Young Seo added that he would drag Suzerain down with him. In response, Suzerain said that Young Seo was in no position to bluff. The heart in Young Seo's chest caught fire. He clenched his teeth in pain. Then it was as if a dragon came out of him. Looking at this, Suzerain opened his mouth and Young Seo asked why he was so surprised, because everyone learns at least one dark art in their life. At that moment, Young Seo used the supreme technique Dark Art. It's a demonic art of bursting power. Then the Suzerain shouted, "Didn't Young Seo know that this technique would kill the person using it, and that it would be very painful?" Young Seo took a step forward and said that whether he would die or not, the most important thing for him was that he would take Suzerain with him to the next world. Young Seo swung his sword upwards and offered the Suzerain to go with him. With this attack, Young Seo wounded the Suzerain. At that moment, the Suzerain decided that the enemy was still a passerby and needed to get as far away as possible. Again, Suzerain decided to use the skill and attacked the enemy. Young Seo ran straight at him. This attack hit Young Seo right in the shoulder, and Suzerain saw that he didn't deflect the blow. As Young Seo was close, he attacked his opponent, and Suzerain thought that he really wanted to take him with him. Crossing his arms, Suzerain decided that he had to use defensive ki. The attack was powerful and Suzerain tried his best to resist, but it failed and Suzerain lost his arm. Young Seo broke through the enemy's defense. Then the Suzerain fell down, but Young Seo did not stop attacking and pierced his arm to him. This is a dark art, but in terms of strength, Young Seo was now comparable to all 9 Suzerain of the Heavenly Demon sect. Young Seo's eyes turned whitish and once again he swung at the Suzerain. Thinking that his opponent might be even stronger, the Suzerain extended his hand and asked him to wait. However, Young Seo didn't realize what he had to wait for, and there was an explosion at the place where they were. The people sitting in the bushes were discussing this powerful energy. One of them asked if it was the demons fighting with each other. The enemy Suzerain was defeated, and Young Seo was standing beside him with a sword in his hand. Young Seo swung again, and again he struck at the enemy. Without stopping, Young Seo struck one after another. The opponent's body had already turned into a mess. But suddenly, Young Seo walked forward and coughed up blood. It seemed strange that he had sensed 2 sources of energy and now they were both extinguished. The people watching from the bushes finally revealed themselves. One of them shouted that there was someone over there. However, what they saw shocked them. Their eyes opened wide. The leader of the group recognized the man in front of him. It was the general of the lurking dragon, Young Seo Woon. They saw the body in front of the general and wondered who the dead man was. It was hard to tell because the body was too disfigured, but their robes and the ring on this dead man's finger said that it was the suzerain demon of the intoxicating crime from the heavenly demon sect. One of the strangers approached Young Seo and poked him with his spear and told the abbot that this one was still alive. At this moment, Young Seo just sat there and silently looked down. He thought that there wasn't a single day in his life when he did what he wanted to do. Not since his parents put Young Seo in the cult. Back then, he had screamed and begged his father not to give him away. The man who took him away said he wasn't leaving for a good life if he was willing to sell him for a few coppers. His parents sold him to a demonic sect because they were poor, and for the next 10 years, he was thrown into the cave of an invisible demon, and to survive in this hell, Young Seo had to take other people's lives. 10 years later, a battle between the clans, or more accurately, within the sect. Betrayal. Young Seo survived as best he could, but everything he truly wanted slipped out of his hands. He never lived a minute of his life for himself, and that life ended because of the betrayal of an adherent of the same sect. As he fell to the ground, Young Seo thought his life was shit. The abbot was sitting next to him and praying. Looking at him, the abbot asked if the demon had any last words. But Young Seo remained silent, and then the abbot said, Amitabha. Everything around him lit up with light. The abbot said that Young Seo would be reborn in the next life and would reach nirvana. Tears flowed from Young Seo's eyes. He thought his last words were his last words. If he passes the rebirth bald, he wants to live his life the way he wants to live it. In the darkness, voices were heard. Someone was saying that the little brat was crying and must be having nightmares. Young Seo opened his eyes. He wondered if he had died, and if these were the guides of the netherworld. Then Young Seo decided that he was really dead. These people kept yelling at him to get up and poking him. Young Seo thought they were hurting him. When he got up, he shouted. When he saw him get up, a man shouted. Seeing him, Young Seo thought what the freak who was taking him to the cult was doing here. Grabbing his gun, the man said he'd poke Young Seo's blinkers out, and Young Seo thought about the villain throwing him into the cave. However, Young Seo remembered that he then came back and tore off his legs and arms. When the man approached Young Seo, he called him a chirp. The man bent down and told Young Seo that if he ever tried to say that again, he would cut off his tongue. Suddenly, Young Seo saw his own face in the reflection of his opponent's sword and opened his mouth. Looking at the reflection, Young Seo wondered if he really looked like that when he was a kid. The man was getting angrier and angrier as he told his buddies to look at the bastard. Kicking him off his foot, the man shouted where Young Seo was looking when an adult was talking to him. Continuing to kick him with his foot, the man called him a brat, and Young Seo didn't realize what was wrong. Looking at his abuser, Young Seo thought that if he died, why is he in pain now? The man's partner grabbed his hands and told him to stop because he was spoiling the merchandise. Wiping his mouth with his hand, Young Seo realized that this freak was really the one who had thrown him into the cave of an invisible demon 20 years ago. And Young Seo is in the very house from which he was taken to the demon sect. This is the place of those bandits. Young Seo's eyes opened wide and he realized that he had returned to the past. The mercenaries who had captured him were having dinner. Their leader was telling his subordinate to fry faster and not to pick. Sitting against the wall, Young Seo wondered if going back in time was really possible. Could it be that the monk's prayer to Buddha had worked? One of the mercenaries said that one of the Murama Alliance elders was nearby and that he might be after them. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary replied that those old men were busy sitting on their asses and they couldn't be hunting them. The other replied that they had sent their subordinates and were sitting in their palace talking about the fate of the people. They discussed that they don't need these elders here or they'll kill them like flies. They say the Sword of the Sky River became an elder at the age of 40, even though he doesn't belong to any of the 5 great families. After saying that, the mercenary walked over to Young Seo and lifted him by the scruff of his neck. After throwing the boy on his shoulder, the mercenary told his comrades to stop talking and ordered them to go to the demon sectarians. Clenching his teeth, Young Seo thought that he mustn't let them drag him there. Otherwise, he would have to go through hell all over again in the Invisible Demon's Cave. They say the Invisible Demon Cave is where future adepts are raised. But at its core, it's a rat kingdom for the disciples. Intrigue fights betrayal is the reality of the school. The kids are constantly facing real threats to their lives. They do whatever it takes to survive. And surviving in this cave can only come at a very high price, even if you study hard to become stronger. Even though he came out of the cave alive in his previous life, Young Seo can't guarantee that he'll make it this time. Even if by some miracle he survives, Young Seo will change so much that he will have to recover from the experience for about 10 years. As the leader passed by the mercenaries, he said he would be in the wagon with the bastard and they should cover their tracks. The men burst into the house and the girl in the center pointed her finger at them and shouted that they were bandits. Hanging on his shoulder, Young Seo saw the people and remembered that it was the same in his previous life. Turning to his comrade, the looter said that these were the same chicks they had met a couple days ago. But the girls in the center shouted that they would pay with their lives for daring to insult the Munchin clan. With a grimace, the mercenary rubbed his fist and said that they were thanking them for sparing their lives. The mercenaries attacked and said that if they were so eager to go to the other world, they would help them this time. The mercenary attacked the warrior, and the warrior put out his sword to repel the attack. When the enemy fell, the mercenary smiled like a madman and licked the blood off his sword. The leader, who was watching from the side, laughed and told them not to kill the girls and they would take them with them. Still hovering, Young Seo thought that if he remembered correctly, his only chance to change things was now. The leader of the group swung her sword at the enemy, but he dodged the blow. The girl flew past him and reached the leader, but she missed. But such a close strike surprised the leader, and he said with his mouth hanging open that it was a good try. Then he said that she didn't quite understand the meaning of the word surprise, but at the same moment, young Seo hit the mercenary with a knee to the face. From the blow, the mercenary released the captive. His nose bled and he grabbed his face. At that moment, young Seo grabbed a jug and jumped down on his knee. Then he jumped out the window and the mercenary saw it and shouted for him to stop. Young Se knew that he couldn't get far and that this body didn't have the stamina and strength of a martial artist. A voice behind him shouted that the fugitive was a freak and he would kill him when he caught him. Young Se looked back. Stopping between the bushes, young Seo started to look around, knowing that it was here somewhere. Again, young Se ran away while the mercenary shouted at him to see if he was thinking of running away from him. Young Se suddenly tripped and fell to the ground. The jug fell out and flew forward. Before he could get up, the mercenary came up to him and told him that he was caught and then plunged his sword into the ground near his face. Again, the mercenary picked him up and brought him to that house. The squad that came up against the mercenaries was defeated. Looter started kicking Young Se, shouting that if he tried again, he wouldn't look at Young Se's goods. His comrade walked up to him and told the leader to calm down because they had to go. Young Se's eyes rolled back. The leader ordered to tie the little brat up so he could never untie him. Opening the jug, the leader said he was tired of running after him, and then he took a sip. Then Looter threw the jug to his companions and told them to take a sip. Everyone looked at the jug with rapt attention. When the wine was drunk, the mercenaries asked if there was more, but the leader said that it was the last. Turning to his subordinates, the leader asked if they had finished and ordered them to go. However, he saw that his subordinates were coughing. Their noses were all bleeding. A cough came to their throats. The leader coughed too and saw blood on his hand. He realized it was poison, but when it happened, Looter shouted for the mercenaries to start meditating and quickly expel the poison from his system. Untying the ropes, Young Seo said that poison is the most effective way for the weak to defeat the strong. Looter called him a bastard, but the mercenaries began to fall one by one. Young Se said that this time he would let them die. Looking at the boy, the leader said that he was a bastard. He couldn't finish his sentence. Sweat rolled down his face and he was trembling. Half an hour ago, the means for young Seo to survive in the invisible demon cave was to study poisonous substances and plants. Naturally, young Seo was not a skilled poisoner, like the Tok clan's members or the Poison Valley sect, but Young Se knew more about poisons than the average healer and herbalist. Young Se said that if they were meeting for the second time, he would send them to hell in comfort. All those who hadn't died yet, Young Se took their own lives. After that, Young Se fell to the ground himself. Smiling, Young Se exhaled and thought that he was saved, and now he wouldn't have to go to that damn cave. Sitting in the room among the bodies, Young Se thought about where he would go now. He remembered that Suzerain Demon was a traitor, and Young Se always repays evil tenfold. At that moment, Young Se decided that he should go to the Heavenly Demon sect and take revenge on them. Raising his head, Young Seo spread his arms and thought that he would never set foot on the sect's ground again. He doesn't want to join them. But definitely Young Seo wants to be a warrior in this life. If he doesn't become strong, anyone will hurt him and belittle him. Being a hermit or a traveling mercenary doesn't appeal to Young Se. They are beggars and have no influence and are not recognized by clans and sects. There's no reason to become the head of the Murama Warrior Alliance or the leader of a sect. There are too many responsibilities. Young Se wants the power of power and money. What should he become so that he can still enjoy the fruits of his wealth and fame at his old age? With his head in his hands, Young Se thought as if that could ever happen. Then Young Se thought that it could happen. He remembered the conversation the mercenaries had about old men. They don't have too many responsibilities, but they have a lot of influence. An elder of the Muram Warrior Alliance. Those alliance elders he'd come across in his past life. Every single one of them was dirty. Despite their many privileges, they were impossible to meet in battle. They were like ancient monsters from the depths. In one of the battles, a warrior remembered asking if anyone had ever met the elders, and if there was anything to expect from these cheapskates. The other adherents of the Heavenly Demon sect joked about the elders and despised them. Someone like Young Seo, who wasn't born into any of the 5 great clans or any of the great 9 sects, would find it very difficult to become an elder. But he would be helped by the knowledge and experience from his past life. This was already bringing So Yan Young closer to victory. But at the moment, Young Seo was just a helpless boy. He needs to find a safe place for himself, where Young Se can train and build up his strength and plan his future. One of the captives hiccuped and asked the strange boy for help. She said she needed to bring the young mistress home. Young Se stood up and walked over to them. Young Se bent down and looked closely and saw a medallion. She is from the Manchang clan. This was the first time Young Se had heard of such a clan. But if this girl is the young heir of the clan, she's a means for Young Se to come out. As Young Se approached the house, Young Se wasn't sure what would happen next. He doesn't know anything about this clan after all, but he can see that they're quite independent. The one who met them said that judging from the people talking, those mercenaries were from a demonic sect. The patriarch of the Manchang clan, Cho Cheon-gung, was sitting in front of them. He said that he believed Young Se's word, but he still needed proof. Young Seo bowed his head and replied that he had no more information for them other than what he had heard from the bandits. When he said that their bodies were left lying in that house, Cheon-gung grasped his beard and said that he would send a brigade of Manchang clan warriors. The girl came forward and put her hand on her chest and shouted that she would go with the warriors. But Cheon-gong replied that no way. Stroking the cat, Cheongong said that more than a dozen young warriors were defeated by some demon clan underdogs, and she had to save the child. Turning to Yeonseo, Cheonggung added that while he was dealing with this case, he needed to summarize and learn from what had happened. He then moved on to the next question and said that he understood that the boy was kidnapped, but that he had a home and family. Yeonseo replied that unfortunately he didn't, and that he was an orphan and his parents had abandoned him. Looking at the child, Cheonggung said that he was young but intelligent and courteous. He went to Counselor Wong and gave orders that the boy needed shelter and everything he needed. He decided to take him under his wing and teach him a trade. Smiling, Counselor Wong bowed and replied that everything would be done. Leaving, Wong said that this was Young Seo's home and he would let him rest today. After bowing, Young Seo replied that he thanked Nari. Opening the door, Young Se thought that he was now provided with the most basic necessities and would begin his journey to becoming an elder of the Murim Warriors Union. When he entered the house, Young Se thought that a commoner would need to be famous among the people. And to gain the latter, Young Se needed achievements in martial arts. In his past life, Young Se was a disciple of the famous heavenly demon and was known as the strongest among the mortals of Murim. And if Young Seo could regain his former greatness, he would be called to be an elder of Murim himself. Concentrating, Young Seo summoned his chi energy. Suddenly, he cursed himself for not thinking of it sooner. Clenching his teeth, he remembered that he had spent his entire life developing demonic chi. Moonchang Clan Library. It had been 2 days since Young Seo had been accepted as a guest of the clan. He started working as an assistant to Counselor Wang. Seo Yun Seo's task was to put the books in their proper places. Walking up to him from behind, Wang told Young Seo not to slack off and do as he taught him. Leaning over, Wang reminded him that the Lord had instructed him to take him under his wing, and so he would now be his assistant. Wang said he would go to the manor, and Young Se said he had to finish his work and come back. Young Se asked if he could ask him a question. Wang asked what he wanted to ask, and Young Se asked what his salary was for his work. After saying that, Wang opened his mouth and there was silence, and then he laughed. Wiping away a tear from laughing, Wang said that Young Se was being witty, but there was no trace of a smile on the boy's face. Wang wondered if the boy really thought he should pay him. Turning away, Wang looked up and reminded him that Young Se hadn't gotten a proper job and was already asking for a salary. Finally, Wang said that if Young Se worked hard, he would pay him out of his own pocket, and that he didn't have to worry about it. Young Se turned around and laughed, thinking that he wasn't going to devote his life to this job anyway. He just needs shelter and safety while he works on his strength. What worries Young Se now is that he only knows how to create dark energy chi within himself. A person with such energy will never be accepted into the alliance. So Young Se must learn the technique of creating light chi energy that Buddhist sects know. And he needs the chi energy to be no weaker than the one he cultivated with the heavenly demon energy creation technique. That way, Young Se would be able to use all the sword and footwork techniques he knew. Young Se also wondered if Buddhists had such a strong chi energy building technique. The 10 Supreme Masters of Buddhism, also called the 10 Heavenly Emperors. One of them was famous for being able to defeat any demonic sect master with his bare hands, King Fist. His chi empowerment technique was so great that even the heavenly demon recognized it. Its power was comparable to the heavenly demon's energy creation technique, the white lightning body art. Only this King Fist technique could Young Seo notice the power of demonic chi augmentation practices. Young Se has no other choice. He needs to break through to become a disciple of King Fist to learn this technique and build up the same chi potential. Stepping outside into the rain, Young Se remembered that he didn't know where to look for the Fist King at this time. Shaking off the water, Young Se realized that his only clue was that King Fist would appear in Sichuan in 5 years. Until then, he needed to work on himself in everything he could except the white lightning body art technique. Smiling and looking back, Young Seo thought they would see King Fist in 5 years. 2 years had passed. One of the students looked at the other and wondered how many cups he had already eaten. Sitting at the table, Young Se ate one oration after another, and several plates were piled up on the table. For 2 years, Young Se had been building up his base chi of the 3 basics technique. But the effectiveness of this technique was negligible. His chi is the size of a bean. While Young Se was thinking that he needed to focus on physical strength, someone called out to him. Rubbing his neck, the disciple asked if the spirit of gluttony had gotten into him. He suggested that Young Se take a break from eating and go out into the courtyard. Continuing to eat, Young Se replied that he didn't want to. This angered the guy and he leaned over to him and shouted that he was the chief servant, and when he said he would go, Young Seo should go nicely. However, Young Seo replied that they'll talk when he's done eating lunch. The guy called him an asshole. Dipping his hand in the soup, the guy said that because of the patronage of Lord Yan He and Counselor Wang, Young Seo thinks of himself. Then he licked his hand and added that if Young Seo didn't want him to beat him up right here, he should go. After looking at his opponents, Young Se thought that they probably hadn't touched him until now, believing that he was being patronized by the lady and counselor. But the fact that Young Se had not been promoted in 2 years seemed to them to be a sign that Young Se was worthless. Young Se has a big salary and a separate house on the estate, so naturally they are envious. Standing up, Young Seo nodded and said they could go. The guy behind smiled. When they came out to the grounds, the guys began to knead their fists and said that this is where they would deal with it. Standing against the wall, Young Se asked what they wanted. The guys who were coming at him looked at each other. The leader of the hooligans said that he would have taught him a lesson a long time ago, but he was too small. Standing on the wall, the guy said he would be brief and Young Seo should kneel before them. Young Se punched him in the stomach after saying that. Then Young Seo raised his hand and punched his opponent in the jaw. His partners who were watching were shocked by Young Se's knowledge, and Young Se said that he thought he would charge them for the precious lunch hours they took from him. One of them asked what, and Young Se went forward, walking straight through his opponent's body. Although his speech was very confident for a kid with such a small amount of ki, facing a crowd of adults was no joke. Young Se had dealt with one. There were still a few more opponents that Young Seo easily knocked to the ground after accelerating. The fourth one tried to attack Young Se and shouted that he was an underdog, but Young Se was able to attack him as well. The other three watched the battle and didn't understand who this kid was. Another one poked his friend and asked why they were standing there because he was just a puppy. Now there were 3 men left, one of whom had studied martial arts, and Young Se's chi energy is low. Now he must deal with their leader. Turning to them, Young Se asked if he was going to stand behind his buddies. Clenching his fists and using his skills, the head servant called Young Se a scoundrel and said he wouldn't let him fool around anymore. When he approached Young Se, he punched him in the nose and he flew backwards. He was bleeding. Wiping the blood with his finger, Young Se thought that his opponent had barely hit him, and his nose was bleeding. If Young Se took a direct hit from him, he would be in trouble. Meanwhile, the opponents behind the leader's back were cheering. Concentrating, Young Se thought that even though his enemy had studied martial arts, the truth was that he was just inexperienced. That's why Young Se got ready to strike. With all his might, Young Se kicked the servant in the stomach. He coughed up blood. Young Se then threw the enemy a few meters back behind the backs of his friends. When Young Seo started to turn on the 2 remaining ones, they raised their hands and opened their mouths. And Young Seo asked them if they had a grudge against him too. They fell to their knees and bowed down to beg for forgiveness. Looking around, Young Se asked what was wrong with them. He didn't notice that they were watching him from the window. Back in the house, Young Se thought that he had just wasted a lot of chi. Meditating, he thought that if the last 2 decided to attack him, it would already be a serious challenge. The small chi potential was his biggest problem. If only he could get the elixir. Someone knocked on the door and Young Se got up wondering who had come at this hour. In front of him stood Yu Seo Hua, Lady Cho Young-hee's maid of honor. Young Se didn't understand why they had come to see him. Cho Young-hee said that Seo Yeon Seo seems to be serving the counselor well. Yeon Seo replied that there was nothing special about his service, and he just moved papers from place to place. Then Young Seo asked what he owed their visit to. Seo Hua looked at Madam, but Mrs. Cho Young said she wouldn't beat around the bush and offered Young Seo to serve her. She said that she had witnessed him fighting with the servants. Young Se didn't say anything because he didn't want to draw attention to them, so he dealt with them quietly. But it was clear that he was being watched, so he said he just knew a few simple tricks, and asked why they wanted someone like him. Ju Yeon replied that she wanted to create a squad of loyalists, a strong band of warriors. She will make her brothers and sisters count with her. Cho Young smiled and reminded him that he was obliged to her for being here, and should not mind repaying her kindness for her kindness. After a moment of thought, Young Se replied, of course. Cho Young stood up and put her hand on his shoulder, and told him to make sure he didn't regret his decision. Looking at his hand, Young Se listened as she told him that if he won the inheritance and became the head of the clan, he could ask for anything he wanted. Seeing them off, Young Se bowed his head and thanked the lady. She said that no one should know about it, especially Counselor Wang. Closing his eyes, Young Seo nodded and replied that the lady need not worry because he was not a talker. After that, Young Se went to the counselor. The one making scrolls raised his head and asked what he wanted to tell him. Young Se replied that he had come to tell him that young Lady Yeon-hee was going to participate in the battle for the position of clan head. Putting down his tassel, Wang asked why Young Seo had come to him with this. Folding his hands, Counselor Wang said to let Young Seo know he is sticking to neutrality. Smiling, Young Seo said that he has been working as an assistant counselor for 2 years now, and then asked Wang, thinking that wasn't enough to guess that he would bet on the young master. Leaning on his arm, Wang sighed and asked how to even talk to him. Looking at Young Seo, he asked what the latter was offering to be an informant and keep an eye on the actions of the mistress. Raising his hand, Young Seo said that if it would benefit him, and he would gladly work for him in that capacity. Not humorously, Wang replied that Young Seo speaks so easily as if it's nothing. Young Se began to tell him that 2 years ago he had saved the lady and her maid of honor from being killed. But she hadn't thanked him once and hadn't even approached him since then. And now that she needs something from him again, she came immediately. If Young Se is going to trust people like her, the day will come when he will be betrayed and thrown away. She wants to use him. So wouldn't it be better for him to secretly use her for his own purposes as well? Listening to this and leaning on his arm, Van said that he was certainly able to express himself clearly and then asked what he wanted. Even then, Wang realized that he wouldn't hire Young Se for nothing, and Young Se began to think. He had not yet learned the techniques of high-level chi energy augmentation, so he could use ki augmentation with elixirs. Young Se lowered his head and said that it was nothing, because he had been feeling unwell lately and needed some herbs. The counselor even saw the answer and asked if Young Se was sure that was all he needed. With a smile, Young Se replied to the Lord that it was everything. Looking at him, Wang thought that smile made him feel bad. From then on, Young Se reported to Counselor Wang everything he saw and heard during his interactions with Cho Young-hee. And from the excellent quality healing herbs he paid him with, he was able to make elixirs to restore chi energy. Young Se devoted all his free time to exercise and practicing his techniques to perfection. 3 more years passed like that. In the end, Cho Yeon-hee lost the battle for the position of clan head and was favorably married off and sent away. And her maid of honor, Yu Seo-hwa. Youngse asked what she would do if the young lady was defeated in the power struggle, but she didn't think of defeat. Youngse explained that in that case it was customary to deal with unwanted heirs and send them away. Seo-hwa remained silent, but Young Seo said that they should both think about the future since their fates were tied to the lady. Taking the jug, Seo-hwa replied that she hadn't really thought about it. Taking the jug and pouring her tea, Young-se asked if she had thought about joining the Murama Warrior Alliance. With her head down, Seo-hwa replied that it sounded great, but it was just a dream. Yeon-seo realized that he had put her thoughts in the right direction, and who knows, she might be useful in the future. Young-se also thought that when he joined the Warrior Alliance, it would be a good idea to have his own man there. It is unclear whether their conversation played a role that night, but Seo-hwa refused to follow her mistress to her husband's house and left the estate. It was the 5th year of Young-se's service to the Manchang clan. All the preparations had been completed. Rubbing his fist, Young-seo wondered if it was time for him to go. However, when he got to the counselor's office, he said he wouldn't let him go. Looking at the book, Wong replied that he had been preparing him as his successor from the beginning. Slamming the book shut, Wong turned around and waved his hand and shouted that this was the only reason why Young-se was receiving his salary. After Wong calmed down, he wiped away a tear and asked what he was unhappy with and why he should leave. Young-se replied that he was sorry. He himself thought that this old fox was getting more and more devious lately. Actually, what he listed Young-se had gotten by honest labor, not by eye candy. To him, Wong was a cheat. Wong waved his hands and said that thanks to his efforts, the young master had risen to the position of young clan head, and that Seo Young would have a bright future. Wong put his hand on his chest and asked him what he wanted, and he would give him what he wanted. But Young-se answered the Lord that he didn't want anything. Wong shouted why he was leaving then. With his hands spread out, Young-se said he was going to become a martial artist. Waving his hand and turning away, Wong said he understood Young-seo was trying to become a master because he had learned a couple of techniques over the past few years. Pointing his finger at Young-se, Wong shouted that a little brat like him couldn't even handle a little bully. Looking at him, Young-se thought he wanted to leave nicely because he had gotten used to him over the years. Then Young-se suggested to the counselor to make a bet. Lowering his finger, Wang asked what kind of bet. Putting his hand on his chest, Young-seo said that he promised he could handle any opponent Wong put against him. Smiling, he said that if he loses, he'll do as Wong wants and he'll stay and listen to him. That's what Young-se said. But the one he put against him was the strongest Wayne after the clan head. He was the commander of the Manchang clan guards. His name is Han Sung-hoon. Watching Wong smile, Young-se thought he had lost his conscience, bringing a guard commander to fight a 15-year-old boy. Looking at his opponent, Young-se thought it was no big difference. Han-soon looked at the counselor and asked what the rules were. Wong replied that the winner is the one who threw the opponent to the ground, or when someone surrendered. It was clear the old man was confident in his opponent's victory. Yi Young-seo reminded him that Wong had promised him a year's salary if he won. In response, Wong told Young-se to remember that he would work for 3 more years if he lost. Wong patted Han-soon on the shoulder and said he was counting on him to give Young-se a beating. When the counselor left the battlefield, Han-soon said he would give Young-seo the first punch. Despite the amount of elixirs he had taken, his chi was still low. Taking a stance and swinging at his opponent, Young-seo thought that he should finish this quickly. Jumping up, he attacked the opponent from above. Raising his sword, Han-soon deflected the blow. At that moment, Young-se thought that his opponent was strong. When Han-soon swung his sword, Wong shouted that he asked him to let the boy live. However, Young-se dodged the blow, which surprised Han-soon. He didn't realize when his opponent had managed to pull it off. This made him furious and he attacked Young-seo with a shout of not waiting. But Young-seo was ahead of him and jumped up behind his opponent's back. Moon Shadow Sword, Stage 1. He struck, but Han-soon was not so easy and he was able to dodge the blow. They began to have a fierce battle. Han-soon said he was surprised that Young-seo was able to dodge his sword. Raising his sword, Han-soon said that in that case he wouldn't look at the boy in front of him and would fight at full strength. Raising his hands, Wong said in surprise that the sword's energy was glowing, and that only clan guards could do that. Turning to Young-seo, Wong noticed that his sword was glowing as well. Wong was shocked that he had already reached such a level. In response to Han-soon, Young-seo said that he too would not play giveaway anymore. This made Wong angry and he attacked Young-seo with sword magic. At the same moment, he retaliated, but Han-soon ducked down and was able to avoid the attack. When Han-soon attacked Young-seo again, he jumped back a few meters. Young-se came at him, but Han-soon ducked his sword and sparks flew from the blades. Looking at the general, Young-se thought he wanted to challenge him with his chi power. Lowering his sword and crouching down, Young-sun thought that his opponent would not wait for him. Then Young-se struck with his foot. As the enemy retreated from the blow, Young-se swung his sword using magic. At that moment, Young-se started the second stage of the Moon Shadow Sword. And so, after one of the strikes, Young-se was able to wound the general. Of course, this angered the general even more. He yelled at Young-se, "You bastard!" He decided to use the Sword of Light. Smiling, Young-se ran at him thinking that the general was unlucky because it was his specialty. Then their blades came together in battle. They struck each other with numerous blows. Now General Han-soon kneeled before his opponent and said that he admitted defeat. When Han soon stood up, he rubbed his fists and apologized to Young Seo for speaking out of turn. Young Se replied that he didn't have to. With a smile, Young Se reminded Wang that he was now entitled to a year's salary. Seeing that Counselor Wang had turned away, Young Se became furious and said that if he was planning to break his promise, he would have broken it. Wang asked what he thought of him. Wiping away a stingy tear, Wang wondered how he would explain such an expense to his wife, and Young Se thanked him for his time in his service. Wang looked at him. Then Wang gave him a bundle of money, and Young Seo said he wouldn't spend the money he had given him. Turning away and slinging the bundle on his shoulder, Young Se said he had to go and had a lot of things to do. Han soon looked at him and said that a dragon had been living quietly in the manor with them all this time. Wang looked at him questioningly and said that this boy was equal to him in strength, but the general doubted that they were equals. According to Han Sung's words, even the clan head would not be able to resist fighting this boy. Wang's eyes opened wide at what he heard. As night fell, Young Se stopped near one of the houses. A man approached him on the bridge. As he passed, Yan Seo tripped him, and the man fell down. As he got up, he turned around and shouted, "Who's so smart?" With his arms folded across his chest, Young Seo smiled and asked him where he was going. When Young Se knelt down on the young man's knee, he called him an asshole. Young Se addressed him as the chief servant, adding that it would be better to call him a member of the secret society of Hao. The young man asked him what he was talking about, but Young Seo just swung his sword instead of answering. At first, the young man clutched his eyes and then opened his eyes and looked at the stranger in front of him in surprise, and Young Se asked him if he intended to deny it further. He said that the tattoo on his ankle said that his title was no less than Master. Looking at Young Seo, the young man stammered and asked how he realized it. 3 years ago, Young Se realized who he really was, but he had been waiting for this day. In that moment, Young Se decided that this bastard would be part of his plan. The servant pointed his finger at him and shouted what he wanted. Young Se replied that it was nothing and asked him to bring him to the secret society of Kao. The secret society of Kao. Merchants, courtesans, servants. The weakest alliance in Marima, the most vulnerable people in the world. A secret society of spies closely allied with the beggar sect. This society is the largest alliance in Murim. However, its leaders are very hard to track down. They keep a low profile. But Young Se has someone on the hook to lead him to them. A servant from his last job who is the society's master of favors. The servant looked at the note and folded it into the sleeve of his kimono. Young Seo, who was sitting in front of him, asked how he could become a customer for the secret society of Hao. The servant frowned and asked Young Seo if he wanted to be a customer, and then added that he was not personally authorized to decide such matters. Young Se replied that the servant must be thinking about reporting to his superiors at the Kao, since he had revealed his tattoo identity. With his hand on his heart, Young Se smiled and said that they would be very interested in him after hearing the servant's story. Listening to him, the servant asked who he was. Then he said that their society doesn't do business with unverified people. And Young Se asked since when does the secret society of the HAO choose who to deal with, since they even work with demonic sects when necessary. The servant waved his hand in his direction and shouted for Young Se to think about what he was saying if he didn't want to become an enemy of the secret society. Young Se was silent at first, but then he stood up and said that he would agree that he was wrong. The servant shook off his hair and said that not everyone can order the services of the Kao Society. It costs a lot of money, and Young Se couldn't afford it. Young Se suddenly reminded him that the Hao Society doesn't just charge money. Looking at Young Seo, he asked if he meant to say that he had skills that he could pay with. Passing by, Young Se told the servant to give them a message. Looking over, Young Seo said that he had important information for them regarding the youngest of the leader's disciples, House Bright Moon. The waiter bowed to Young Seo and asked him to wait, telling him that the owner of the place would be here soon. Looking out the window, Young Se thought that he wanted to give the leadership of the secret society of the HAO valuable information that he remembered from his past life, and the mysterious looters of this society have no choice but to come to him in person. In return, Young Se will demand information about King Fist. That's his main goal. The Hao Society is his only hope to track him down and obtain a powerful light chi energy augmentation technique. The door opened and the elderly lady and her maid of honor entered the room. She bowed and said hello. Looking at her, Young Se said that she could sit down. Then they poured the tea into cups. When the tea was poured, Young Se asked if she was the leader of the local chapter of the HAE Society. The old lady smiled and said that Young Se was right. In response, he remained silent. Turning to the maid of honor, Young Seo asked her what her name was. The girl said her name was Seo Hua. At that moment, the old lady remarked that he seemed to like Hua, and Young Seo asked how old she was. Putting her hand on her chest, Seo Hua replied that she would be 23 this year. Then Young Seo replied that she was pretty young, and the girl replied that he was 2. And Young Seo added that she was young enough to be the leader of the local chapter of the HAE Society. At first, Seo Hua frowned and then looked at him angrily. Young Seo told the old lady that he was surprised. Looking at him, Seo Hua asked how Young Seo realized that, and he replied that she actually didn't even deny it. Then Seo Hua replied that she thought denial was useless and ordered him to answer the question as he realized. With a sly look, Young Se asked, what if he didn't answer? And Seo Hua said that it was her decision whether to fulfill his orders or not. The leaders of the Kao Society guard the secrecy of their identity very jealously. And now Young Se's supposedly the leader shows up at Young Se's beck and call, and he takes an alleged courtesan to negotiate with him. Isn't this ridiculous? Rubbing her chin, Seo Hua replied that she always has to be present when deals are made. Then Youngsei said that's why he realized it was her way of not revealing herself. Bowing, Seohwa said she didn't know he knew so much about their secret society and apologized for being suspicious. She brought up the deal and Youngsei realized she was lying again. He knew it wasn't her he was making the deal with. Youngsei's deal would be with the person hiding in the ceiling. At that moment, the ceiling collapsed and the old woman fell and Seohwa screamed and jumped back. The old woman then ran out of the room and Seohwa also rushed to run through another exit. A certain ninja wearing a black mask and holding blades in his hands appeared in front of him. Youngsei told him that he was good. The enemy attacked him, but Youngseo was able to repel that attack. Clutching the weapons in his hands, Youngsei thought that the Hao society was vast. However, there are no real martial artists among them. There's only one master among them who is one of the leaders of the secret society. In terms of strength, he is equal to the great masters of Murim. At this moment, the third stage of the Moonshadow Sword began for Youngsei, full moon. Their blades came together in battle. Youngseo thought that his opponent with such skills must be even among the top of the secret society in honor. Then his opponent jumped on the wall like a cat. Youngsei thought he was catching a fish, but it was a sperm whale. The enemy's agility skill was so high that Youngsei could barely keep up with him without losing sight of him. Youngsei was also sure that he was sent by the leadership of the secret society of the Krao. The enemy swallowed the bait faster than expected, and Youngsei said he came because he needed their services. When he said he didn't want to fight, the opponent told him to drop the sword and explain everything to him. Youngsei asked him what to explain. Then Youngseo asked him to explain how he knew who the real leader of the local chapter of Kao was, or why he hid that he was a martial artist. Then the ninja said he needed Youngsei to explain everything. Straightening up, Youngseo said no. He said that if they wanted to do business with him, then he demanded equality. But the opponent said that if Youngseo didn't speak now, he would silence him forever. His words didn't embarrass Youngseo, and he clarified if the opponent was sure he had enough strength. This angered the master, and he shouted for Youngseo to hold his tongue. He flew up and swung his sword at Youngsei, but Youngseo was in time and fought off this attack. Taking the daggers in both hands, the opponent jumped back, and then he used magic. However, Youngsei was able to fend off these attacks as well. With his scimitar, he rushed towards the opponent. The opponent tried to attack him, but Youngsei used a ghost step. With a clatter, Youngseo landed and the opponent looked back at him. Youngseo thought that if he hadn't been so quick, he wouldn't have been able to take his head off. Turning to his opponent, Youngsei said that he didn't think that they were killing the guests and asked if they always worked like this. In response, the opponent said that he didn't need to provoke him, and he would finish him off with one punch. Analyzing his opponent's technique, Youngsei saw that he was rushing forward, forgetting about caution. But Youngsei was waiting for this. Now he used the Moonshadow Sword for 26 strikes. This technique was called reflecting the moon on the water. The opponent saw his enemy's sword glowing. With all his might, Youngsei swung his sword and a shockwave rushed towards the enemy. This shockwave broke through the wall in the room they were in. Youngseo's opponent was hit in both forearms and the legs and head. There was blood dripping onto the floor. After that, Youngseo asked if he wanted to continue, and the opponent asked why he diverted the trajectory of the sword at the end. Raising his hand, Youngseo replied that he had already said everything he needed the services of Hao. In fact, Youngsei was not going to fight him. He fought back so that he could negotiate on his terms. Clenching his weapon, Youngsei thought about the reason why he used this technique, but it was too much for his chi. Then the master asked what he could offer for their services. Youngsei said that he needed information, and he would buy it with the same valuable information. This shocked the master, and he asked if Youngsei was in his right mind. He said that Youngsei came from the Kao community. They are the main information merchants in all the Central Plains and offers them information in return. When he heard the master tell him that they don't tolerate such jokes, Youngsei said he wasn't joking. He said that his information is more valuable than the master thinks. He knows about the plans of one of the demonic sects. Youngsei knows how to save the youngest disciple of the secret society leader from being killed because he is slowly dying from an unknown disease. Master asks how Youngsei knows about it, but Youngsei only asked if they were willing to make a deal with him now. The master wondered if he really knew how to cure him if it was a lie. Youngseo told them not to be afraid of that. He asked to inform the sect leader that his disciple's illness is the work of the demonic sect. Youngseo also said that before his disciple got sick, he had bought a book about martial arts. The master was puzzled and asked how Youngseo knew this. Youngseo replied that the book was written by a heavenly demon. This shocked the master, but Youngseo didn't stop and said that their youngest disciple wasn't sick at all. He was just possessed by demons. He became possessed because of a book written by a heavenly demon to sow discord and heresy among the Buddhist sects. The heavenly demon sent out 5 volumes to the leaders of the major Buddhist martial arts sects. His goal was to inflict demonic possession on the readers, and sow confusion among the Buddhist sects. The only ones who can cast out demons from the possessed are the heavenly demon and his disciples who helped him write the book. Fortunately, Youngsei is such a disciple. If he were to cast out demons from those who were harmed by the book, he'll make his way into the Murima Alliance. Taking something out of his pocket, the master tossed it to Youngsei and told him to take it. After catching the item, Youngsei unclenched his fist and saw the plaque of a customer of the secret society of Kao. Putting it in his pocket, Youngsei asked if he could already give him the order. Handing the parchment to the master, Youngsei said that it described everything in detail and asked him to collect all the information about the sect leader of the Yellow Dragon Hall. Putting the parchment away, the master asked if that was all. Youngsei replied that it was. As he left, the master said that he would find him soon and bring him the information he needed. In return, Youngse would give him a cure for his student. As Youngse watched the master disappear, he decided it was time to head to Sichuan, where King Fist had settled. One of the boys shouted to the master that he could see the city, and it was Sichuan. The lord replied that the young man should bear a little longer and rest when they reached it. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in front of them. The lord shouted who it was. The stranger's eyes sparkled, and he smiled madly and then lunged at the two men. The lord turned to his comrade and shouted that it was a brigand, and he should protect the valuables. However, the brigand swung his sword and the lord's head fell from his shoulders. The young man's horse reared up. The bandit killed the horse as well. The young man fell to the ground. He was trembling with fear. When he got up, he ran with all his might, shouting for help. Scratching his head, the young man looked at the fugitive and said that it was not easy to play the madman. On the road to Sichuan, looking at the papers, Youngse thought he had gotten too much information in a short time. But the How Secret Society is as efficient as ever. This man doesn't communicate with anyone but the family and the patriarch of the ruling clan, Tang Xiaoyon. Although he was nicknamed Bloodless and Useless Demon, he was an excellent martial arts teacher. As a person, he was modest and friendly. 7 years ago, he became famous for single-handedly destroying one of the dark sects, the Yellow Cloud sect. He was nicknamed the Heavenly Fist. By the time Yongseo left the invisible demon cave and began his activities as a martial artist, he already held the title of King Fist. This information was new to Yongseo. Nothing else was known about this man except that he had settled in Sichuan about 10 years ago. The parchment said that he had sent out inquiries to agents in the area and was waiting for answers, and if there was any new information, he would contact him. Putting the parchment away, Youngse thought about why King Fist was now living under the guise of a humble martial arts teacher, a supreme master who would take his place among the 10 strongest masters of the Heavenly Emperor's light path. Among Buddhist martial artists, he was a giant, and even Yongseo reckoned with his authority. It seems that at this time, he had not yet reached the title of King Fist. Judging from the fact that even Cao can't find any information about his past, someone is cleaning it up. There's nothing to be done, and Youngse will have to go on his own. No effort is spared to gain the king's trust. Suddenly, Youngse overhears someone discussing that a demon was seen in the vicinity of Sichuan, just where they are going. A man passing by asked his companion if the area around Sichuan was controlled by a demonic sect, but his companion replied that it was just a lone madman reveling in his dark power, and this villain was very strong. Demon people are those who study the dark arts. Learning these powerful arts is always fraught with dire consequences. Adepts of the demonic sect receive the elixir of blood reversal so that their blood has changed its properties and become resistant to negative influences. But these negative influences cannot be completely eliminated. As a result, many adepts become obsessed with sin. Many adherents of demonic sects like this. If a normal person somehow gets to the dark arts and does not get the dark elixir of the rose warp, he will most likely turn into a bloodthirsty madman who lives by instinct like a wild beast. If you recall in Sichuan at this time, there was an incident when a bloodthirsty demon called Pa So Gong, who was the elder of the invisible demon cave at the time. Looking out the window, young Seo thought that 2 demon people were in the same place at the same time. He didn't believe that it was a coincidence. However, it had nothing to do with Young Se. He still can't meet the bloodthirsty demon ghost Yin because he's traveling secretly. If there really is a madman possessed by demonic power in Sichuan County, Youngse will just have him arrested and beaten up. As he approached the Yellow Dragon Martial Arts Hall, Youngse remembered that it was one of the top 3 martial arts schools in Sichuan. When he approached the guard, Youngse asked how he could enter the school. The guard clarified that Youngse was alone. Youngse immediately noticed that the guard was looking down on him, even though they didn't know each other. When Youngse replied that he was alone, the guard replied that he had to prove his skills and then pay monthly tuition. In addition, the exam period is still over, so Youngseo will have to pay for the individual exam, and suggested that Youngseo go next year. Youngse replied that he had the money, and that it would be easy to prove his skills, and that the difficulties of enrollment were not important to him. After exhaling, the guard looked at his partner and told him to bring the boy to the admissions office. At this moment, Youngse thought that rather than guessing what to do, he would rather go ahead and see what happens. A few minutes later, Youngse was already in the waiting room. He thought that if he asked for an individual exam, he would easily fight. He had to think about what to do next. Exhaling, Youngse thought about why no one was coming. At that moment, a voice behind him asked if he was the one who wanted to enter the school. Jumping up sharply, Youngseo saw a man walking past him who told him not to be scared. However, what worried Youngseo more was that he didn't even feel his presence. Striking his palm with his fist, Youngseo introduced himself to the master. The man replied that it was a pleasure to meet him. Holding out his palm, the man said his name was Doug Wu Jin. Looking at him, Youngse couldn't believe that it was really one of the 10 heavenly emperors. He was a Buddhist warrior equal in strength to the 8 demon suzerain sects, a supreme master ranked among the 5 strongest emperors. This is the future Fist King Dogu Wu Jin. Taking a seat at the table, Yang thought that he had come here to meet him, but he still didn't expect it to be like this. Dogu Jin said that the school's supreme master was absent at the moment, so he would accept Youngseo's exams as one of the teachers. Then Youngse decided that since the meeting was going to happen, he wouldn't beat around the bush. So Youngse blurted out that Dugujin should take him on as a student. In response, the master said he had to pass the exam first, and if he was good enough, Youngse didn't let him finish saying that he meant to become his personal student, and not one of the other students in the school. This surprised Dugu-jin, and he asked again, and Young Seo replied that he wanted to study the martial arts of the Heavenly Lightning School. Dugu-jin's eyes lit up. He seemed to have become furious. Youngse covered himself from the wave with his hands. He knew that it was a destructive, non-material chi force controlled by human will, and it was very dangerous to the opponent. In turn, Dugu-jin said that Young Seo dared to say the name of Heavenly Lightning School, and if he wanted to stay alive. Lightning bolts literally shot out of Dugu-jin's eyes, and he said that Young Seo had better explain himself immediately and be honest with him. Continuing to cover himself with his hands, Youngse thought that he had not yet reached the level of King Fist at this time. He was wrong. The corner of Youngse's mouth was already dripping blood, and just looking at him made him catch his breath. Placing his hand on the table, Youngse thought that he shouldn't have even started this path if he was going to chicken out now. He was trembling, but he started to say that he had been informed by the secret society of the How Society that he was the only teacher of the Heavenly Lightning Secret School. These words made Dugjin even more angry. The crumb that was on the table burst. Covering one eye, Young Seo asked if he didn't need a disciple to continue passing down the secret martial art to the next generation. In response, Dugu-jin angrily said that he didn't need a disciple. Young Se then asked if he didn't want the art to die with him. Dugu-jin replied that that's exactly what he wanted and it should die. Young Se squinted his eyes and wondered why Dugu-jin was saying that. Putting his hand on his chest, Young Seo shouted that he sincerely wanted to learn the Heavenly Lightning martial art. However, Dugu-jin replied that there was nothing he could teach him. He added that although Young Seo had shown amazing resilience to his energy, according to him, the Heavenly Lightning martial art was not something that could be mastered by talent alone. Dugu-jin stood up and adjusted his robe, saying that this was it, and he should teach Young Seo a lesson for digging into his past. But he doesn't want to make a fuss and will let him go this time. Then he turned around and said that if Young Se cares about his life, he should hold his tongue and not talk about it to anyone. Young Seo jumped up, waved his hand, and shouted that he wasn't going to and asked him to listen. Dugu-jin frowned at him. In response, Dugu-jin said that he would report to the Supreme Master that he had given up and failed the exam. It seems that the Heavenly Lightning art has some kind of danger that he didn't even know about. There's a reason he doesn't want to pass it on to his successor. Opening the window, Young Se thought that he didn't expect it to be easy. Watching Dugu-jin walk away, Young Seo thought he wouldn't stop trying. To Dugu-jin, he's a threat, a boy who can tell a secret. In Young Se's opinion, the worst case scenario is that Dugu-jin will kill him, so he needs to enter the Yellow Dragon School and become his apprentice. As Dugu-jin left, he thought that even though he had warned Young Seo Woon, he couldn't keep the secret forever. Taking off and jumping from rooftop to rooftop, Young Seo thought about how he could make sure. Continuing to run, Dugu-jin hoped he wasn't too late. He was met at the entrance by a man, and waving his hand, he shouted that it was their glorious Dugu, and asked where he was rushing to. Frowning, Dugu-jin told the Supreme Master that this guy was next to him. The Master replied that he met him at the gate. The Master, pointing at Young Se, said that he was courteous and well-built for his age, and he thought he would make a great warrior. Leaning over, the Master told Doug that it would be unwise to give such excellent material to other schools, and decided to accept him into their school. Looking at the teacher, Dugu-jin asked if he was joking, but the Master told Young Se that he was their best teacher and told them to get acquainted. Listening to the Master tell Young Seo that Dugu-jin is now his teacher and Young Seo should show respect, Dugu frowned. After bowing, Young Seo introduced himself and said he was honored to be his student. A couple days later, Dugu-jin shouted that the training session was over and Young Seo Un would stay for more lessons. Clenching his teeth, Young Seo held the stick with the cobblestones hanging from it, and Dugu said that he would have to work hard to make up for the program. Looking at him, Dugu-jin said that if Young Seo left town quietly and didn't show up again, he wouldn't have a problem with him. Sweat rolled down Young Se's face, but he replied that if he was able to surrender so shamefully, he wouldn't even come to him. And Dugu-jin said that Young Seo would work him until he sweats blood, until his bones crunch, until his ligaments tear, but whether Young Seo wants it or not. As they continued training, Young Se said that he had always been stubborn. This only made Young Se angry, and he thought he'd see how long this guy would last. As night fell, Dugu-jin thought that Young Seo was a stubborn donkey who could hold on until the gym closed. Going inside, Dugu-jin said he was going home late because of him. Before he could think of what Young Se would do to make him surrender, he was shocked. Young Se was standing in front of him, saying goodnight, and next to him was Dugu's son, his son, sitting at the table. His wife, who was sitting across from his son, told him that she had met Young Se on her way back from the market, and he had helped her carry her shopping, so she decided to invite him over. June looked at her and asked her to call him by his first name. Her name was Seo Moon-hai. Moon-hai informed that Young Seo was a very well-mannered boy. After scratching his head, Young Seo replied that the world is a very small place. Without answering, Dugu-jin got even angrier but sat down at the table. Watching Young Seo eat, Dugu-jin thought about what he was up to and how he found his home. Taking a bite of Dugu-jin thought that Young Seo had deceived his wife because he knew about his family from the Cow Society, and Young Se didn't happen to make his wife twist her leg. Turning to his son, Young Se smiled. It seemed like something he would never do. Sipping, Dugu-jin mentally said that they would see each other tomorrow at the hall. Morning came and Moon-Hye said she was very grateful that he agreed to go to the market instead of her, but he even agreed to take care of Suna. Saying that it was his wish, young Seo took Suna under his arm and thought that in order to gain someone's trust, you have to charm the people closest to you. Dugwoo Jin is very fond of his family, so young Seo should become their friend first. As they walked down the street, Sun grabbed Young Se's sleeve and called out to him. He showed him to the shelves where the sweets were. Young Se replied that he would buy him sweets after he did his business. Soon asked why Young Seo was talking to him in a polite manner. Young Seo replied that it's a habit. Young Seo also added that he never talks informally. It was his way of surviving in the invisible demon cave. There, he had forever learned how to use informal speech with people. The boy hesitated and asked if he could call Yon Seo Hyung. With a smile, Young Se replied that he was. Sun smiled back at him. Pointing his finger in Sun's direction, Sun suggested that he go and do his chores so he could go back for the candy sooner. Young Se replied that there was no need to hurry. Following the boy, Young Se looked back because he sensed dark chi. On the roof of the building, he saw a man emitting this energy. Looking closely, Young Se wondered if the stranger was looking at him. Watching the stranger smile at him, Young Se assumed it was the same madman. He remembered the conversation between the two travelers who said it was just a madman possessed by demonic powers. However, Young Se, who had lived in a demonic sect for 2 decades, could not be fooled so easily. This guy isn't some wandering madman, he's a master of the dark arts. Judging from the events of this time, he must be a member of the elite evil spirit squad, led by the bloodthirsty demon ghost Yin. At this moment, Sun asked what was wrong. Looking at him, Young Seo wondered why this master was challenging him. He doesn't really want to get into a fight with a strong demon sect warrior, but he also has to ensure Dugu Sun's safety. The people in the marketplace also noticed the nameless man, and panic rose up. Noticing the pattern on the people's robes, Young Seo realized that they were Taoist monks of Qingqiangshan. The madman rushed away and the monks chased after him. They were given orders to catch him at any cost. Apparently, the Qingqiangshan Taoist sect sent their warriors to Sichuan to catch the demon-possessed man. But why is he acting like a madman? Looking around, Young Se noticed that all the people were looking at him. The madman was attracting a lot of attention. Sun asked Young Se what's wrong. Young Se replied that nothing was wrong and suggested that they do some shopping and go home because it's not peaceful here. Young Se thought he would like to question the master himself, but he didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. The master came to his boss and told him what he had seen. The man sitting on the throne asked if he was sure. Without raising his head, the master replied that he was because he had viewed his aura. Sitting on the throne was the bloodthirsty demon ghost Yin. He replied that the master had finally found him and said that he was pleased with him. He said that he could finally leave this backwater Sichuan and return to the heavenly demon sect. Poking his chin at the man, Yin asked why he wasn't happy on such a beautiful day, and the man whispered not to take his life. But Yin replied that the man wanted a lot and pierced the man's throat with his fingernail. Obfuscating the face of the girl next to him, Yin asked where Yin's celestial body was now. A month has passed and Dugu Jin is still keeping him at a distance. What is the secret that binds him that he can't teach him? Suddenly, Young Se saw the lady in front of him, who was running around the square in confusion. When she saw Young Se, she ran up to him in tears and grabbed him by the shoulders. He asked her what was wrong. She shouted that their little son was missing. Young Seo asked her to tell him how it happened. And Moon-Hye said that she came home from the market and Sun was gone and everything in the house was upside down. She looked for him wherever he might be, but it was all in vain. When Young Se heard that the house was upside down, he thought he had been kidnapped. Someone dared to kidnap the son of a famous martial arts teacher of the Yellow Dragon School. Moon-Hye also told him that Sung Seo has an unusual body and he can't be away from home for too long. When Young Seo heard this, he was a little confused and asked what was wrong with his body. Then Moon-Hye told him that his son's body was a heavenly yin body. After saying that, Young Seo told Madam to run to the Yellow Dragon School as soon as possible and convey his words to Mr. Doug. The Heavenly Demon Sect had kidnapped Sun. Young Seo realized it right away. After sending Miss Young Seo away, he ran through the forest as fast as he could. He thought about when he thought the madman was looking at him, but he was actually looking at Soon. It was clear that he had purposely pretended to be crazy and was wandering around Sichuan in search of the Yin Heavenly Body. The motive behind this kidnapping is to bring the Yin Heavenly Body to be accepted back into the sect. He wants to placate the brother of Adept Young Seo. Hui Suak, who has the title of Heavenly Evil King, he has a huge uncontrollable yang power and uses flame techniques. The yang power in him is a threat to his own life and he constantly needs elixirs containing strong energy to neutralize this threat. In other words, he constantly needs yin heavenly bodies to absorb energy from them. The reason why Dugu Jin came out of the shadows was to avenge his son's massacre. Young Se finally realized it all. The heavenly demon had exiled the bloodthirsty yin ghost demon away from the sect for his many atrocities. And at one time, Young Se couldn't understand how he could be accepted back after that against the rules. Young Se had no idea what he had agreed with Hui Suak. It turned out that it was the bloodthirsty yin ghost demon, that old obese fool who had caused Dugu Wu Jin to become the Fist King. Young Seo has been to Sichuan many times on behalf of the sect leader, because he knows by heart all the places a bloodthirsty demon ghost can go. But Young Seo doesn't know which one he's going to yet. He has to check each one. Once again, Young Se rushed on the road and hoped he wouldn't be late. Meanwhile, the carriage with Sun had already left. A subordinate approached the elder. He asked the elder not to press on his acupuncture points because it was dangerous for him. Laughing, Yin said it didn't matter because the boy only needed to live until he arrived at the sect, and then the hell with him. He told his subordinate not to make a fuss, but rather to tell him if he got a reply from that lousy Hui Suak. The subordinate said he had not and asked if he should send another messenger. The elder said that Hui Su had no choice but to accept his services. Suddenly, there was a shout of halt. The coachman slowed down and Yin looked at him suspiciously. The carriage attendants looked at the man in front of them and asked who he was. The monk in front of them raised his sword and shouted that there was a demon-possessed criminal among them, and in the name of the sacred Qingchengshan, he would punish him for his crimes. The coachman turned to the elder and said that there was a Tao of Qingchengshan. Yin asked how this wretched worm dared to block his path. At that moment, Yisen gave the order to deal with the monk. A madman stepped out onto the road. Recognizing his culprit, Daos shouted to him that they were scoundrels from the demonic sect. All three attendants rushed to attack the monk. Daos was able to deflect the blow with his sword. One of the bandits struck Daos with his fist, shouting at him to die. Seeing that his ally's blow did not do any damage, the other called Daos a rat and tried to attack, but the monk dodged. When the madman attacked Daos, he fell to the ground and the criminal called him an asshole. They began to slaughter him, shouting that he was a manacled monk, but that he was afraid to die and didn't think he could get away from them. The frowning coachman thought they were taking a long time to deal with the obstacle. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into the fray himself. Daos raised his head and saw the new opponent and realized that he was dangerous. He had to get ahead of him. Suddenly, the coachman turned to look at the sound, and Daos was stunned and opened his mouth. The carriage had been robbed, and Young Se ran like lightning into the forest with Sun. The frightened horses scattered in different directions. When Young Se landed, the coachman asked who he was, and Young Se said he meant them no harm but would warn them. Turning around, he told them not to get hurt if they wanted to live and spit out blood from his mouth. The bandits pointed their swords at the monk and asked if he understood. Watching the battle from the forest, Yang Seo pondered over what to do. These warriors from the Evil Spirit Squad are all high-level masters. If Young Se fought them on the monk's side, they could defeat them. But the carriage is driven by the commander of the Evil Spirit Squad, and in the carriage there is a bloodthirsty demon, Ghost Yin. The latter Young Se can't be defeated with his current strength. With his head in his hands, Young Se thought that it had cost him so much effort to regain his life, and he didn't want to die like a dog now. Pressing his lips together, Young Se thought that it was his fault, and he shouldn't have agreed to go out with Soon that day. But it was much simpler than that. If Young Se could save Dugu soon, his father would finally trust him. Jumping down the hill like a panther, Young Se rushed towards the carriage. Standing beside it, he decided that as soon as he grabbed Soon, he should run away. Pulling out his sword and looking out from behind the carriage, Young Se decided to look inside and suddenly attack the bloodthirsty demon ghost Yin. Something happened and there was an explosion. One of the walls of the carriage shattered into splinters. As Young Se flew backwards, he realized that the demon Yin had sensed him. A hand appeared from the carriage and tried to grab him. Then Young Se used art magic against him. A battle ensued between them. When the dust cleared, Young Se saw Yin in front of him, holding Sun under his arm. It was dangerous. Looking closely at the boy, Young Se realized that he was alive. That was understandable. The elder needed him alive to deliver Hui Su Ak. Pushing himself off the ledge, Young Se rushed forward, thinking he had to protect Dugu soon. Young Se attacked his opponent and he let go of the boy out of surprise. At that moment, Young Se grabbed the boy and ran away. The bandits looked back at him. Young Se warned them not to get into trouble if they wanted to live. The general frowned at him and said it was impossible. Young Se replied that he had shown them the path to life and they had asked for it. Yin ordered to catch the little brat now and bring him to him alive. Grimacing, he thought about the fact that his opponent did not deserve to die quickly, and he would personally torture him. The general answered as ordered, and the next moment he was gone. Taking a sword in each hand, he rushed towards Young Se with great speed. He tried to strike, but Young Se leaned back and dodged the attack. In response, Young Se swung his sword at him. He realized he was losing his balance. The enemy didn't hesitate and approached him just at that moment. He tried to strike again, but Young Se twisted his arm and deflected the attack. However, the opponent was stronger and the blow threw Young Seo aside. Looking at him, the general realized that his skills were too good. As he flew upwards, Young Se decided to use 12 consecutive strikes. One of the strikes was called the Fluttering Moon. The opponent standing near the monk scattered. Young Se landed on the spot where they were standing. He gave Suna to the master. Young Seo told him to take the boy and run away from here quickly, and he would hold them off. Mana questioned, but Young Seo explained that even together they could not defeat them, and told him to hurry because he had to save the child and call for help. As he left, Dao said that he would bring the clan warriors and Young Se should hold out. Elder Yin shouted to his allies to catch up with Mana and he would take care of the little brat. The three of them rushed off in pursuit and Young Se and Yin were left alone. Young Se thought he had sent the child away and now it was his turn to fight. He said that the demon would regret it. Young Se added that Yin was so blinded by his need for the valuable ransom that he didn't even realize he had stolen the child from the tiger. Laughing, Yin said he's bluffing because he's afraid of him and called him a puppy. Looking at him, Young Se thought that both in his previous life and now, this fool still didn't realize that he had incurred his wrath by his actions. Yin's eyes turned red and he angrily asked the kid laughing at him. Shouting that Young Se was a cheeky monkey, Yin lunged at him. But at that moment, Young Se jumped up and avoided being hit. But Yin grabbed his leg and threw him aside. Young Seo landed on all fours. Again, Yin got close to him and struck, but Young Seo slipped away this time. Yin turned around and grabbed Young Seo's face. Then he asked Yeon Seo talking so much with his tongue and now he's trying to run away. Looking at his opponent, Young Seo thought that trying to defeat the bloodthirsty demon ghost Yin would be like getting killed. However, Young Seo has experience fighting his son and apprentice Hua Yu Sung. He's much stronger, but the basis of martial arts is the same. Raising his leg and hitting him from the elbow, Young Seo thought he knew all his techniques. At the same time, Yin doesn't know him and Young Seo is unpredictable to him. Even though Demon Yin is hard to defeat, he can win time for himself. But while Young Seo was saving Dugu Soon, he was injured and he doesn't know how long he'll last. Young Seo swung 3 consecutive strikes, one of which is the full moon. The full moon will blind the opponent, but it's just a feint. The real blow will come next. Clutching his sword, Young Seo struck with the destruction moon. Immediately turning around to look at his opponent, Young Seo wondered if it had worked or not. Yin turned around. There was a small wound on his cheek. He asked how a brat who could barely walk could scratch him. Demon Yin's body lit up and he added that he thought about taking Young Seo alive, but he didn't have time. Spreading his arms, Yin used a powerful spell. However, Young Seo pounced on him and knocked him down. Swinging his fist, Yin threw the boy away. Young Seo thought that his opponent was very fast. Young Seo's back hit the carriage and he coughed up blood. He thought that he had barely had time to block, and a little more of his opponent's punch would have turned his insides into mush. Looking at Young Seo, Yin rubbed his fists and said that he was still alive after the real blow, and it looked like he wasn't a simple talker. In response, Young Seo said that the gods had gifted him with not only intelligence but also vitality, but he was afraid that mana would run far away. Smiling, Demon Yin asked Yeon Seo if he thought he was afraid. Then Young Seo asked if the monk would run away and try to tell the clan guards. But Yin replied that the monk wouldn't run away because his men are just where he ran to. The monk stood in the middle of the forest surrounded by a dozen brigands. Under his arm, he held the boy. Hearing this, Young Seo remembered that there were 24 people in the evil spirit squad. But the fact that they would be stationed exactly where the monk would run had not been foreseen by Young Seo. Now it was clear why Yin was calm. Now Young Seo couldn't worry about the others because he would have to fight the blood demon ghost, and the evil spirit squad leader is standing aside because he's ordered to, but he can intervene at any time. In the meantime, Young Seo was wondering if he had made a mistake and should not have rescued the boy because he knew it would be dangerous. But things turned out so that he can't help but regret it. Watching Young Seo barely getting up, Yin wondered if he still had any strength left. As Young Seo stood up, he thought that there was nothing he could do about it. If you're always afraid of death, you shouldn't even go to Murim. Danger also often opens up unexpected opportunities. Demon Yin smiled and said it was better that way, and Young Seo thought he should hold on a little longer. Until he came to help. Then Young Seo jumped on the demon. After running away from the enemies, Dao stood in the middle of the forest and breathed heavily. He knew that there were too many enemies to run away from. He pressed himself against a tree and turned his head. At that moment, the bandit slashed the trunk of the tree with his sword, and Daos ducked and avoided the blow. Turning to Daos, the bandit told him to surrender. His allies smiled behind him. They knew the monk was trying to stall until his friends got here. Raising his sword, the madman asked the monk if he really thought they didn't realize it. Clenching his teeth, Daos thought he had to think of something. Then he said that he had a proposition for the bandits. He asked if they could move somewhere so that the child would not be hurt, because they needed him alive too. But the opponents replied that the monk didn't take them for fools. All at once, they rushed to attack the monk, shouting that he would not be able to deceive them. Looking at his enemies, Daos blushed and thought that this was his end. He chased after them to catch the demon-possessed man, but he failed to do so as well. He didn't protect the child either. Closing his eyes, Daos thought he was guilty of failing to protect this innocent soul, and now he was going to die. And then he opened his eye. With one eye, he saw a warrior in front of him who was dealing with criminals, but he didn't realize who it was. The man in front of him said he barely made it in time to avoid grief. He didn't know why the demons were rampaging here and not in Xinjiang. He then turned to the demons. The man said that none of the unclean things from this forest would come out alive. The monk behind him wanted to say something, but Dugu Jin told him to wait until he was done with the criminal. Then Dugu Jin lunged at one of them with his fists. The assassin he flew past wondered how. The monk saw Dugu's speed and strength. His movements are so fast he can't keep up. As Dugu Jin struck one blow after another, the monk thought that this wasn't a battle, it was just a hunt. The bandits have decided they need to take the life of their new enemy. But each blow was devastating to their enemies. One by one, their bodies fell to the ground. When 24 demons were defeated in a few seconds, Dugu Jin bent over them. The Taoist didn't realize that there were such masters in Sichuan. The battle was over and he asked the master who he was. Without turning around, Dugu Jin said that he was the boy's father. Dugu Jin left and said that later he would definitely come to Qingchengshan in person to express his gratitude to the monastic order. And Dao asked if he trusted him with his son. Dugu Jin said that he would like to go with him, but he has to save his disciple. Meanwhile, the battle between Young Seo and the demon was still going on. Young Seo had already received several blows. Sometimes when the demon was throwing punches at him, Yeon Seo was able to dodge them. Again, Young Seo decided to use the Moon Shadow Sword Stage 12. This attack was called Moon Dance. But Yin shouted Young Seo thought his stupid illusions would work on him. The first stage went, the moon string. Young Seo got closer and swung his sword. Yin leaned back. Young Seo made a feint using illusion magic to distract him, at least for a second to block his attacks. But in the next instant, Young Seo's sword cracked and he flew backwards. Young Seo braked and thought he would make a good strike, but it was not to be. Yin appeared from the side and said that Young Seo was provoking him without any skills. Yin punched the ground, but Young Seo jumped up and avoided the blow. But Yin was skillful enough in his skill, so he immediately threw an elbow strike. Young Seo's back hit the rock, kicking up a puff of dust. Looking down, Young Se cursed the old man because he was as fat as a hog and yet so fast. Bloodthirsty demon ghost Yin is a great master who has perfected all aspects of chi energy stamina, physical strength, and even combat experience. Young Seo must avoid direct confrontation with him until Doug Woo Jin finds him. Swinging his fist, Yin said that Young Seo was clinging to life with all his strength. At that moment, Yin thought that his opponent's life would end now anyway. Deciding to strike one last blow, Yin lunged at Young Se, but he managed to jump back. Looking back at him, Yin asked how he had dodged in such a state. Trying to slap him, Yin yelled that Young Seo was a lousy asshole. Young Se continued to elude him. Raising his fists, Yin shouted how much longer Young Seo would continue to run away from him. Watching Young Seo jump back again, Yin asked him to stop thrashing around and attack better like he had done before. Yin's pride is hurt. He can't handle a child and embarrass himself in front of a subordinate. Young Seo's sword is broken, so Young Seo can only dodge his blows with a set of Asura-inspired Thousand Palms moves. But that requires a huge amount of ki energy which Young Seo doesn't have right now. Young Se doesn't have any effective techniques against the Yin demon right now, so instead of blocking the blows, it's better to dodge. Extending his palms, Yin applied the skill and copies of his hands arced towards Young Seo. When needed, the demon's attacks are very spectacular. Again, he struck the ground and cracks went from his center. But if he doesn't hit Young Se, he'll only waste his strength. The most important thing for Young Se is not to get hit by any of the strong blows. The commander saw that even though he was exhausted, he didn't miss a single strong attack. A child who is not even 20 years old is fighting so desperately against an invisible demon cave elder. At the same time, the elder lost all his composure. He was screaming with rage. It was his duty as the commander of the evil spirit squad to stop the elder when he lost his temper. Despite his orders, the commander decided to intervene. He rushed past with great speed, injuring Young Se in the side. Blood gushed from the wound. Turning to Ilho, Yin shouted that he ordered him not to interfere. Frowning, Ilho told the elder that they needed to clean up the old shelters. They were wasting time. The elder asked how much time had passed. Ilho replied to make the elder remember the Qingchengshan monastic order. When the mental link with that monk is cut off, they will immediately go searching for him. Turning away, Yin said that he would tear that bastard apart and Ilho should watch. Yin also said that Ilho would be punished for disobedience when he was done with the boy. Suddenly, Ilho looked up. Something hit Ilho's back from the sky. The elder turned around. Seeing the new opponent, Ilho asked who he was. Dugu Jin struck at Ilho and stood on his back. Behind the elder, Young Seo said that the teacher was late. Yin turned around to look at him. Dugu Jin, who had lightning shooting out of his eyes, and said to Young Seo not to obfuscate. Turning to the student, Dugu Jin told him that it was good that he held out. Covering one eye, Young Se replied that he wouldn't say that because he had one foot in the grave. He asked him to deal with the demons sooner rather than later. Looking at the stranger, Yin wondered who this person was. He couldn't move. Sweat dripped from his chin. He who had comprehended such heights of realization couldn't move out of fear. But how is it possible? He didn't realize what was around him. Could it be the embodied power of chi energy controlled by will? Turning to him, Dugu Jin said that he must be the leader of this gang of demoniacs. The supreme master he is helpless against is not one of the 10 heavenly emperors. If such a giant lives in Sichuan, it must be the lord of poisons. But Ying felt that a poison lord was not capable of throwing white lightning. Looking at his enemy, Dugu Jin asked what was the purpose of kidnapping his son. Standing up, Yin shouted that he didn't even know who he was. Yang Seo reminded him that he had warned the demon about this. Remembering his words, the elder thought he was bluffing then. Pointing his finger at Dugu Jin, Yan shouted that if he wanted his son to stay alive, he better not do anything deliberate. In response, Dugu said that if he hoped for those rascals who were chasing the monk, but they were already dead. Again, he asked why they had kidnapped Suna. Young Seo intervened and said that he already knew everything, and he didn't have to waste time on him. Dugu replied that he didn't need him alive anymore. Young Sai said that if he could break his arms and legs and bring him to Qingchengshan Monastery, it would be a very nice tribute to the order. Crushing Ilho Dugu Jin underneath him, he said that he thought so too. The elder trembled and a thought flashed through his mind that he must escape. He must survive to find them later and tear them to shreds. But he couldn't do anything or even move, and then what should he do? Turning towards young Seo, the elder smiled and rushed towards him. Holding out his hand, the elder thought, what if he took this lad hostage? Waving his head, young Seo said, turning his back to the Supreme Master. As the elder rushed to run away, Dugujin grabbed his head. Getting up, Young Se said that the elder had become senile in his mind. When it was over, Young Se woke up in the hospital room. Looking around, Young Se didn't know where he was and assumed it was a hospital. Young Se's condition is terrible. Thanks to the last incident, he realized that he could change the course of events with his actions. In his past life, 2 years ago, Wujin Dugu joined the Murma Warrior Alliance, and then he lost his son. The kidnapping and massacre of Dugusun must have happened later. It's possible that Young Zai took Dugusun for a walk and was seen by one of the demonic sectarians. He shouldn't be so confident that he knows the past. Things could go very wrong. Moon Hai entered the room and saw that young Seo was awake. Turning to her, young Seo said hello. Tears came to Moon Hai's eyes. She said that he was so badly hurt and began to thank him. Looking at her, Young Se said he didn't need to thank her. He just did what he had to do. Footsteps sounded and another man entered the room and asked if he was awake yet. When Young-se saw him, he immediately sat up. It was Dugu-jin who addressed him. After listening to the teacher, Young-se asked him if he had been unconscious for 10 days. Dugu-jin replied that he was. Young-se then asked where he was. The teacher explained that the Sichuan Tong clan's hospital. Young-se asked if he had the same one that belonged to the 5 great houses. Sichuan Tang clan. This clan has given the world many great healers, and it is also known for its poison experts. In response, Young-se said that he had heard about the Tang clan and that their healers were very expensive. Dugu-jin asked him not to worry about money. After thanking Dugu-jin, Young-seo asked how his son was. The teacher replied that he was fine. Dugu-jin said that he was not injured or traumatized, or even hurt from pressing the acupuncture points. Smiling, Young-se said he was happy about that. Dugu-jin thanked him and said he owed him a debt of gratitude. With a wave of his hand, Young-se laughed that he owed him a debt of gratitude. Dugu-jin said he could ask for anything he wanted, besides martial arts training. But that's what Young-se asked for. Dugu-jin shrieked that he heard him. Turning away, Young-se replied that he wanted nothing in life as much as learning this martial art. Looking down at the floor, Dugu-jin said that he had already said that Young-seo couldn't learn it. Then Young-se asked him to at least tell him why he couldn't, so that he could at least know why he should give up. Dugu-jin grabbed his head and groaned. Then he raised his finger and said that he would explain to him so that Young-se would know why it was so dangerous. After saying that, Dugu-jin put a barrier around them so they couldn't be heard, and Dugu-jin began to explain. The teacher said that this art could only be mastered by people with impenetrable blood vessels. Young-seo clarified that Dugu was talking about a congenital curse of the body, where a person doesn't live to be 20 years old. This disease is very rare. Looking at the floor, Dugu-jin replied that it is. Obstructed vessel disease is when a person's blood vessels are too narrow. Because of this, a person with impenetrable blood vessels, if they don't learn the techniques of energy building, can't survive because the stagnation of chi energy that builds up over time is devastatingly dangerous. Looking at Dugu-jin, Young-seo asked what this disease had to do with the Heavenly Lightning School. Applying magic, Dugu-jin replied that the white lightning body art makes chi energy powerful and heavy. Thus, if a person with an ordinary body learns the white lightning body technique, he touched the tree and it burst so that Young-seo even covered his face with his hand. He said that the person's blood vessels wouldn't be able to withstand the stress and would burst. It would be fatal. At the same time, people with the disease of impassable vessels can freely endure the circulation of powerful chi. Young-se didn't think that was the case. Dugu-jin also said that he was naturally born with obstructed blood vessels too. The power of the white lightning chi energy widened them and made them circulate freely. That was why a school's knowledge holder couldn't name more than 2 successors, because it was very difficult to find a disciple with such a disease. Then Young-se asked why Dugu-jin said he didn't care if the knowledge of the school was buried with him. Dugu-jin replied that there was a way for an ordinary person to learn the Heavenly Lightning School. Hearing this, Young-seo even jumped up and asked if it was true. The teacher replied that it was. According to him, in order to do so, the master must control his students' chi circulation and gradually build up the energy potential. Step by step, the body's resistance to energy of great magnitude could be built up, and Young-seo clarified that he would need to control it. Dugu-jin said that it would be very difficult for his body. Of course, Young-se wondered how Dugu-jin knew all this since he hadn't even started teaching him yet. And then he said that the teacher's words didn't convince him to give up. There was a time when Dugu-jin was desperate to find children with the disease and decided to accept orphans as disciples. But his teachings had ruined their innocent souls. Dugu-jin could not continue to sacrifice children's lives, only for the sake of passing on the Heavenly Lightning School to the next generation. Therefore, Dugu-jin traveled across the Central Plains to find a disciple among the sick. And naturally, it was almost impossible. Again, Dugu-jin turned to teaching orphans despite the possible sacrifices. He wanted so much for at least one of them to survive and become the heir to the Heavenly Lightning School. But time and time again, they died. And Dugu was disgusted with himself for being blinded by ambition. He forgot how this teaching always ends for the children. So even if the knowledge went with Dugu-jin, he wouldn't regret it. He thought it was better than causing innocent victims again. Dugu-jin went on to say that even if he had a student who survived, he would have to do what he did in the future. To pass on the knowledge to the next generation, and Dugu-jin decided to end this cycle of suffering, would be the right thing to do. Entering Mirim, a man should already accept his doom. But dying in battle and taking the lives of innocent people are not the same thing. Looking at him, Young-se thought that he had no idea what kind of stone Dugu-jin was carrying in his heart. After a while, standing on the training ground, Young-se listened to Dugu-jin shouting if he was even listening. He shouted that it was not too late to refuse and that it was better to let Young-se ask for what he wanted, but not to ask him to teach him the art of white lightning body. Young-se turned around and told Dugu-jin not to be afraid because he wouldn't be angry with him, even if he died. Frowning, Dugu asked Young-seo, but he realized that even with his support and help, it was almost impossible. Turning to him, Young-se asked why his teacher was so worried about his death. Dugu replied that talent doesn't help in learning this art. In his past life, Young-se had learned the Heavenly Demon Creation Chi Energy Empowerment Technique, the most powerful in all of Mirima. In response to Dugu-jin, Young-seo said that if he was worried about it, then Master could care less because he had a lot of experience. And so Young-seo said for teacher to start because he is the solution to all his problems. Turning around and sitting in the lotus pose, Young-seo said he was ready. The white lightning body art could destroy a person if they made even the slightest mistake while performing the energy breathing technique. Looking at his disciple, Dugujin thought that if it was his fault, something would happen to him. It seemed that this sin Dugujin would never be able to wash away. Yet, Youngsei has a special physical ability. If he could learn the white lightning body art. Looking at the box in Dugujin's hand, Dugujin thought he was trying to discourage him, but he didn't refuse after everything he learned. No matter what, Dugujin still had the hope of passing on his knowledge through inheritance. Crouching behind his apprentice, Dugujin raised a finger and thought that he was praying that nothing would happen to him. Placing his palm on his disciple's back, the teacher told him that the white lightning body art strengthens the body and vessels. If Youngsei could endure it, there would come a time when his body's regeneration would strengthen and heal any possible injuries. When Youngsei looked at his teacher, he thought that he wanted to reach his level and understood what he would have to go through. Dugujin warned him that he would begin to transfer his chi energy into his vessels, and Youngseo should carefully watch the energy circulation. Gradually, Dugujin will increase the amount of chi he transfers into Youngseo's vessels, and he will feel the heaviness of the energy. If Youngsei's vessels can't take it, they will burst. Dugujin said that if that happens, but Youngseo asked the teacher not to worry. Hearing Dugujin's encouragement, he opened his eyes. Turning around, Youngsei asked him not to be afraid. He was sure that what was scaring him wouldn't happen again. Turning around, Youngsei waved his hand and told him to start, because if they delayed, days would pass. When the teacher started, Youngsei felt that his energy was not as coarse as the demonic chi from the heavenly demon's Sisidation, but just as powerful and heavy. The teacher asked Youngseo to concentrate. At first, Youngseo closed his eyes and opened them as if he was in a different space. When Youngsei turned around, he saw a large ball emitting current and realized that this was the teacher's energy. Dugujin explained to him that he had immersed Youngsei's aura into his own. Then he began to transfer the energy. Youngsei rushed forward through this space. He realized that he was going to follow his teacher's actions, but it's hard for him to follow because of the pressure from the power of the energy. If Youngsei's attention was diverted from the teacher's chi movement for even a second, he would be distracted, and his chi would immediately be thrown into chaos. In his past life, Youngsei had reached the level of a supreme master. Now Youngsei thought that this was something he could do. Clenching his teeth, Youngsei slowly increased the amount of chi. Behind him, a teacher's hollow appeared and shouted for Youngsei to concentrate. Only a slight increase in energy and Youngsei's veins are ready to burst. He can't withstand this pressure, chi is too powerful. Youngsei's eyes went wide. The pressure was building up and he thought he was going to pass out. Youngsei tried his best to concentrate. At this point, Dugujin thought he was in a hurry. His disciple was concentrating so well at first, but if he stopped now, his chi would get out of control. Dugujin started shouting for Youngseo not to get lost and to be patient a little longer. He warned his disciple that just a little more and the first phase would be over. When it was over, Dugujin covered his face with his hand and wondered if he had succeeded. Seeing Youngseo's blood, Dugu realized that he had failed. His chi was out of control. Pressing his lip, Dugujin thought that it was his fault and he didn't need to hurry. Looking at his disciple, he asked him to wake up. Youngseo sat with his head down. When he got up to pick him up, something started to happen around him. Then Youngseo leaned on his knee and started to stand up. Lightning bolts sparked across his body. Raising his head, he howled. Such a state shocked Dugujin. Opening his eyes and turning around, Youngseo asked what was wrong with the teacher and said that he was almost deafened by his screams. Breathing out, Dugujin lowered his head and thanked the Buddha. He then said that if something happened to him, he wouldn't be able to live through it. He felt the same way when Sun was kidnapped. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to protect him. However, Youngseo asked his teacher not to say that again. Hearing this, Dugujin opened his eyes. Leaning over to him, Youngseo said that he had succeeded and could rejoice. Youngseo also said that he hoped to learn from Dugujin's lessons. The teacher was silent in response. When they were about to leave, Youngseo said he had something he wanted to ask him. Dugujin asked what? Putting his hand on his stomach, Youngseo said that the chi in his body was not evenly distributed, as if it was split into two halves. Youngseo's mind and energy are at odds. He asked if it was normal. The teacher replied that it was, and he had to get used to the fact that the voids would be filled. And Youngseo decided that in that case he should devote more time to this chi energy building technique. Dugu replied that it alone was not enough. Raising his hand, Dugujin reminded him that he had already spoken. White lightning body is not an art of building up the quantity of chi, but the quality of chi. That's why it produces results much slower than other techniques. Showing two fingers, Dugujin said that after the initiation stage, the results would increase dramatically. A body skilled in this technique would attract energy from the world around it. In response, Youngseo asked how much he needed to increase his potential for this to happen. Dugujin told him that he would need to grow to a 6 decimal cycle. Imagining himself as an old man going through a full cycle, Youngseo thought it was impossible. Dugujin approached him and told him that at this stage, Youngseo would be the strongest among the 5 great clans and 9 great sects. Youngseo also clarified how Dugujin himself had reached this level. Tossing the box to his disciple, Dugujin told him to take it. After catching it, Youngseo asked what it was. Opening it, Youngseo saw a small ball. He knew it was an elixir and looked up at his teacher and asked if he was joking. Smiling, he said that Shaolin's secret elixirs were selling like seeds nowadays. Dugujin replied that when he was young, the great master Yongwon had given it to him. Youngseo had heard of this Yongwon. The Shaolin master himself? The Buddha who ascended to the throne of Yizhong. Looking at the potion, Youngsei thought it was a small circle potion given by Master Youngwoon himself. It gave an increase in qi energy equal to half of a 6-decimal circle. Looking at Dugu Jin, Youngseo thought about who he was in his youth. Not understanding his disciple's reaction, Dugu Jin clarified he didn't like it and let him give it back to him then. Youngsei elbowed his teacher and asked him why he was so impatient. Folding his arms, Youngsei said that he would never forget this favor. Seeing his disciple Dugu Jin's smile, he told him that he was a prick. They moved towards the exit and Dugu Jin said that he helped him start learning the White Lightning body art. Dugu Jin was still not giving up on his idea of closing down the Heavenly Lightning martial arts school for good. Clenching his fist, Youngseo told his teacher not to worry because he only needed one thing to become stronger. He had no plans to pass on his knowledge to the next generation. Afterward, they walked into the forest. Dugu Jin asked if Youngseo was ready. He said yes. He showed him the Thunder Fist technique. Youngsei must strike with a lightning bolt. The next technique is the floating cloud. It helps you move without making a sound or leaving a trail. Walking through the foliage, Ding called out to Youngsei to follow him. The disciple took a step forward. A little more time passed. It was already nightfall. Dugu Jin stood over Youngseo, lying on the ground. Breathing heavily, Youngsei thought that it was still just the basics, but it couldn't be ignored. Thunder Fist would replace Youngseo's basic technique of the Dark Arts Thousand Palm spiritualized Asura. The floating cloud technique is very similar to the Ghost Steps technique, and Youngsei said that he would improve the old technique with the new one. So Dugu Jin said that they were done for the day and they should go home. Hearing that, Youngsei immediately rose to his feet with a jump. He asked his teacher what's for dinner tonight. Dugu said he didn't know, but Youngsei said that Madam always cooks good food. When Youngseo noticed that the teacher was leaving, he shouted for him to wait and told Dugu Jin to hurry up. Because of the changes that the White Lightning body technique brings to the body, it would be difficult for Youngsei to use qi energy before he learned the basics. For several years, he had been training his physical strength and endurance. A man walked by and placed a napkin on the table, folded in a way that was familiar to Youngsei. After 2 days in the slums of the northern part of the capital, it was written on the napkin. As Youngsei put the spoon on the table, he thought that he had not heard from them for 3 months. The secret society of the cow is finally calling Youngsei for a meeting. But what took so long? After 2 days of walking to the meeting, Youngsei thought that there might be a feud in Kakao. But it's possible that they're up to no good. A way to rape demons is a pretty strong trump card they'd like to have, but that still doesn't guarantee Youngsei's safety. He remembered his conversation with the leader. Standing at the north gate, Youngsei thought that he would hardly be able to defend himself if they attacked him, right after exorcising the demons. After encountering the bloodthirsty demon ghost Yin, Youngseo realized that his experience from his past life was not a magic wand for all occasions. For now, Youngseo couldn't use the power of qi due to his training in the White Lightning body art. Therefore, he was practically helpless at the moment. As he left, Youngsei thought that he could never be too careful. The meeting these people had set up was in a rather deserted place. Youngsei wondered what they were up to. The 3 men appeared behind him, and the one in the center asked if he was Mr. Seo Woon. Bowing their heads and folding their hands, they said that they had been assigned to escort Youngsei. When Youngsei entered the house, he saw that the door was right down the hall. The man escorting him told Youngsei to go ahead. While in the hallway, Youngsei realized that it was the sick man's room. He could smell the medicine from there. When he entered the room, he saw many warriors standing by the patient's bed, all of whom were wounded. Youngsei didn't understand why there were so many of them. It seemed like these warriors had been attacked on their way here. Youngsei then looked at the sick man. On the bed was the youngest disciple of the leader of the House Secret Society. He looked like a skeleton. He was only 15 years old, but no one would guess it from his appearance. Turning to the warriors, Youngsei said that he had come to tell about the exorcism of demons. Suddenly, a dagger was thrown into the wall behind him. Youngsei asked what they were doing. The man who threw the dagger told Youngsei not to move. He said that they were attacked on the road. In response, Youngseo said he guessed but what claim they had against him. And the man shouted that those who attacked them knew who they were. Then Youngsei asked if they thought he was the one who set the attackers on them, and the warrior replied that the only one who knew about the encounter was Youngsei. Raising his hand, Youngsei said that they thought so, but he didn't know when they would come out and which way they would go. But the warrior replied that they couldn't trust him because he knew too much about their society. Then Youngsei said that despite this, they had decided to invite him to the meeting. In response, they told him that they weren't stupid. In their opinion, Youngsei is claiming that the book that came to the disciple was written by a heavenly demon. In that case, they concluded that Youngsei was also connected to the sect and was close to the sect's leader. Youngsei frowned, thinking that it was all a setup so that it was impossible not to suspect him. The culprit behind the demonic possession of a disciple of the House Society was the heavenly demon. He must have used such a trick to make sure his efforts were not wasted. The secret society of Kahao rarely shares its secrets. In this case, it means that there's a traitor among the Kahao society. No one suspects that the demonic sect's spy has infiltrated the Kao secret society. He was the one who built it so that the heavenly demon's cursed book would fall into the right hands. Taking up his sword, the warrior said that if Youngseo is silent, then he is right. Young-se said he swears he's not a member of the demon sect. Raising his sword, the warrior said that Young-seo can't prove anything with words. Raising his hand, Young-se suggested that we talk after he disappeared the disciple because his condition was very dangerous. But in response, the warrior said that he couldn't entrust the life of a fellow student to an enemy and would take Young-se hostage and make a deal with a heavenly demon. With his head in his hands, Young-se said that he agreed to save the student's life in exchange for information. Afterward, Young-se said they should shove their accusations to the back of their minds and let him go, because he's not going to stand for this nonsense. They drew their weapons and told him to try to approach the lady. The warrior added that he had already seen what Young-se was capable of in battle. Suddenly, Young-seo said that he didn't want this and ordered him out. The ceiling behind his back collapsed. The opponents saw that it was an aerial technique. Dugujin landed next to Young-seo, but he was unknown to the warriors. But they realized that they were facing a supreme master. Dugujin asked what to do with them. Turning around, Young-se replied that he was their customer, and he didn't want any sacrifices, so Dugujin could just immobilize them. Looking at the sick man, Young-seo said that he needed this girl and she shouldn't get hurt during the fight. All the warriors rushed into the fight. Their leader shouted to protect the young student. Dugujin, on the other hand, only raised one finger. With the force of the wind, he pressed it on the acupuncture points and paralyzed their bodies. The one who ran towards them first coughed and fell to the floor, and the opponents decided that they should all pile on together. But Dugujin was faster. Dugujin rushed past them with great speed and struck them all. Young-se, who was watching the teacher, saw that he was lightning fast. When he approached the last warrior, he said he couldn't move. Young-se smiled and said that Dugujin had done it in a flash, so his teacher was the best. The warrior shouted. Young-se thought he could get away with it because if the leader of the society found out, he would send the assassins after him. Young-se replied that they were only paralyzed so that he could fulfill his part of the bargain. Young-se went to the nightstand and saw a book on it, one of the martial arts books written by a heavenly demon. The Great Arts of Divine Unity. These books were the reason why outstanding Buddhist warriors of Muram were possessed by demons. Taking the book and opening it, Young-seo made sure that he remembered this book well from his past life. Taking a seat next to his student, Young-se decided to begin. He took the girl's hand and made sure that her veins had not yet succumbed to decomposition. Though it's dangerous to forcibly bring a patient to consciousness in this situation, there's no other way to communicate with her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and clenched her teeth. Obsession cannot be overcome without the patient's willingness. Young-se stood up and lifted Madam. She sat up and Young-seo asked if she could hear him. She was silent but opened her eyes. Noticing this, Young-seo prejudged that they had very little time, and he asked her to listen carefully. He told her to move her chi energy along the path he would show her. Putting his hand on her back, Young-seo said that she should not give up. Immediately, Young-seo felt her chi energy center shrink to a pitiful size, and her chakras narrowed and full of murky energy. Frowning, Young-se thought that if anything happened during the ritual, he would be branded an agent of the demonic sect for the rest of his life. Dugujin came up to him and asked if he could help him. Young-se said it's hard to explain, but he's the only one who can do it. It doesn't require any effort on his part, so Young-seo asked Dugujin not to worry. This disciple was possessed because she was practicing an inverted technique to increase the potential of chi energy. The demonic sect leader had written his martial arts manual so that the poisonous meaning of the false practices would be hidden between the lines. Applying the practice of increasing the potential of chi from this book leads to the accumulation of poisonous energy in the body and aura, and the student does not realize it. The method of expulsion is simple. Show the possessed person the correct way to create chi energy that only the heavenly demon and his disciples know. Finally, she was able to overcome the possession. This lady has incredible willpower. It was over and Dugujin told Young-seo that it was a good result. Young-se thanked his teacher for removing all the obstacles in his way. After smelling the smell, Young-se looked at the lady and realized that her body was emitting a horrible stench. It's the poison coming out. The girl needs to be washed so that the poison won't be reabsorbed into her body. When Young-se started to do the ablutions, Dugujin turned away embarrassed by the body. Just in case, he clarified to Young-se to wash her from the poison. Hearing that, the warrior shouted what he was doing to their mistress. Young-se said that this was not the time to make such remarks. He also said that if he didn't cleanse her body, the energy cleansing would only have half the effect. While Young-se was washing Madam, he noticed that she had a mole on her collarbone. She also had a scar on her side. After a while, Young-se exhaled and said he was done. As he left, Young-se said that possession couldn't be cured in one go, so they would have to bring her back to the place in time he had specified. The warrior said he had a question and asked how Young-seo was related to the leader of the demonic sect. Young-seo turned around and said that he could only say that he was not a member of the demonic sect. Young-seo clarified that he wanted to know how he knew how to rape demons, and reminded him that they at Keicho knew more about the sects than anyone else. Raising his hand, Young-se said that they should not try to ask him for such a valuable commodity for nothing. Young-seo also said that when they saw the leader of the cow, they should tell him that they owed him for the incident today. When Young-se left the house, he thanked Dugujin again, saying that if it wasn't for him, he would have gotten into trouble. Dugujin replied that he didn't need to thank him. Young-se called him for help in this situation, but should he explain himself? But what if he too suspects that Young-se is an agent of a demonic sect? What if he thinks that his son's kidnapping and rescue was not an accident but a skillful act? Suddenly, Dugujin asked what Young-seo was afraid of. At that moment, Young-se was distracted from his thoughts. Turning away, Young-se replied that he was actually surprised that Dugujin didn't ask him. Dugu clarified what it was about. In response, Young-seo said that it was about what he had to do with the leader of the demonic sect. Teacher abruptly turned to him and asked if Young-seo was an adept of the demonic sect, and Young-se replied, "Of course not." Then Dugujin asked if Young-seo had tried to gain his trust by deception, and Young-seo asked if he could think he would do that, and Dugujin asked, what was the matter then? He said he believes Young-seo woon. He believes what he saw, heard, and felt. Dugujin turned away and told Young-seo to stop looking at him with round eyes, and they should go because he was hungry. Following him, Young-se thought that he had never met people like his teacher before, and maybe he could tell him about his return. Maybe he should tell Dugujin everything as it was. No secrets, no hiding the details. At that moment, Young-se decided that one day he would tell him everything about his past from when he was born, and his plans for the future. Time passed. After another training session, Dugujin said that was the end of it. He said that he had already taught Young-seo the basics of the white lightning body art, so Young-seo could build up his potential on his own. When Young-seo heard this, he got excited and took out a box from behind his back and said that the day he had been waiting for 2 years had come. When Dugujin closed his eyes, he clarified that Young-seo wanted to take the elixir now, and added that he needed to fully absorb the energy contained in the elixir. He said that Young-se should concentrate carefully and then eat. However, Young-se didn't access and had already consumed the elixir. When the teacher saw this, he asked if Young-se could feel it. This small circle essence gives such amazing energy. The teacher told Young-se to take his time. In his past life, Young-se took many elixirs. It's easy as long as it doesn't get in the way. He knew he was safe now under the teacher's protection, so he was calm. Young-se decided that he wouldn't shed a drop of this energy. His heart was filled with chi. Feeling this, Young-se thought it was a consequence of practicing the white lightning body art. His veins had withstood the powerful surge of energy from the small circle elixir. But if that was the case, thinking about it, Young-se swallowed the lump in his throat. Noticing his disciple's condition, Dugujin thought that he wanted to roll the elixir energy from the wheel of great bliss to the wheel of preserving bliss. Continuing with his plan, Young-seo felt the chi energy pouring over the edge. Rising up, Young-seo stood up with his fist clenched and palm extended forward. This attack was called Thunder Fist. Young-seo hit the wall next to the teacher. Dugujin turned around and saw a huge hole in the wall and said that it was quite impressive. Now, the use of powerful training techniques would not threaten Young-se with damage to his internal organs. Folding his arms, Young-se thanked his teacher for guarding him. Smiling, Dugujin replied that when Young-seo finished absorbing the elixir energy, he would visit the Tang clan. In response, Young-se asked why, but Dugujin raised his hand and said he would explain later. Frowning, Young-se was slightly nervous with anticipation. They left the hall already at night. Half of a 6-decimal circle, so much Young-seo's energy needs to be absorbed. Walking down the street, Young-seo felt someone following him and wondered how he could have not noticed it. Taking up his weapon, Young-seo realized that this person was so skilled at stealth that he wouldn't have even noticed him if it wasn't for the recent increase in ki. Applying one of his skills, Young-se seemed to dissolve into thin air. In the next instant, Young-seo was already at his opponent's side and put his sword to her throat. Looking at her, Young-se asked who she was. The girl replied that she was trying to approach unnoticed. She didn't think that Young-seo would smell her presence so easily. Young-seo said that if she didn't introduce herself now, he would think she had bad intentions. The girl asked Young-se if he didn't recognize her and said it was disappointing. Young-seo was surprised and said he knew her, but the girl said she had already told him to address her informally. Lowering the mask from her face, she added that she thought she was close to him. She recalled that Young-seo had even seen her naked. Looking at her, Young-seo thought that couldn't be true. Noticing the mole on the girl's shoulder, Young-se realized who it was, and the girl said hello to him. Putting his sword away, Young-se said he was pleased to see her in good health and asked what had brought her to him. Taking a step forward, the girl replied that it was a feeling of gratitude. She passed by and waved her handkerchief, saying that if it wasn't for him, she would have died, and the cow society would have suffered a lot too. Then Young-se clarified that it was a feeling of gratitude and added that it was a feeling that had been maturing in her for a long time. She hadn't heard from her in a whole year. Folding her hands, she bowed and apologized, explaining that it was because of her long journey to recovery. Young-se turned to her and said that the secret society of the cow had hardly sent her to him just to say thank you. And the girl replied that she had brought him a good offer, and then added that she promised him that he wouldn't regret his time. But Young-se told her to keep it short. Turning away, the girl said that they must have left a bad impression. She said that the cow no longer trusted her and that they were hiding from her and only contacted her when they needed her. Young-se frowned and asked why he should trust her. The girl said that if he was worried about that incident 2 years ago, she had apologized already. She said she couldn't text him because she had a reason, and Young-seo said that she had many ways to contact him, and not just through letters. She reminded him that the Kahao Society had agents everywhere and they had made attempts to contact Young-seo. Then Young-seo asked what she was talking about. She told him that his teacher was blocking them, and she sent people to him to thank him. But Jin wouldn't let anyone near young Seo. The girl said that he told them that this was a very important period of learning for the student. He asked them not to try to contact young Sai until he decided to contact her. Jin only authorized the meeting yesterday. Now young Se understood everything. His teacher was protecting him from the slightest danger and worries before he could finally take the small circle elixir. Thinking about it, young Se said there was a misunderstanding. The girl said she was glad that it was cleared up. She also said that they wanted young Seo to be their friend, and suggested that they meet in 2 days in the evening at the Heavenly Bliss House. Yeon Seo agreed, and the girl said that a famous courtesan called the Maiden of Heavenly Bliss works there. She asked if Yeon Seo wanted her to attend the meeting, but Yeon Seo said he wasn't interested. Turning away, the girl said he was boring. She finally added that she would see him in 2 days and disappeared. Looking at her, Young Se realized that he couldn't even see her with his inner gaze. Despite her long illness, she has amazing abilities. Now Young Se understands why Hao appreciates his youngest student so much. As he approached the square, Young Se thought he would see what the secret society of Kiao wanted from him. He approached the House of Heavenly Bliss. Inside, people were having fun and girls were entertaining the men. Looking around, Young Se decided that the place was big enough for the Hao secret society. A girl who introduced herself as Baek Hye-woon came up to him and said she would escort him out. There were whispers that the goddess herself had come down to the first floor. Looking at her, Young Se remembered that he said he didn't need her. Baek Hye asked if he might be uncomfortable with her accompanying him. Young Seo honestly answered that he was. He explained that he didn't want to draw attention to himself, so he wanted someone else to escort him. She stepped aside and Young Se walked away thinking that she was probably doing him a favor as a thank you, but he didn't want the attention. As he walked up the stairs, Young Se thought that if his name became a household name, his teacher would have a problem. If Young Se had known this would happen, he would have worn a mask or a bamboo hat. When Young Se entered the room, he was greeted by a girl. She told him to come in and take a seat. Taking a seat at the table, Young Seo lamented that he said he didn't need all these girls. Lowering her mask, the girl said that before they started talking, they should introduce themselves to each other properly, and said that her name was Jeongga Ryung. She apologized on behalf of K.H.Ao for last time and was also very grateful. Jeongga Ryung thanked him for saving her life. In response, Young Seo only asked if they could take off their veils. Smiling, Jeongga asked in response if removing a veil after dating is not considered polite. Jeongga put her finger on her lip and said that Young Seo has seen her face so many times already. Why do you need a veil now? In response, Young Seo said that all this inappropriate, respectful speech sounds creepy. Jeongga looked away and said that she felt that way herself. By the way, Young Se asked if members of the House Society should not hide their identities from others, but the younger student did. Even then, 2 days ago, she showed her face just like that. Standing up, Yeongga said that it was true and she couldn't reveal any information to him without the leader's permission, but it was enough for trust. Winking at him, Yeongga said that she didn't just show her face because she put her heart into the makeup. And Young Seo said that the jokes are enough. Seating herself down, Yeongga called him a bore. She folded her hands and said that she did it because she got the leader's permission and he wanted to repay Young Seo. Hearing this, Young Sai asked what kind of reward he would get. Picking up the teacup, Jeongga said he was impatient. Crossing her fingers, she said that she is now his assistant. There was an awkward silence and Young Seo clarified it all, and Jeongga asked what the reaction was. She jumped up and shouted if he knew how rare it was for mere mortals to be able to afford assistance, because he could now get any information he wanted. Putting her hand on his chest, Yeongga angrily said that in addition, all information will come directly from the top of society. Looking at the table, Yeongga said that the leader had decided to treat him as a special client, even though many people were against it. She asked Young Seo to at least pretend to be happy. Odanko, he still remained silent. She then said that there would be less worries now, but why was she the one assigned as the assistant? Folding her arms again, Jeongga said that they already knew each other and the other person would have to get to know him all over again. Waving her hand, Jeongga shouted that they were already so close to each other. Young Seo said that he hadn't even touched her with few exceptions. Waving her hair, Jeongga summarized that if Young Seo wasn't comfortable with her following him, he could refuse her services at any time. She suggested talking to the leader about another reward, and Young Seo replied that he doesn't care. In fact, Young Seo has no reason to refuse, especially since the information he received from the Cow Society was very valuable. He thought he could find out what had changed since his past life and what he hadn't found out yet. In addition, he would be able to control everything. Jeongga patted him on the shoulder and shouted that it was a great choice, and Young Se didn't know if they had tied him a student as a reward. But there was also the possibility that the leader of K.H.Ao had ulterior motives, and Jeongga clarified if it would be enough to repay their debt. When Young Se replied that it would be, Jeongga extended her hand to him and said that she would be happy to serve him. After extending his hand to her in return, Young Seo said he was happy to cooperate too. He decided to use all the resources he had. It had been 20 days since Jeongga Ryung had met with the leader. Since then, Young Se hadn't heard from her. Then Young Se wondered if the leader had changed his mind. He had a hard time predicting his thoughts, so he thought it was possible. On the training ground, the guys were shouting to their sister that if she wasn't busy this weekend, they could have lunch together. Some of them even drooled at the sight of the girl and said that she was a beauty. But some were not satisfied and thought it was too much. The girl said that she was already the second best student, even though she had been here for 5 days. As Young Se listened to these conversations, he wondered where the second student had come from. When he turned around, he saw her coming this way. This student was shouting Young Seo-woon's name and waving at him. Jumping over the students, Jong-ga ran towards Young Seo's brother. He didn't understand why she came here. After listening to her story, Young Se clarified that the teacher had allowed her to be here after she said she was his assistant. He didn't believe it happened like that, but Yong-ga put her hand on her head and squeezed her eyes shut and exclaimed that it was true. Young Se also asked him not to call her brother because she wasn't officially a student here. With a wave of her hand, Jong-ga said, "Whatever you say." Turning around and holding out his hand to his sword, Young-se said she could go because he had to practice, but Young-ga asked if they should spar with an experienced fighter like her. Looking at her, Young-se realized that she was trying to find out what level his martial art was at. He hadn't met a strong enough opponent since his battle with the bloodthirsty demon Ghost Yin. Yes, and Young Seo just wanted to check how much her skills had improved, and how good the skills of a student of the leader of the House Society were. She drew her sword and said that in that case they would start, and warned Young Seo to be ready. While he was looking at her, she flew up in a flash and was already behind him. However, Young Se was not just standing there and attacked her from behind. Young Seo said that Yong-ga was quick to repel the attack and praised her. Yong-ga was trembling. She was sure that there was no one stronger than her among her peers. The next moment, Yong-ga lunged at Young Seo again, swinging her sword. However, there was a question in Yong-ga's mind why she couldn't even hit Young Seo's sword. As Young Se approached his opponent, he saw that she was already exhausted. In that case, Young Se decided that he would fight as hard as he could. Watching Jong-ga running towards him, Young Seo used the third stage Moon Shadow sword skill. This attack was called the Full Moon Attack. The opponent's blades converged in battle. Seeing what Young Seo was capable of, Jong-gae thought that it could not be at this moment her blade split. After disarming her opponent, Young Se threw her back a few meters. After slowing down, Jong-ga coughed. Looking at Young Seo, Jong-ga asked if he was the same age as her. She said that she thought she was the same age as her peers and now her pride was shattered. In response, Young Se said that vain people die first in battle. Breathing heavily, Jong-ga asked why he said such cruel things. She said Young Seo admits that he has rivals among his peers, and Young Seo simply said no. Jong-ga gasped and said of course. Then Young Seo said that he can't predict the course of this fight, but there's no way he's going to lose. Even in Young Seo's previous life, he had no equal among his peers. Young Se lived in a world where either you destroy the enemy or the enemy destroys you. Therefore, Young Se had no right to lose to other martial artists. After hearing this, Jong-ga asked if he was confident in his abilities. And she summarized if he was, then why wouldn't Young Seo take part in the Flaming Phoenix competition? Leaning over to him, Yong-ga asked him what he was thinking about. Young Seo held his chin and remained silent. After the silence, Young Se thanked her and turned away to tell her that he had practice. Raising her hands, Jong-ga shouted, "Wasn't one training session enough?" She asked where Young Seo went. A few days later, Young Se was walking through the forest going up the mountain. Looking over, Young Se said he was just going to have lunch with his teacher. Jong-ga jumped out of a bush and Young Seo asked why she was following him, and she exclaimed that she had been bumped off too. With a wink, Jong-ga raised her finger and asked if this wasn't a great opportunity to really get to know his personality. Jong-ga waved her hand and said that since Young Seo didn't tell her, she would find out for herself. Young Seo didn't expect anything else from a member of the HAE Society. Jong-ga asked why he shouldn't tell her. She slyly asked why such a strong warrior was working as an ordinary teacher. But Young Se replied that he couldn't tell her. Raising her hands, Jong-ga clarified why the two of them have so many secrets. Dug Woo-jin moved out as soon as his son returned. The Heavenly Evil King is now constantly snooping around Dugu Woo-jin. That's why there's no place safer than Ma Jung-song, where the Jung-song faction is located. Jong-ga, who was walking ahead, waved to the young man who was greeting them. After meeting the teacher's family, they sat down at the table and began their meal. With a thumbs up, Jong-ga told the lady that she had never eaten anything as delicious as this. Moon-hae was embarrassed and said that she was saying such nice words to her. Meanwhile, Dugu-jin was silent and then stood up. Moon-hae turned around and asked him where he was going. Dugu-jin replied that such a meal needs a proper alcoholic beverage. Young Se understood and said that he was going with him because he wanted to go for a walk. Dugu-jin continued walking ahead and told his disciple as you wish, and they walked forward. When they entered the house, Young Seo asked why Dugu-jin, a man who never drinks, suddenly decided to bring alcohol. But Dugu-jin replied that he didn't give up alcohol completely, he just drinks less. Suddenly, Young Seo asked if the master felt guilty towards his family. Dugu-jin shuddered and his hand holding the pen shook. He replied that Moon-hae had given up a lot for him. Dugu-jin wanted to give her a rich life, but not everything in this world happens the way he wants it to. While listening to this, Young Se thought that no matter how strong a warrior Dugu-jin is, he's still a human being. Even as long as he's by his family's side, he won't be able to protect them from all the demonic warriors. For the safety of his family, he literally locked them up in Mount Jungsong. Even here, he doesn't feel as safe and is training his son diligently. Until the Heavenly King of Evil is destroyed or Dugu completely heals his body, he can't live a single day without fear. Suddenly, Young Se had a flash of light and thought, what if he used this method? Dugu-jin came out of the house with 2 bottles of wine and told him that the alcohol was from Jejeong province. And Young Se told him that he didn't seem to have gotten him anything for the housewarming gift. Dugu told him that they had moved a long time ago and why he suddenly remembered. With a wide smile, Young Se replied that he promised Dug-jin would like him. The night came. Young Seo and Jong-ga went back to the temple. She asked Young Seo if she wanted her to deliver a message to the leader of the Hawaiian Trade Organization, and clarified it was the same organization that had expanded a lot recently. Young Seo confirmed, adding that the payment would be information. Yonga raised an eyebrow and asked what kind of information. Yi Young Seo replied that the eldest son of the leader of the trade organization was possessed by a spirit during training. A demonic sect was involved. Young Seo asked him to tell the leader to find him if he wanted to save his son. Reaching out her hands to him, Jonga asked how Young Seo knew his son had been victimized by an evil spirit, and Young Seo asked if she wanted to get the information for free. Jonga said she wasn't interested anyway, and if Young Seo didn't want to know, she didn't have to tell him. And then she warned that the journey would be long because Hwayang is in Zhejiang province, and Young Seo should wait for her. Hwayang's trade organization will soon become one of the most influential. In his past life, the Heavenly Evil King had healed the son of the head of Hwayang, and then took over the entire trade organization. Smiling, Young Seo decided that this time he would heal his son and make the Hawaiian organization his own. And then there's an evil spirit that struck the son of the head of the trade organization. It's called the Scarlet Flower Demon and comes from a window powered by the power of Yang energy. This spirit can only be defeated by using a divine Yin energy attack. This will be a good gift for the master. While Young Seo was meditating in one of the towers, someone called out to him. Jonga appeared behind him and asked him to help her. Young Seo looked back and asked what was wrong. Walking up to him, Jonga told him that the goddess had been kidnapped. Young Seo stood up as well. When Young Seo heard that, she asked about the goddess of the heavenly bliss house, and Jonga shouted out if there was any other goddess, and Young Seo clarified why this was even a concern for the HAO society. Lowering her head, Jonga whispered that she was also a member of the House Society. Pointing her finger at herself, Young Seo asked why she was asking for help from him, and not another member of the society. Waving her hands, Jonga explained that there was no time to wait for the soldiers to arrive. Young Seo then asked if Jonga was one of the best students. Couldn't she do it herself? With a clenched fist, Yonga replied that if she acted alone, there would be less chance of success. Young Seo thought that if she was asking for help in a hurry, it meant that this goddess was a special person in KO. Jonga clenched her fists and jumped up and down and shouted for Young Seo to say he would help her. On the way, Jonga said that the kidnapper is one of the most famous martial artists of Hukdo province, nicknamed Poison Sword. According to Jonggi, he had been courting the goddess for quite some time. In response, Young Seo clarified that she meant to say that such a famous warrior had openly kidnapped a man. And Jonga asked if all the warriors from this province pretend to be noble people and do terrible things behind everyone's back. And Young Seo said that they are disgusting people. And Jonga said that maybe someone else wants to harm the Cow Society too. There was a man who defeated the Plum Blossom Swordmaster, a warrior of transcendent level. He wields his sword with the speed and precision of a snake. His strength is only comparable to that of a demon. There aren't many good warriors in the Cow Society, except for those close to power. Therefore, it would be quite difficult to deal with such a warrior. Yonga said that the first thing to do was to rescue the kidnapped people. Showing an object in her hand, Yonga said that it was a beacon. She said that if one of them detected them first, they would wait for them and then unite and attack together. Youngsei said they would split up here. Standing on the hill, Youngsei said she wouldn't leave him without payment, and Yunga said he shouldn't worry because she'll pay him back. Yeonseo also asked if she had an extra mask because he didn't want to stand out, and Jonga said she did, but she had used it before. After handing Youngseo the mask, Jonga said he could consider it an indirect kiss, but Youngsei replied that he would put it on the other side and then just throw it away. Jonga pouted and turned away. As Youngseo flew up, he said he'd go first in that case. Yonga also flew up and complained that Youngsei had an answer for everything. Meanwhile, the captive goddess couldn't feel her body below the neck and thought that her captor had cast a blood curse. Suddenly, there was a voice that asked if she was awake. The goddess opened her eyes. Sitting next to her was Poison Sword, the elder of Sadok Society. The goddess told him that he would regret kidnapping her. She was sure the warriors would be coming soon. Poison Sword laughed and clarified the warriors would come to rescue the courtesan. He added that he didn't care about them and that she didn't think he had kidnapped her without preparation. Standing up, Poison Sword said that she had better go towards him, and all the hidden paths here are already well protected. Squatting down next to her, Poison Sword told the goddess to just give up. The girl turned her head away slightly. Stroking her cheek, the warrior told her to get used to the idea of him being her husband. Licking his lips, he told the goddess to finally open her heart to him. Suddenly, there was an explosion next to him, and the wall behind the girl shattered into splinters. Poison Sword flew back and stood up screaming, "What the hell?" An unfamiliar silhouette could be seen in the hole. Looking at his opponent, Poison Sword couldn't realize he had done it with his own hands without using his sword. It was clear that this was not just another warrior. Crouching down on one knee, Poison Sword asked if he had come to save her. Holding out his hand to the sword, Youngsei said that the old man tried to woo the young girl and then decided to kidnap her because she rejected him. Taking a step forward, Youngsei summarized that it was an outrage. His opponent clarified that Youngsei wanted to die, but Youngsei asked if it looked like he could die at his hands. Swinging his sword, the warrior said it reminded him of a sucker who had attacked his sword and then begged him on his knees for mercy. Snapping out of his seat, Poison Sword shouted that he would teach Youngsei manners. Raising his sword, Young Seo was able to repel this attack. The enemy couldn't believe that the enemy had repelled this attack. He ran at Young Se again, shouting that they would see if Young Se could repel this attack. The blades clashed in battle. Sparks flew from them. Young Se saw that the opponent was indeed as strong and fast as they say. Such martial prowess is not taught even in prestigious schools and ancient scrolls and libraries. This sword has been tempered in battles, and the art is perfected by battles. Watching Young Se attack his poison sword, he decided to show off with such pathetic skills. Since this was the case, Young Seo thought it was the perfect opportunity to use the White Lightning attack. Starting from the 12th stage, Young Seo used the Whirling Moon attack. The opponent's gaze would be obscured by the illusions of the sword, while the real sword aimed at the key point. It was time for the second stage. The next attack was the Waning Moon. Laughing Poison Sword said that it was only childish compared to the skill of the Plum Blossom Swordmaster. Slowing down, Young Seo realized that his opponent's skills were sharpened to attack against illusionary swords. Lightning bolts began to shoot out from his eyes. Young Seo proceeded to the 8th stage. The attack was called Blazing Moon. Young Seo got very close to the enemy. With his teeth clenched, Poison Sword thought about how he did it. Afterward, blood spurted onto the floor. Young Se attacked the enemy in the shoulder. Poison Sword realized that this puppy, and without illusions, was quick to attack. Stopping in front of Young Seo, Poison Sword said that he must have reached the top of the class and had abandoned his training since he couldn't even counter such a childish attack. Swinging his sword, Poison Sword shouted that Young Seo was a puppy and dared not dare to defy him. Clutching his sword, Young Se could see that his opponent had been pissed off by just a few words. Deciding that it was time to end it, Young Se rushed to attack the enemy, but suddenly several swords stabbed into his body and Young Seo realized that it was a trap. Laughing, Poison Sword said that Young Seo was a stupid puppy and asked him where he was looking. But Young Seo didn't give up, and the next moment a fist flew into his enemy's face. Taking a step towards him, Young Se said that the Society Elder was using a trap attack. As he approached him, Young Seo asked if it worked against the Plum Blossom Swordmaster. If Young Se didn't make it in time, this attack would be the end of him. While looking at his enemy, Young Se noticed that a badge had fallen out of his pocket. When Young Se picked it up, he saw that it was the emblem of an elite evil spirit squad. But why would an elder of another community carry this around with him? Showing him the insignia, Young Se asked if he knew what it meant. But Poison Sword asked Young Seo if he thought he would tell him, and Young Se said he would just make him tell him. Grabbing his head, Young Seo added that he might not calculate his strength. When Poison Sword screamed, Young Seo said he would ask again where he got it from. Again, he proceeded to torture him, and then Poison Sword yelled that he got it from the leader of the Sok clan. Stopping, Young Seo asked again. The warrior told him that it was a clan that was gaining more and more influence in Sichuan, but Yang himself knew that the clan whose power was growing was related to the Evil Spirit Squad. Standing up, Yang clarified how the clan leader was related to the Evil Spirit Squad. Poison Sword replied that he didn't know everything, and had only helped him with a couple of tasks. Raising the plaque, Young Sai asked if this clan was actually a demonic sect, pretending to be a Buddhist sect. Poison Sword replied that it probably isn't, and it seems that the leader doesn't treat this clan well. Yan Seo asked if they have a bad relationship. Poison Sword said that they are not bad, but they just use each other. He didn't know everything, but there's a lot of trade going on between them. But their ties were cut off after the Buddhist faction absorbed the Demon Squad. Thinking about their connection, Young Seo thought that this demon ghost Yin had forgotten in Sichuan. Behind his back came the voice of Chongyi, who shouted he had caught the kidnapper alone. Arriving with the warriors of the House Society, Chongga reminded him that she had asked him to signal as soon as he found the enemy. Yan replied that he didn't have time for that. With a wave of her hand, Chongga asked Young Seo to be honest that he didn't give the signal on purpose. Turning to her, Young Seo clarified that everything ended well, and added that since they saved the goddess, he would go. Chongga saw the goddess in the hole Young Seo had made and rushed over to her. Turning to Young Seo, the goddess thanked him for saving her. Yan replied that it was just a normal transaction and Hao would pay him back later. Saying that he was going, Yan jumped up and vanished in an instant. Left in silence, Chongga said that he had single-handedly defeated the Dovit sword. As he landed, Young Se thought about the connection between the Siak clan and the ghost demon Yin. This was something he didn't know about even in his past life. Looking behind the castle, Young Se decided he had to find out. He didn't know if he could get the information out of the Siak clan leader. There were guards outside the palace of the Siak clan castle. Yan looked at them and thought that there was a pact between the clan and the Yin demon. However, it was broken when the demon ghost fell into the hands of the Qing Chengshan faction. Hence, the money left after the deal was broken was now in the Siak clan's possession. One of the guards told the other that it was already time for the changing of the guard, but why hadn't they come yet? The partner suggested that they were on a smoke break, but the other resented the fact that even in times of emergency, these addicts had gotten cocky, but his colleagues said it wasn't his place to judge them. The partner replied that he could quit at any time, but at that time, Young Se landed next to him. They were too late to notice him, and Yan was already able to throw punches at them. They both fell to the floor. Crouching next to him, Young Se realized they were addicted and wondered if the Siak clan had opium. Picking up the body, Young Seo thought that he wasn't that good at stealth, but if he tried to invade during the state of emergency and made a mistake. Changing his clothes, Young Seo knew that he would have to fight an entire clan, and although it would be uncomfortable, he would have to disguise himself. He would need to find the clan leader before anyone found the guards out. As he walked through the area, he saw small groups of soldiers and thought that the emergency had caused a commotion. It was unlikely that they had introduced it because the goddess had been kidnapped by the poison snake. What else is the leader of the Seok clan involved in? Climbing up the stairs, Yeon looked around. Hiding behind a rock, Yong looked closely at one of the passersby and saw a guard's insignia on his belt. Judging by the way they guarded the palace, the leader must be here. As he approached the castle, Young-sae shouted that it was important and he needed to talk to the leader. The guards told him to stop and Young-seo kept yelling that it was urgent. When he stopped to catch his breath, they asked him what was wrong. So Young shouted that the poisonous snake had been caught. The guards immediately rushed over and said they had to tell the leader immediately. Before they could reach the leader themselves, a man came out of the castle. It was the sword master of the Seok clan. He asked who had caught the poison snake. Young-sae replied that it was the Hao Society. The master approached him and asked if there was someone in the HAO who could defeat the poisonous snake. Young-seo bowed his head and said that he had heard that a disciple had helped them. The master said that if it was a disciple of the leader of the society, then it was possible. Young-sae took a step forward and wanted to say what else he had to say, but the master didn't let him finish. He said that, however, the sword squad of the Seok clan was following the poison snake. Watching Young-sae approach him, the master asked who he was and how he knew all this. Young-sae hoped that everything would go smoothly, but of course it didn't go as planned. Young-sae grabbed his weapon. He jumped up and struck his opponent with his sword. The master said that the asshole must have wanted to die. Drawing his sword in one swoop, he fought off Yong's attack, but he knew that the sword master of the Seok clan had great strength. When he saw his opponent's sword glow, he realized it was the sword's energy. Raising his sword, he shouted to the guards to escort the sword master to safety, and the sword squad to form a formation. Noticing that he was surrounded, Young-sae thought that this was all they could expect. The three on one side attacked Yeon-seo with their swords drawn forward, but he flew upwards. As he landed, Young-sae struck at one side of his opponents. When he turned around, he struck again, but the opponents were already behind him. He realized that they wanted to exhaust him with their attacks and moves. But when he turned around, Young-sae repelled their attack. He also knew that he couldn't just fend them off. The swordmaster struck back at Young-sae and opened a wound on his shoulder. He ordered his soldiers to deal with him immediately. They all attacked him from above. As he watched the enemies closing in, Young-sae thought that if he delayed, the other clan members would soon arrive. Then he decided that he would use up a lot of chi energy at once and finish off the enemies with a single blow. After another attack, Young-sae began the 19th stage. His strike was called Dissipating Moon. The leader who was running asked his minions if it was true that they didn't know who the one who attacked them was, but they replied that they didn't. Seok Po-gong turned away and said that he had already told the serpent not to touch the goddess since the House of Heavenly Bliss controlled the Hao Society. Breathing heavily, he walked ahead and resented Snake for causing so much trouble, and not enough for the Yin ghost demon who had given them away to the Qingjiangshan faction. Taking his chin, Po-gong said that now they would think that he had conspired to kidnap him. Turning around, he shouted that he had, after all, planned it himself, and maybe it was worth explaining it to them. His subordinate reminded him to run. They told the leader that if he was about to be caught, but suddenly they heard sounds, and turning around, they saw a man. The subordinates shouted that it was a bandit, and Young-seo asked Po-gun what he had in his treasury. When Young-sae jumped down, one of the hunters came forward with a sword and told the lord not to be afraid. They rushed forward to attack the brigand, but Po-gong stretched his arm forward and shouted for them to stop. Po-gong asked how he dared to enter the clan's territory, and then he squealed and squeezed his eyes shut. And when he opened his eyes, he saw that his guards had already been defeated, and he was alone with the stranger. Po-gong trembled and then shouted that they were not involved in the kidnapping of the goddess, and he had planned it himself. The clan leader fell at Young-seo's feet, and he only said about warding off evil spirits. Pointing his finger at the leader, Young-sae said that he had a lot of questions for Po-gun, and that now that it was just the two of them, they could talk. Pulling the badge out of his pocket, Young-sae said that he had taken it from a poisonous snake. Throwing the badge on the ground to the leader's face, Young-seo said that according to the snake, it belonged to Po-gong. The leader raised his head and looked at the badge. Screaming, Po-gun flew backwards. Frowning, he wondered how the brigand was able to take this sign. Reaching into his pocket, Po-gun wanted to get something, but Young-seo said that if he did something stupid, he would be finished. Throwing his weapon on the floor, Po-gun asked what kind of foolishness. Scratching the back of his head, he said he just wanted to get rid of something that wasn't useful now. Watching Po-gun raise his trembling hands and stretch, Young-seo asked what his connection to the demon ghost Yin was. The leader hesitated, and Young-sae drew his sword and asked if he could get Po-gun to talk. The leader shouted that they had a deal. Po-gun then said that the demon ghost wanted to increase his fortune, and Po asked if he wanted to start his own business. Listening to this, Young-seo thought he was a crazy old man. Did he really steal the money he got from the leader and spend it on the military? Afterward, Young-sae said that Po didn't even know why the demon ghost needed that money, and Po-gong shouted that he had no choice. He said that he couldn't say no to Ghost Yin. Young-sae agreed with him because if he refused him, he would die. Young-sae told Po-gun that if he received an offer from the Yongseon faction, he should say that he would do anything. Young-seo also added that the Po clan had gotten rich from selling opium. Po-gun looked away and said he would never do anything. Young-sae knelt down and warned that if the Yongseon faction found out, the Po clan would have no future. Po shouted that there was nothing left for them to do. He said that they stopped trading with him right after the demon ghost was destroyed. Getting up, Young-seo clarified if Po-gun wanted to live. He kneeled down and folded his arms and shouted for mercy. Young-sae turned around and said that he had his own principles and had not come here to punish the head of the clan. Po asked young master's apprentice. Looking around, Young-se smiled and said that he was someone who had already dealt with the evil spirit squad. Putting away his sword, Young-seo said that the ghost demon was already in the hands of the Buddhist faction, but the troubles from it were not over yet. After attacking the leader's aides, Young-se asked where the book of accounts of the trade with the demon was. Taking the book out of the bundle on the aide's back, Young-se said he would keep their deal a secret. Then turning to Pogong, Young-seo said he would return all the money the demon ghost had earned. No one will know how much money the ghost demon was able to get, only if clan leader Seok doesn't speak up. Gogung said that the ghost demon was a ghost, but Young-seo interrupted and asked him if he could believe it. Suddenly, Pogun shouted that he is the leader of the Seok clan, swearing to be loyal to him. This surprised Young-se, and raising an eyebrow, he asked why. Pogun said that he had always dreamed of creating a group of dedicated warriors in his clan. Turning away, Pogong rubbed his forehead and said that he could not defeat the evil spirits and lost. Turning to Young-se again, Pogun shouted that he repented and wanted to follow only a noble warrior like Young-se. As Young-se listened to him, he didn't understand what Pogun was saying. The ball gown warrior. Surrounding Young-se, Pogun said that he was a warrior who had defeated the ghost demon and the poisonous serpent with his strength. Raising his hands, Pogong said that Young-seo is a warrior who asks nothing in return but the traces of the ghost demon. Now Seok Pogong decided that henceforth he would follow the steps of the noble teacher. Young-seo asked her to stop, but Pogong said that Young-seo would now become the elder of their clan. He suggested that their clan pay him every month for his valor and that their soldiers be at Young-seo's disposal. In response, Young-se said that if Pogun really wanted it, he would not refuse, but he would not stay here. As he left, Young-se tossed the book to Po and said that today's conversation would be between them and that Po would have to cover his tracks before he returned. Afterward, Young-se jumped up and climbed up the fence. Po-kyung raised his hand and waved at him. A few days later, because of the misunderstanding between Young-se and Po-kyung, he doesn't worry about money anymore. Meditating on one finger, Young-se thought that the money would now be enough to carry out his next plan. Zhang-ga came up to him and told him that Young-seo was studying hard. Getting to his feet, Young-se clarified what she needed. Holding out a book, Zhang-ga said that this was what Young-seo asked for. She also said that a gentleman from the Wayang Trading Organization was waiting for him. Taking the book, Young-se opened it and read about the art of the safflower flower. He exhaled because fortunately it was no different from the technique of his memories. This technique is based on the exchange of energy ki. By studying it, one can get rid of the leakage of internal energy into the environment. When Zhang-ga came up to him and asked him what it said, Young-seo said he had to go to the guest house and immediately jumped in his direction. Thinking that she didn't even have time to read anything, Zhang-ga yelled for Young-seo to wait for her and jumped after him. Arriving at the head of Hwayan's trade organization, Young-seo heard him ask Yong who promised to cure his son. Looking at the head, Young-seo thought that in the future this person would be one of the richest and most influential merchants. Young-se sat down at the table and said that he was not a healer. The head asked how he was not a healer. Young-se confirmed that he knew how to cure his son. The head replied that he didn't care who Young-seo was, but it was important to know how he would do it, so Young-seo should tell him now what he needed to do. When Young-seo started the treatment, the head paced around the room like a madman, saying it was taking too long. Turning around, the head said he wanted to take a look himself. When Young-se came out of the room, he replied that there was no need. Seeing him, the leader exclaimed that they were finished and asked how it went. Young-se replied that the treatment was successful and the patient would soon get up. Tears came to the head's eyes. He sighed and said that it was a relief. He then confessed that he was very grateful to Young-seo. The head said he would repay Young-se and suggested that we start by celebrating over dinner. When the table was set, the head asked Young-seo why such a talented person like him decided to cure his son. Young-seo replied that his help was not needed by those who were only looking for profit. He went on to say that a person's life is not a small thing on the scale of the big world, and that the head was very worried about his son's life. As Young-se finished his meal, he said that this was what convinced him. The head replied that he understood. He looked down at the table and said that if it wasn't for Young-seo, he would have saved his son's life and thanked him again. But Yeon said he only did what he had to do, and the head said he would do anything as a thank you. He asked him to tell Young-se what he would like. Sticking his hand in his pocket, Young-se said he had something. Throwing the papers on the table, Young-se said no matter how much money it was, he wouldn't spare anything. And Young-se said he needed some spices. Surprised at this request, the head asked why he needed spices. In response, Young said that it could be called an investigation into his old age. In the fall of next year, the Hwayang Trading Organization will be attacked by Japanese piranhas on the coastal areas of Zhejiang, causing them to suffer. This will cause the price of spices to skyrocket. These spices made Hwayang one of the 10 most powerful trade organizations, and it's Young-se who's going to get rich from it, not the heavenly demon. The head just said it's not difficult. However, he said that he thought Young-seo would ask for a monetary reward, but Young-seo reminded him that he hadn't cured his son yet. Now Young-se couldn't refuse the chicken that lays the golden eggs. Young-se would take a long time to build a relationship with him to get what he needed. Holding out a red object, the head asked Young-seo to take it. Holding out his hand, Young-se asked what it was, and the head explained that it was the sign of their organization's special important customer. Only with this sign would Young-se be able to deal with the merchants of this company. Clenching it in his fist, Young-se asked if he was worthy of such a valuable item. The head smiled and said that he should at least pay him with it. The head also said that it was also an investment, Young Sai's investment. Leader Huayang invited Young Sai to the main headquarters of the organization and returned to Zhejiang. The wealth that Young Sai will acquire after the spice prices soar will help him on his way to becoming one of the elders of the martial arts world. To do that, Young Sai needs the help of the Huayang organization, and the sign will start it. In his past life, the sect leader should have received it. Looking at the sign given out by the head Young-O, thought he would be extremely upset. Now, Young Sai's side was on the side of the HEO Society and even the Huayan organization. He had obviously noticed this change. Now, Young Sai must lay low. There was a sound behind him, and when he turned around, Young Sai saw a huge fist flying at his face. Reflecting his opponent's attack, Young Seo said that he called him out, saying that he had a conversation, and now he was attacking. But what if the attack had hit Young Sai? Laughing, his interlocutor said that if he had attacked Young Seo for real, he wouldn't have been able to deflect the blow so easily. Walking up to him, Dugujin said that he thought that Young Seo had curbed the white lightning body art. Looking at his hand, Young Seo said that it was not yet complete and now he could only use it when absolutely necessary. And Dugujin clarified that Young Seo would like to try chi energy breathing and added that then he would be able to feel what level he was at. Exhaling, Young Seo said that he could try it. Sitting down, he concentrated. Only Young Seo opened the breath of internal energy, but his entire body cleared of negative energy. Looking at him, Dugujin asked Young Seo surprised. Then he said that white lightning is a strong weapon in itself, but it can also act as a defense. This is the god of lightning. Folding his hands, Dugujin said that this could be called the white lightning stage, and when Young Seo fully mastered this art, he would understand how to use it. Getting up, Young Seo said that he was able to get rid of all the negative energy because of this, and asked if white lightning could be used to do such a thing. Dugujin replied that not everyone could do it, and many people would not be able to reach the lightning god stage. He said that the body could become stronger through the art of white lightning, but it could not compare to the body improvements of martial artists. Considering the power of the Fist King in his past life, it sounded like the truth. After hearing this, Young Seo decided that at this rate he would quickly regain the strength from his past life. Dugujin then asked since Young Seo had mastered the basics of this technique if they should go, and Young Seo asked where to go. And Dugujin asked Young Seo that he couldn't remember. He said they would go to a place as soon as Young Seo learned the basics. So they came to the Tang clan's castle. At that moment, Young Seo remembered Dugujin saying they could go there. The Tang clan, the great clan of Murim. First among the 5 great clans, the abode of martial arts obsessives feared by all of Murim. They're also good at poisons, hidden weapons, and other strange devices. If you cross them, you can't just die. However, even though the clan has intimidated the others, doesn't their hostility seem excessive? When Dugujin passed by, he told Young Seo to ignore them. In his opinion, that they're just closed and don't like to show emotions. But they are very respectable warriors. The Tang clan that Young Seo knew was full of narrow-minded cowards. He and his teacher walked across the bridge. At the end of the bridge, they were met by a girl who bowed and greeted them. Waving his hand, Dugujin replied to her that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He introduced Young Seo as his student. Folding his hands, Young Seo introduced himself. In response, the girl said she was happy to meet him and introduced herself as Tang Seo Young. She said that she had wanted to see him for a long time. According to the information of the Hao Society about the ghost demon, he was not related to the family. Clan leader Takan and Tang So-yeon often contact each other. She is the daughter of leader Tong who used to keep in touch with Dugujin. Young Seo didn't know why, but unlike the other clan warriors, she seems friendly. Stepping aside, Tang So told him that the leader was waiting for them, and Young Seo thought he wouldn't let his guard down. When they arrived at the hall to the leader, he told Dugjin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. In front of them sat Tang Baek-gun, the clan leader and future Poison King. When Young Seo saw him on the battlefield, he didn't feel any negative energy from him. If Young Seo didn't know him, he would have thought that Tak Baek was a Buddhist warrior. However, they are the future King of Strength and the King of Poison. It was strange for Young Seo to see the monsters from his past life together now. Dugujin said he came with a request. Baek-gun said for him to speak. Scrunching his nose, Dugujin said he knew the request was big, but it was necessary for his disciple. And Dugujin said that he would like to ask them to give him the elixir of 1,000 poison. When Young Seo heard this, he was shocked because it was the secret elixir of the Tang family. Laughing, Baek-gun said that without his supervision, the disciple had become an idiot. Smiling, Baek-gun said, "That's the way it is." Folding his hands, Dugujin thanked him and said he would definitely repay this debt. Baek-gun asked what was going on between them, and could he refuse someone who saved his daughter's life. Looking at Tang Seo, Young Seo didn't know what they were talking about. But if the teacher had saved the clan leader's daughter, it was understandable why he would agree. Baek-gon had also said that to take the elixir, a warrior had to reach peak level and his skills had to be extraordinary. Turning to Young Seo, Baek-gon asked how old he was. Young Seo replied that he was 17. Looking at his daughter, he noticed that they were only 2 years apart, and then said that to reach peak level at that age. He said it was unbelievable and then used magic. The snakes attacked Young Seo. Looking at Baek-gun, Young Seo realized that he had decided to test him like that. Folding his arms, Young Seo shouted that he was grateful for the praise. Seeing this, Baek-gun said that his spirit was strong too. Looking at his daughter, Baek-gun laughed and said that he couldn't help himself, and asked Tang Seo to take the guest to the best apothecary. Standing on the doorstep, Tang Seo said that only Tang family members can visit this chemist, and so she would go alone. After she left, young Seo turned to the teacher and asked him why he needed the elixir. Folding his hands and raising an eyebrow, Dugu Jin ordered his student not to talk, saying it was for his own improvement. However, Yan shouted that if he hurried and took it, he would take it, and then shouted that it was poison and too toxic. When Dugu Jin heard that young Seo was afraid of being killed by it, he laughed. He asked young Seo if he was afraid and told him not to worry, explaining that he had reached the necessary level and would be able to get rid of the poison. Watching the disciple's face droop, Dugu Jin added that, of course, suffer the pain and side effects. At this moment, Tang Seo came out. She apologized for distracting them from their conversation and held out a box saying that she had brought an elixir. She also told Young Se to come back every 2 weeks for 2 years. Young Se thanked him. As they were leaving, Tang Seo said that she had a request too. Dugu Jin asked what it was, and Tang Seo said that she wanted to fight Young Seo's brother. After saying that, Young Se felt an unfamiliar energy, and Tang Seo asked if the teacher could give her permission to fight. Using poison to enhance one's fighting skill is a secret of the Tang family that only family members know. However, it is rare to find women who use this technique, as the poison prevents them from having children. Looking at his opponent, Young Se thought that the glint in her eyes was the result of using poison. Then Young Se said that he didn't want to. Tang didn't expect such an answer and asked if she could find out what the reason was. Yan Seo turned away and said that just defeating him wouldn't get her anything. All the poisonous people Young Seo had met in his past life were crazy. The very idea of using poison to increase strength and skill seems strange. In some ways, martial arts are a bit more dangerous than magic. And Young Seo didn't know how she became poisonous, but she would lose her mind too. Although there's nothing wrong with sparring with the daughter of the Tang clan leader. Smiling, Tang Seo said that it just so happened that she had something to put up, and Young Seo replied that he had enough of the elixir. According to Tang Seo, he would definitely like it, and she said she would give it to him if he won. Hearing that, Young Se thought they were on the same level. He originally thought of giving up the prize no matter what it was, but Tang Seo was holding a weapon that Young Seo never expected to see. Gu Yaja had made 5 swords in the last years of his life, and this was one of them. Noticing Young Seo's reaction, Tang Seo revealed that she was holding the Path of Courage. This prize is too valuable for Young Seo to give up. A past generation master who is said to make the best swords in history, the best blacksmith in Zhengzhou, Gu Yaja. He put all his heart into making 5 swords and then died. Their names are Heavenly Palace Victory, King of the Sea's Pure Word, and the Way of Courage that Tang Seo holds. For any warrior, the sword made by Gu Yaju is a weapon so valuable that one would risk their life for it. Just in case, Young Sai asked if Tang Seo was allowed to make such a bet. She said that if it wasn't for the sword, he wouldn't have agreed to spar. Clutching the weapon, Young Se said that she had put such a sword on the line just for the sake of it. Young Se frowned and asked if she had another reason. Tang Seo said that she asked him for the sword because it was her benefactor's teaching. Noticing that Dugu Jin had averted his gaze, Young Seo asked what that had to do with it. Tang Seo said that her benefactor's disciple must be very strong. Looking at her, Young Se wondered if she just wanted to defeat him. It seemed like she wouldn't answer his questions anymore. Whatever her reason was, the bet was too attractive. Young Se said he didn't have anything to level the playing field. Tang Seo went somewhere and said it didn't have to be an item. When she approached Doug Jin, she asked if he could win if he could fulfill her request. When Young Se asked why he was suddenly the master, he didn't have time to say anything, because Dugu Jin had already said of course. Of course, Young Se didn't know what she would ask. Returning to her seat, Tang Seo asked if he needed more time to think about it. Young Se said that since the teacher agreed, he would accept the challenge, and Dugu Jin announced the start of the fight. Drawing his sword, Young Se thought that he didn't know what her motivation was, but he was more than sure that she would never give up. But that didn't matter to him as long as such a sword was at stake. Opponent Young Se is a poisonous man, so he must do everything possible to avoid being poisoned. Starting the fight, Young Se started the first stage. Raising his sword, Yan Seo struck with Crescent Moon. However, Tang Seo ducked down and attacked Yan Seo from below. She threw a punch and Yan crouched down and coughed. Looking at his arm, Yan saw a blue-colored wound. But Yang thought that the white lightning art should protect against poison. Raising his head, he looked at Tang Seo, who had the blades clutched between her fingers. Before Young Se could rise up, Tang Seo was surrounding him from all sides, as if attacking him again. Swinging his sword, Young Seo tried to fend off his opponent's attacks and then went the other way. Turning around, he saw Tang Seo landed next to him and thought that it wasn't that he agreed, but a fight to assess her skills. But he definitely realized that she was certainly very strong, so he decided that he had no other choice. He lunged at his opponent, accompanied by his lightning bolts, while Tang Seo waited for him with her arms crossed. As he approached, Tang Seo spread her arms and everything lit up with a bright white light. With a swing of his sword, Young Seo began the 21st stage. The attack was the waning moon. They merged together and sparks began to fly around from the skills they were using. And in the next instant, Tang Seo flew backwards. Yan Seo made a fist and she extended her palm to try to deflect it. But Yan Seo was able to push her away and she fell a few meters away from him. Looking at Young Se, Tang Seo raised her hand. Her hand trembled and lightning sparked across it. Tang Seo thought to repel the attack. Lowering her hands, Young Seo asked why she was fighting so desperately. Sitting on the floor, Tang Seo remained silent. Not getting an answer, Yeon said that if she didn't answer, suddenly a bright light appeared behind his back. By the time he realized what was about to happen, it was too late and the ray hit him. The beam reached his mistress and the light went out, and Young Se realized it was her hairpin. She put it back on her hair. The hairpin was called the Soul Butterfly. Touching the blood on his face, Young-se thought that if he didn't get there in time, he would be in big trouble. Feeling sick, Young-se fell to one knee and realized that the hairpin had poison in it. Tang-seo, on the other hand, stood up. She grabbed her weapon and Young-seo clenched his teeth. He drooled and trembled. He thought about not losing his mind. Concentrating, Young-se tensed his hand and blue lightning shone in it. He put his hand to his chest and a bright light enveloped everything. Tang-seo stood in front of him with her sword raised. Young-seo was then able to get up holding his wound. Tang-seo knew she had to end the fight before he expelled all the poison. She rushed to attack and Yan landed on one knee and raised 2 fingers. At that moment, he started the 23rd stage. The attack was called Water Moon. Tang-seo approached and Young-seo swung his sword and as if a tsunami had covered his opponent. Seeing this, Dugu-jin raised his eyebrows and realized that this was the end. The smoke cleared and Tang-seo became visible. The winner of this battle was Young-seo. They were on par, but if it wasn't for the white lightning that he used to heal Young-seo from the poison, he wouldn't have won. Young-se approached Tang-seo and asked if she was alright. Tang-seo was sitting on the floor with her sword next to her. Ya-young said that he thought she had asked for a sparring session just to show off her pride. Then he added that since she put all her energy into this fight, there must be another reason. And he clarified what Tang-seo was hiding. Suddenly, a voice behind Young-se said that it must be because of him. Young-se turned around and realized that it was Dugu-jin speaking. Tang-seo continued to sit and just stare at the floor. Young-se didn't understand what had happened between them. Raising her head, Tang-seo said that back when she was kidnapped by the Hwanun squad, a benefactor defeated them and saved her. When she saw his level of martial arts skills, she wanted to become his disciple even if it meant leaving her family. However, because of Tang-seo's mastery of the Thundergate art, Dugu-jin did not accept her. But when she saw Young-seo's brother, she became jealous. So without thinking, she foolishly asked for a fight. When she stood up, she bowed and apologized. She said that because of her immature character, she had caused them great inconvenience. Listening to Tang-seo sincerely apologize to Dugu-jin, he pressed his lip and frowned. Turning towards Dugu-jin, Young-seo saw him shaking his head from side to side. Turning back to Tang-seo, Young-seo folded his hands in. She bowed her head and said she would go. Leaving the sword on the floor, Tang-seo thanked Young-seo for answering her summons. Walking up to the teacher, Young-seo asked why she didn't stop earlier. Then Dugu-jin said that she must have wanted to prove her strength and skill to him by defeating him. And Young-seo asked she was desperate. And Dugu-jin said that Young-seo was right about that. He said that he didn't reject her because she was a girl, but because she didn't have the right qualities. He added that Young-seo didn't have the right qualities either, but he wasn't desperate. That girl gave up the path of a woman and chose the path of loneliness. Telling her the truth now would hurt her more. Young-seo agreed with his teacher. Sometimes it was better not to know the truth. Sitting down on a chair, Dugu-jin asked why he called him to meet him. Young-seo took something out of his pocket and reminded him that he had promised him congratulations on the housewarming party. Laughing, Dugu-jin said that the gift should be great. Young-seo put a book on the table in front of him. It was the Book of Prosperity. Young-seo said that this technique was based on yang energy. He said that it should help overcome the energy barriers of heaven and earth. Taking the book, Dugu-jin asked who was giving books on perfection techniques as housewarming gifts. With a wink, Young-seo pointed his finger at himself and said it was him. Dugu-jin looked at him and thanked him. Young-seo replied that it was nothing compared to what he had done for him. Pouring the drink, Young-seo smiled and Dugu-jin said he didn't deserve such a student. Looking at Seo-won, Dugu-jin thought that there was something strange about this kid. 2 years later, Young-seo came to get the last elixir. Taking the box, Young-seo said that he would finally finish taking the 1000 poison elixir. Thanks to this elixir, Young-seo's internal energy had increased a lot recently. Young-seo has also mastered the white lightning technique. Therefore, as the name of the elixir suggests, most of the poisons no longer affect him. Folding his hands, Young-seo thanked Sister Tang. Turning around, he said goodbye to her. Tang-seo told him that they would meet again soon. Young-seo didn't understand and looked back. When Young-seo heard Young-seo leaving, Jongga shouted and asked why. Because of her boisterous voice, customers started to turn around, and Young-seo asked if she had advised him to leave. Then Young-seo reminded him that he had to participate in the Flame Phoenix competition. Jongga pointed her finger at him and said that he was arrogant. Young-seo replied that she herself helped him fulfill that plan. The Flaming Phoenix competition is one of the biggest competitions in Mirim, where the best warriors compete. By winning, Young-seo will undermine the Heavenly Demon Sect's plans. It will be a great achievement that everyone will be forced to recognize. If Young-seo wins, he will take another step towards becoming a Mirim elder. Waving his hand, Jongga asked if he would say anything. Jongga opened one eye and asked where Young-seo was going. He said Zhejiang. Young-seo was going to go to the Huayang shopping organization and meet with its leader. Jongga's panting remembered that he invested all his money in the competition. Young-seo said he knew Jongga asked him about it. And Jongga asked how Young-seo knew that spice prices would go up. Putting his fingers on his head, Young-seo cheerfully said that he can actually predict the future by the stars. Watching Dugu-sun practicing, Young-seo thought that the teacher's son really had a talent. Young-seo also thought that in his past life, son should have died, but Young-seo had saved him. He wanted to see how he would grow up. Mrs. Moon High came out of the house. She was holding a tray with 2 bowls. When everyone had eaten, Dugu Jin told his wife not to worry about him because he would be able to take care of himself. Turning to Youngse, Dugu Jin said that he had become a real warrior and that he was thinking of sending him to the competition. He hoped that Youngse would be able to achieve the goals he had set for himself. Smiling, Youngse said goodbye to his teacher. Jongga looked at him. For Youngse, this was the real beginning. He walked ahead smiling and Dugu soon waved at him. The coachman came to the carriage and told the people to get ready because they would be leaving soon. Suddenly, Tang Seo came up to them and said she was happy to see them. Young didn't understand what she was doing here. Sitting at the table, Dugujin said that clan leader Tak had requested that Seo Yeon go to the competition with him. He asked if Seo Yeon Seo was willing to accompany her. Yeon Seo replied that he was afraid that it would be an inconvenience. Even if the teacher asks him to, Young Seo can't just agree to such an unexpected offer. So then Young Seo politely declined. Tang Seo said she heard that he refused to fulfill her father's request. She thought it would be appropriate to go over and talk to Young Seo in person. Tang Seo came closer and asked Young Seo if she could go with him. Jongga jumped behind her and asked why Young Seo was silent, and if they could go together. 1 head is good, but 2 or even 3 is better. Putting her hand on Tang Seo's shoulder, Jongga said that she was from the Tang clan and therefore a martial artist. Cha Ga also said that Tang Seo knows how to use poison and avoid traps, so it would be safer with her. After thinking for a while, Youngse said that sounded convincing. The girls got excited. Yeonseo looked at them and smiled and said he thought Tang Seo would help them a lot. A secret cave created by Jeonggi Ja, who was the best martial artist among the warriors of the past generation. In the place where he spent his last years of life, he left behind all his artifacts and treasures. In his past life, Youngse didn't discover it until 5 years later. This cave is full of traps to protect the treasure from kidnappers. That makes it almost impossible to get inside the cave. But together with Tang Seo Yeon, who knows how to avoid the traps, they can get into the cave. Thinking of all this, Youngse told Sister Tang to go with them. Bowing to him, Tang Seo thanked him, and Jongga ran up to him shouting that Young Seo was good. With a wink, Jongga pointed at herself and introduced herself, saying she could just call her Ga Ryung and called Tong Seo's sister. This confused Tong Seo and she questioned, and Jongga said that if she didn't like being called that. Smiling, Tang Seo replied that it was okay and she hoped they would get along well. The journey was very peaceful. Young Seo reflected that he had lost his past life due to the betrayal of the Heavenly Demon sect, and at that time, he thought it was the end. But the rebirth gave Youngse a chance for a new life, to live a different life from the last one, which was like hell, and to fulfill his dream of becoming a Murim elder. 9 years of training for this day. The bastards from the Heavenly Demon sect who gave him another chance, they had no idea how grateful Youngse was to them. And Youngse decided that in this life, he would repay them tenfold for their betrayal. Taking something out of her pocket, Jongga asked if Tang Seo wanted to see what she had bought recently. Taking out a hairpin, Jongga put it in her hair and asked if it was beautiful. Tang Seo replied that it was really beautiful. Watching Tang Seo laugh, Young Seo thought that he didn't know she had such a feminine side before. Someone walked up to them and windowed them. Jongga looked out from behind Tang Seo. The man asked if they had ever seen such fearless breast pumpers before. And then the man shouted, how dare they stop in this meth without Mungoche's permission. In front of them stood an outlaw who said they would have to pay to travel this road. The coachman came up to them and said that he would just pay them, and they could take it easy and go back to the wagon. When the coachman ran to the bandits and told them to take the sack, the bandit replied that it was good that he was so cooperative. Suddenly, someone shouted leader. The bandit, looking forward, opened his eyes wide. He noticed that those girls were nice. The other bandits offered the leader to take them with him. Laughing, the leader said that before they took them, maybe he should teach them something. Waving off the coachman, the bandit said that money is money, but he would take the girls. The coachman said he'd pay them more, but the bandit just pushed him and the coachman fell to the ground, and the leader went forward. Approaching Tang Seo, the leader smiled and asked if she was going with her brother. Looking at her and getting no answer, the leader asked what's wrong with this broad's face. Frowning and spitting, he said he was in a good mood and swore. He shouted that they were too brave and Jongga wanted to answer him, but Tang Seo held out her palm to stop her. The other bandit clucked and said that no one would marry her with that face. The leader turned on him. Stabbing his sword into the ground, the leader said he wasn't going to marry her. Raising his hand, he said that he could make her his concubine, for example, and if you cover part of her face, she is not so bad. Looking at his allies, the leader said that today they would already have 4 brides. However, when he turned around, he had several nails sticking out of his chest. The leader didn't realize what had happened. Looking at Tang Seo standing in front of him, the leader noticed the blades sticking out of her hand and brightly colored liquid dripping from them. His mouth was foaming and his nose was bleeding. Then the leader realized that this girl was poisonous. Then he fell to the ground at Tang Seo's feet. His henchmen shouted that those bastards had killed their leader. Hearing this, Young Seo exhaled and Jongga grinned. Meanwhile, Tang Seo told them that they wouldn't die quietly either. The bandits shouted that she was a conniving girl and massacred their leader. Raising their weapons, they said that they couldn't let her go alive. However, Thane answered them that they would not have them alive. The opponents rushed at her shouting that she was an insolent wench. Tang Seo stood silently. Then she jumped up and flew straight into the center towards her opponents. They parted. As she landed, Tang Seo began to destroy one opponent at a time with her blades. She spun around in the center like a hurricane so that the enemies couldn't get close to her. Then 2 more enemies were defeated. The bandits watched their allies fall. When it was over, Tong So stood in the middle of the bandits' bodies. Walking over to the coachman, she said that she thought he had a sprained leg, but she would help him. Looking at the bodies, Young-se thought that she was raised in a warrior family and would never keep silent after such an insult. Even at the risk of her life, her family always made her pay with her blood. Tang Seo, who was helping the coachman, asked if she needed help. Tang Seo said she could handle it. Suddenly, that bandit leader stood up. He was like a zombie and whispered something about the girl. Raising his sword, the zombie shouted for his opponent to die and ran towards her. Young Seo intervened and blew the zombie's head off in one fell swoop. The zombie whispered that Young Seo was a bastard. Watching as the zombie fell, Young Seo thought that surviving a Tang poison attack was an achievement for a brigand. In any case, Young Seo was now splattered with blood. When Young Se approached the coachman, he asked how long it would take to get to the next settlement. The coachman replied that it would take a few days to get over this mountain, but even if they drove without stopping. Brushing the blood off his shoulder, Young Se thought he hated the feeling of blood on himself. Tang Zio approached him. Bowing her head, she said she should have prevented this misunderstanding and apologized. Ha Yan asked who could have known that the brigand would survive the poisoning. Tang Seo agreed and said that she was ashamed to ask this, but could Young Seo do her a favor? Yeon Seo asked what kind of favor, and Tong Seo said that the bandits seemed to have kidnapped women in the city. Of course, Young Se immediately realized that she wanted to save them. Tang Seo replied that she didn't know if he would help her. But after hearing that, she couldn't let it go, and so she asked him for help. Without getting an answer, Tang Seo added that if it was difficult for Young Seo, she could do it alone. However, Young Seo said that they would go together. Turning to the coachman again, Young Seo asked if he knew where Meng Taotai was. In the city, a nasty laugh could be heard coming from the house, telling her to come over to him. Leaning over to the girl, the robber asked her what was wrong with his body, and she whispered for him to help her. This brigand's name was Mak Pyung, and he is a creditor of Meng Taotai. His ally ran into the house and informed him that they were being stormed. Turning to him, Pyung asked if they were soldiers and asked how many. The brigand replied that they weren't really soldiers and told him that one man and one girl had come at them from different directions. Turning to the girl again, Pyung stroked her cheek and asked that he had come to tell her that there were only two of them. However, the bandit said he didn't know about the guy, but the girl was using poison and he thought she was from the Tang clan. Pyung jumped up and pushed the woman away and shouted why the Tang clan wanted them. The brigand replied that their guys ran into them when they were trying to collect tribute. Scowling, Pyung turned away and said that even if she was from the Tang clan, there were only two of them, and ordered the warriors to hit the girl and exhaust her. The bandit asked what they should do with the boy, but Pyung didn't answer, and only held out his hand for a weapon. When he raised his koma, Pyung smiled and said that he would take care of the boy because he knew what to do with him. Standing in front of the bandits, Young Se ordered two of them to escort them inside. The bandits standing at the gate raised their swords and shouted at him to get out of here. Holding out his sword, Young Sek said he didn't want to shed blood, but they gave him no choice. Another bandit came out and shouted that Young Seo was a puppy. Breathing heavily, Pyung asked how Young Sai dared to come here and why he had decided to attack Meng Tao Tai like that. And Young Se replied that his men attacked them, and it seems they kidnapped the women. Byun asked if Young Se had come to rescue the women. Yeon Seo replied that he would save them, and then turned his head to touch the blood, and said that he needed water to wash away the blood of their men. With a stomp of his foot, Byun nodded. Young Seo sneaked in here just to wash himself. Twirling his scythe in front of him, Pyung said he was a warrior in the Imperial Army. Swinging his sword at Young Se, he said that he had survived bloody battles. As he came closer, he said that Yeon Seo would soon be a dead man. As soon as he said that, Yeon took a step forward and swung his other foot forward. When he got hit, Bayun shouted that he didn't care about Young Se. However, the blow was so strong that it sent him a kilometer back into the courtyard. His comrades who were standing at the entrance saw that Byun didn't move and shouted, "Sir." Young Se approached them and leaned on the outlaw and asked if they could take him inside now. They said yes. Sitting on a branch, Zhang Ga watched Young Se leave. She felt like she didn't know him at all. Young Se agreed to this trip without expecting any reward for it. However, he had put a lot of effort into it. At such a young age, he had already surpassed many martial artists. Zhang Ga also remembered Dugujin saying that with Young Seo's skills, he could easily become one of the top 100 martial artists. Maybe Young Se would be the hero that would change Murim forever. As Young Se followed the bandits, he thought about how he could wash up quickly. When it was over, it was already dawn and the captives were freed. Standing at the gate, they bowed and thanked the defenders, not knowing how to repay them. Standing behind Yon Seo, Tong Seo thanked him for helping her. Turning around, Young Se replied that they had to do it. After that, they set off again. After a while, they arrived at the town of Somso. The people in the square were talking to each other, asking if they had heard the latest news. The people were discussing that this time they had defeated the bandit Meng Ho Che and rescued the women he had kidnapped. Sitting in the tavern, Young Seo and Tang Seo heard people discussing that the women were rescued by a boy and a girl, and that she was the daughter of the Tang clan leader. Zhanga looked back at the people who were saying that the two of them had slaughtered 50 people in the assault. People thought that these two were real heroes. This phrase made Yong Gu laugh, and she leaned over to Young Sai and asked if he had heard that he was a real hero now. Then she exclaimed that it was mostly due to Seo Yon Seo's sister. Tang Seo tensed up when she heard her name and wiped her mouth with a napkin. Zhanga leaned back and asked why Young Se had decided to give them all the spoils without any conditions, and it was the first time she had seen him give anything away. As Young Se continued to eat, he thought that because of his investment in spices and incense, the spoils were a drop in the bucket. He decided it was better to do a good deed like Tang Seo wanted. If he could impress upon her that he didn't care about such things and that he was willing to do good deeds, next time she would definitely obey him. Simply put, this was just a stone in the foundation of the attack on the demonic sect. Jongga leaned over to see if he could hear her, but Young Seo thought that fame was never given for nothing. He only killed them for his own gain. But the rumor had already spread and become a rumor. To become the head of the Murim, you need to have an impeccable reputation, in addition to your fighting skills. In his previous life, Young Se would have preferred to be feared, but in this life, he will gradually gain a good reputation. And if he reveals his identity after achieving his goals, those who long for the appearance of that righteous knight, and make him a hero, Young Se thought that this battle was useless, but he found out something for himself. A girl came up to Chogge and whispered something in his ear. Turning to Young Se, Chogga said that they had a problem. Young Seo asked what kind of problem. She said that a demonic sect brigand had recently appeared in the area and had killed a disciple of the volcanic sect yesterday. After listening to her, Young Seo asked what this had to do with them. Jongga said that the volcanic sect got angry and decided to cordon off the entire island because of that, so they can't leave the island until they catch the robber. Young Se got up and said he would go look for him on the streets and they should go back to the guest house. As they walked down the street and looked around, Young Se thought that this was another headache, although there was no need to hurry, but he didn't want to waste time. Clenching the hilt of his sword, Young Se thought that he didn't want to be the one to catch the criminal. He's even thinking of killing him instead of arresting him, but if he loses to the man with no name, the Volcano sect will think that's Young Se's way of saying they don't have enough power. It's like beating a beehive. Young Se decided that he'll just check the place out and then it's up to him. Suddenly, a man approached him and asked him to stop, asking if Young Se wanted to avoid being searched. Yeon Seo asked what he was talking about, and the man said that he seemed to be trying to get away from him when he saw him coming. Young Se replied that it was a misunderstanding, and he didn't think there was any point in suspecting all the passersby. The warrior said that the bandit who took the student's life was able to escape because of his disguise and transformation skills. He asked what Young Se's name was, but Young Se asked him if he didn't know that well-mannered people call out their own name before asking for someone's name. The warrior didn't like that and said that Young Se better cooperate with them, or they'll be forced to say bad things. Young Se hated these cheap threats and aggressive moves, but he didn't want to clash with a guy from a volcanic sect on his own turf. When Yeon gave his name, the warrior switched that he wasn't from around here and asked if he had any ID. Young replied that his friends at the guest house nearby could verify his identity. The warrior asked if they could verify his identity. When they got to the guest house, Tang Seo came out and the warrior told him that Yeon said she could verify his identity. First he asked her name and Tang Seo introduced herself. Folding his hands, the warrior introduced himself as Young Woo, a disciple of the volcanic sect. Looking at him glumly, Young Seo couldn't believe that without asking for permission, he just started talking to her. After hugging Young Se, Jung Woo said that if Young Se had told him where they were from the beginning, he would never have made them so uncomfortable. He also said that Yeon Seo must have really wanted him to meet Tang Seo, and Yeon Seo was already burned by Jung Woo's hand on him. Young Ga came out and asked why Young Seo and all of them were standing there. Seeing her, Young Woo opened his mouth and asked who she was. Young Seo pulled his face away from him and wrinkled his nose. Young Woo folded his arms and started to introduce himself again, but Young-ga grabbed Young Seo by the elbow and dragged him away. When she looked back, she shouted to Young Woo that she had plans with Young Seo and said goodbye. As they walked down the street, Young Ga told Young Seo to ignore Chung Woo because he's always been like that. Young Seo looked at her and asked if she knew him. Young Ga said she wasn't sure. She added that even Young Woo's behavior seems inappropriate. Meanwhile, Young Woo said goodbye to Tang Seo. He is one of the 10,000 warriors and the only disciple of the Plum Blossom Blade Master. Plum Blossom Blade Master. He is the one who represents the volcanic sect among the 10 heavenly emperors. He is called the Wild Spirit Mesa and the Noble Blade. Therefore, it is important to know what is behind this person. Yang thought of becoming the head of Murim to gain power, and then he would destroy the brazen sectarians like him. As they approached the door, Jongga said that they were at the place. Young Se asked where she was taking him. Looking at him, Jongga replied that it was to Black City, the unspoken name for the black market. Jongga thought that Yeon Seo would want to buy something for himself. Black City! There are markets like that all over the world. They sell stolen treasures and forbidden goods. But Young Se knew about them by hearsay and had never been there. Jongga took out the mask and handed it to Young Seo and told him to take it. Yeon Seo asked why he wanted the fox mask. After putting on the cat mask, Jongga asked Young Seo if he wanted to show his face on the black market. After putting on the masks, they opened the doors and started to go down to the bottom floor. Young Ga said they would see what they were selling. When they came out, Young Seo told Young Ga that the next time this market opens again, she should take him with her. Young Ga said that he only bought the healing elixir and that he wanted to come again. Young Seo replied that these elixirs are only made on Mount Madan. Looking at the box in his hands, Young Seo said that of course his strength won't increase if he takes it, but in a critical moment, it could save his life. And Young Ga asked if 20 gold pieces for it wasn't too expensive, because even the merchant was surprised that Young Seo had offered so much. Young Se looked at her and said that he didn't want to waste his time haggling, and 20 gold pieces wasn't that much for him. Jongga looked down and said that if she knew, she would have bought it too. With a smile, Young Se offered to sell her a couple of his for a very reasonable price. Jonga waved him away. Suddenly there was a shout asking the girl how dare she refuse to have a drink with him. Young Seo looked in the direction of the noise. Tang Seo was sitting on a bench with a man standing next to her, shouting that she was a ridiculous girl who was trying to make a fool of herself with such an ugly face. Hearing Tang Seo ask if the man could answer for his words, Young Seo grabbed his head and thought about why they crossed her. Putting his hand on her shoulder, the man said that Tang Seo is crazy for saying such things to Jong Woon, the head of Jong Seo's squad. Tang Seo was approached by Yong Ga, and Yong Un fell to the ground. His comrade next to him exclaimed and reached out to him. Yong Un's nose was bleeding and he trembled. He realized it was a matter of poison. Tang Seo, on the other hand, said that he needed to answer her question. Wrinkling his nose, Yong Un shouted that she was a coward. His mouth was already leaking saliva. Young Seo came up to them and asked Jong Woon if he had decided to molest a member of the Tang family without being prepared to be poisoned. Hearing that Tang Seo belonged to the Tang clan, Jong Un looked at her and was stunned. On his knees, Jong Un started to say that he didn't know and had done such a stupid thing and begged for forgiveness. Looking at him, Young Se realized that Jong Woon was a healthy guy because he was able to resist the poison. Apparently his squad is trained to resist poison. Jong Un kept saying he was drunk and lost his mind. Young Seo asked his sister Tang Seo if he could take care of Young Woon, and she said she couldn't be indebted to him again. But Young Seo said that he had an idea, and so could Tang Seo give in to him this time. Closing her eyes, Tang Seo agreed and said that brother Yeon Seo could take care of it. Young Seo thanked her. Young Woon's escort said he was about to die, but Young Seo came up to them and asked Young Woon if he wanted to live. Leaning over to him, Young Seo whispered that if Young Woon complied with his request, he would give him the antidote and promised that he would live. In response, Young Woon said he would do anything, but when he returned to his house, he shouted that he would never forgive them and would kill them all. In the back, Young Seo said he would come to Jong Woon at night and give him precise instructions. Jong Woon thought about it and decided that Young Seo would probably have a strange request. He wondered what he should do. His servant asked if after treating a Tang clan girl like that, they weren't in danger. Suddenly, Jong Woon said that they would ambush and attack Young Seo. Walking to the wall, Jong Un held out his hand for a weapon and said that Young Seo didn't even know who he was messing with. Turning to the servant, Jong Un shouted for him to hurry up and gather all the soldiers. Out loud, Jong Woon reasoned that they would solve the problem with that sucker and the girl from the Tang clan. Before he could finish his thought, the servant flew back and hit the wall next to Jong Un. Jong Woon looked at the door and shouted what the hell was that, but then he saw Young Se in the doorway. As he walked inside, he clenched his fist with lightning bolts shooting out of it, and he asked Jong Un if he had warned his men that he was coming tonight. He continued to say that his men were hurt for nothing and asked why Jong Un had taken the axe. Jong Un was trembling and sweat was rolling down his face. Stammering, he replied that it was for nothing, and then asked what request Young Se was talking about. And Young Seo said that there was nothing unusual about it. He just needed to find the criminal that the volcanic sect was looking for. It didn't matter to Young Se whether Jong Un did it through connections or with his own soldiers. But by all means, Jong Un must find out where the criminal is. Jong Un said that the sect would probably catch him soon, and Young Se replied that he's not asking them to catch him. Jong Un should just find out where he's hiding and report to Young Seo. At that moment, Young Se thought that if he finds out where the culprit is and reports it to the sect, the city will be reopened, which is a great trick. Smiling, Young Seo said that Jong Woon shouldn't worry because he would report the whereabouts of the criminal to the sect himself. Young Woon remained silent and Young Seo turned around and walked towards the exit, saying that Young Woon must have understood and he would leave him alone. When Young Woon raised his axe behind him, Young Seo stopped and raised his index finger to say that he had forgotten the most important thing. He said that Jong Un must find out everything before the volcanic sect otherwise, and Young Seo's hand started shooting lightning bolts. At this moment, Jong Un felt like he couldn't take a breath. His eyes opened wide. As he flew upwards, Young Seo said that he would wait. Jong Un was left alone in the room. After Yeon Seo left, Jong Un collapsed on the floor. The guard kept making him shiver. Sitting on the floor, he thought how he could make it faster than the volcanic sect. Behind his back, there was a whispering leader, and Jong Un turned around and saw a servant there who was holding out his hand to him. As he turned away, Jong Un panicked and thought that he needed to find the culprit faster. After a while, Jong Un told Young Seo that he had found the culprit. Sitting on a chair, Young Se thanked him for his hard work. Jong Un bowed, and Young Seo thought that their warriors knew how to find the right person. After letting Young Woon go, Young Seo stood up and went to the table and picked up the mask. After putting it on, Young Se thought that while these Taoists were trying to catch the criminal, he should take a look at the show. Hiding in the shadows, Young Se saw that the sect had already surrounded the criminal. Looking closer, Young Se realized that the warriors were lined up in Plum Blossom. Young Se remembered that this was the Vulcan sect's crown attack. Even though this Taoist sect only had warriors of the first Zenith level, this attack allowed them to defeat higher level warriors. When a criminal is trapped by his own demonic energy, it drives him insane and destroys him from within. Yung Woo ordered his colleague to finish the criminal, but he told him to wait. With all his might, the criminal screamed that they were damned Taoist bastards. The warriors shouted for everyone to remain calm and leave the formation. The criminal rushed at one of the warriors with incredible speed. Yung Woo ran towards them. He shouted for the criminal to stop, and he looked back at him distractedly. The criminal turned around and got down on one knee and called Yung Woo a puppy. He flew at him with his sword raised. However, the culprit slipped away and the warriors shouted that he had broken free from the encirclement. Young-se, who was watching, thought they were idiots. One of the soldiers asked Young-woo why he was distracted and missed him. After running into the city, the criminal stopped to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Young-se was following him on the rooftops. Looking at him, Young-se thought that those Tao scientist idiots had managed to miss the criminal, and if he escaped, his plan would be ruined. Young-se jumped down and walked toward the criminal, who turned around when he heard his footsteps. Clenching his fist, Young-se thought that if he left his sword mark on his body, his identity might be revealed. To avoid being seen by the volcano sect, Young-se would have to fight him with his bare hands. Suddenly, the criminal clenched his fist and everything around him lit up with light. It was an innate rare talent to concentrate internal energy. Raising his sword, the criminal flew upwards, attacking Young-se. From side to side, he swung the sword. But Young-se also jumped up and avoided those blows and kicked his opponent with his foot. He put his elbow out to defend himself. Young-se saw that the enemy wasn't even hit. Then the enemy waved his hand and Young-se was thrown aside and hit his back against the wall. As he approached him, the criminal swung his sword again before his enemy could get up. He struck again and again, but Young-se got up and ran away. Due to the inherent rarity of the enemy, it's hard to fight him while trying not to finish him off. At this rate, the sect will be here soon. Using magic, Young-se thought that if this technique didn't work, flying upwards, Young-se did a somersault and put his hand on the enemy's head while turning around. Yan thought that he would hit him from the inside. The area where the battle was taking place lit up with the light of blue lightning. As the enemy fell, Young-se turned around and thought he would leave him to the local martial artist. Suddenly, someone called out to Young-se saying they wanted to talk to him. A man came out from around the corner. When Young-se turned around, he thought that he hadn't even noticed the presence of the man all this time. Examining the stranger, Young-seo saw that he had the plum mark of the volcanic sect. Young-seo knew that only one person could go unnoticed and wear this sigil. It was the Plum Blossom Blade Samter Blade of Master Hyun-woon. After bowing to him, Young-se said he was pleased to meet him. Walking up to him, Hyun-woon said that Young-seo must already know him. In response, Young-se said how could he not know about the first blade of the volcanic sect? Young-se wondered what the master was doing here. Looking back at the criminal, Hyun-woon said that the sect's adepts would take care of the criminal and they should talk in a quiet place. They went inside and Hyun-woon asked why Young-seo tried to escape after he stunned the criminal. He said that judging from the fact that Young-seo was wearing a mask, he wanted to keep his identity a secret. Yeon said he was afraid of misunderstandings with the cult, and Hyun-woon said that it's not surprising since the sect is trying to show off its ferocity, but in any case, the sect is now indebted to Young-seo. Hyun-woon said that his disciple should have trusted him and not caused trouble. Yeon-seo said they parted ways quickly. By the way, Young-seo remembered that the idiot who accosted him on the street was a disciple of Plum Blossom Blade Master. Then Hyun-woon asked if Young-seo wanted to get something as a reward. Yeon-seo replied that he just decided to help in hopes that it would help him leave. Young-seo also said that he was there too, so even if he wasn't there, Hyun-woon would have caught the culprit. Hyun-woon said he's not greedy at all, and Yeon-seo said that of course he wants to be paid for his deeds, but it's silly to ask for a reward in this situation. Yi Hyun-woon said that Young-seo must have a lot of courage to say that in front of him. In response, Young-seo said, "Why would you be afraid of your elders whom you respect?" This made Hyun-woon laugh a lot. He said that he liked Young-seo more and more. Then he asked Young-se didn't come here alone. Yeon-seo said he came here with Tang So-yeon, the daughter of the Tang clan leader. Hyun-woon interrupted him and said that he had accompanied her. After hearing this, Young-seo asked Hyun-woon if he knew him, and Hyun-woon said that he heard that this kid, Jung-woo, had met a girl from the Tang clan and two strangers. To begin with, Hyun-woon asked why Young-seo is unknown, even though he has all the abilities to defeat the criminal alone. Yeon-seo said that it was because he was just a student at the Heavenly Dragon School, and had only recently set foot on his own path in Marima. As he sipped his tea, Hyun-woon said that this was the first time he had heard of the chakra, but that it might be one of those hidden schools in Marima. He also added that Young-seo's pure and rich energy made him seem to have a lot of experience behind him. Putting down the cup, he exclaimed, "Well." Afterward, Hyun-woon cheerfully asked if Young-seo could take his student Jong-yu with him. Hearing that, Young-seo frowned and asked again. He himself thought Hyun-woon was talking nonsense. Then Hyun-woon told him that after spending his whole life listening to his teacher's words, he had learned to turn up his nose and shirk his work. To Young-se, it was crazy. He didn't understand why he had to raise this sucker, and decided that he wouldn't take him even if he hated him. Pointing at himself with his hand, Young-se clarified why Hyun-woon was asking him to do this in the first place. The master replied that the character is unaffected and his intentions are clear enough to have the daughter of the Tang clan leader traveling with him. But Young-seo said that he and his apprentice would not be a match, and he was even sure that it would come to a fight. However, the master said it was a good thing. Young-seo didn't understand and asked again. In Hyun-woon's opinion, a whip is the best way to calm the mind. He thought that if Young-woo defeated a peer, it would bring him down to earth. Clenching his fist, Young-seo clarified that Hyun-woo wouldn't mind, even if he fought him with all his strength. Opening his jacket, Hyun-woon said that of course he's asking Young-seo to do this for a reason. Taking out a sign, Hyun-woon put it on the table and slid it towards Young-seo. When Young-se saw the sign, he recognized it. It was the Plum Blossom Clan Master's token of appreciation. Every clan has such tokens, and it means that the clan is indebted to the warrior. Such a token could not even be obtained for 1,000 gold coins. So Youngsae asked Hyunwoon if Hyunwoon was really willing to give it to him. After scratching his beard, the master replied that even though he was a master, he had little to reward him with since he didn't have enough power or money. After a while, they stood by the carriage and Youngwoo said he was incredibly happy to join them. He asked them to take care of him. Looking at him, Youngsae thought he was sick of that Dao, but he didn't hate him. After all, thanks to him, the Plum Blossom Blade Master was now in Youngsae's debt. And now this loser is asking him to look after him. When the girls got into the carriage, Jongwoo turned to Young Seo and stopped him. He said that the carriage was rather cramped and suggested that Young Seo ride on horseback. Then he added that they would switch places afterward. But Youngsae passed him by without saying anything. Youngwoo turned around and asked him if he had heard him. Youngsae turned around and asked if he had paid a penny for the wagon. Youngwoo wrinkled his nose and asked what he meant. Youngseo leaned on the door and said that it cost money to rent a cart. Then Youngsae asked if it would be fair for Youngwoo to go on horseback. As he closed the door, Youngsae smiled and wished Youngwoo a good journey. While on the road, Youngsae saw that Youngwoo was riding with his head down. When Jongga noticed this, she asked if the sect would take revenge on them for treating their adherent like this. Youngwoo was one of the most outstanding warriors before he became a master's ward. If they crossed the sect's path now, they would obstruct Youngsae later. And Youngseo replied that Jongga was right, so they needed to come up with a good excuse. Night came and the wagon stopped in the forest and made a fire. Youngwoo asked if he told him about the teacher. Youngga said he had 4 times, and Youngwoo replied that he was still the first sword of the volcanic sect master of the Plum Blossom Blade sect. Again, Youngwoo repeated Plum Blossom Blade Master, emphasizing each word, and looked at Youngseo. Youngga intervened and asked Youngwoo if he was a great warrior too, and he said he was very flattered to hear that. He said that he still has many flaws, but he is often told that he is the future of the sect. Youngsae said that he was very pathetic. Abruptly turning around, Youngwoo clarified what Youngseo had just said. The girls looked at him questioningly. Yongseo said he was just remembering the wild dogs they had crossed paths with in the forest recently. Youngwoo questioned the dogs, and Youngsae said that several dogs had surrounded their prey back then. As he said that, one dog rushed forward and chased after the prey. But the prey was more cunning and ran back to its hole. Yi Young asked if that dog was stupid. Youngwoo replied that the dog must have had his reasons, and Yeon said that the dogs were left without food. But if something like that happened in Murama, one bad decision and a crazy criminal could get away. Yeon added that innocent people could have gotten hurt. Youngwoo looked away and said that only stupid people talk about what could have happened, but didn't. However, Yeon asked if Youngwoo really missed him. Upon hearing this, Youngwoo frowned with anger. Jumping up, Youngwoo yelled out what Youngseo was trying to say. But Youngseo replied that he was just talking about dog. Youngseo then asked why Youngwoo jumped up like that. He continued to look at him angrily. When everyone went to bed, Youngwoo came up to Youngseo and said he wanted to talk to him alone. Youngseo said he could talk, but Youngwoo asked why don't they walk to another place and talk there. Of course, Youngseo agreed and Youngwoo took him to the forest. Looking back, Youngsai said that whatever Youngwoo wanted to say, why did they have to go so far away? Youngwoo turned around and yelled out what Youngseo was thinking, and Youngseo clarified what he was talking about. In response, Youngwoo angrily said he didn't know what Youngseo was thinking or what was driving him. With a wave of his hand, Youngseo said that he just likes Youngwoo and what's the big deal. Youngwoo laughed hard when he heard that. Wiping a tear from his eye, Youngwoo said that he didn't think Youngwoo could make him laugh, but it was a good joke. Young asked if it sounded like a joke and added that he was being sincere. Youngwoo came up to him and said that Young didn't know what he was talking about, and Yeon replied that they are more connected than Youngwoo thinks. Youngwoo looked at him questioningly and Youngseo smiled and said that he always thought so too. Walking up to him, Youngwoo was breathing heavily and poked his finger and asked Yeon if he thought he was sitting on the Tang clan lady's neck. Yeon said that he was too quick to judge, but Youngwoo asked him how he was rushing to judgment and asked what Youngseo was talking about. Looking at him, Youngseo thought that he hadn't encountered people like that in a long time. Youngwoo dropped his manners as soon as they were alone. With his hands spread out, Youngseo clarified that he had brought him here just to complain, and if so, he should go back to the sect and talk to his teacher. Turning away, Youngwoo grabbed his sword and said that there was no point in talking about serious things with non-serious people. Turning to Youngseo with his sword raised, he shouted that means they will fight. Looking at the sword, Youngseo clarified, Youngwoo really decided to end this argument with a fight. Smiling, Youngwoo asked if Youngseo was scared. Pulling back the sword with his wrist, Youngseo replied that he just doesn't want to play these games. Turning away, Youngseo said that if Youngwoo had nothing else to add, he would go. He decided that was enough to piss him off. Hearing that Yeon yawned, Youngwoo angrily asked if he was going to go to bed, and Young hoped that Jong would follow him. He hoped that Jong wouldn't hold back and start a fight. And then Youngwoo exploded and yelled, "How dare Yeon just run away?" Turning to him, Youngseo said that a warrior like Jong couldn't control his emotions and tusked. Jong said that he didn't ask for such honorifics from Yeon, but he didn't like hearing his words anyway, and ordered Yeon to draw his sword. Taking the hilt, Yeon said he wanted to clarify something. He was trying to prevent this fight until the very end. Picking up the sword and slinging it on his shoulder, Yeon said that Youngwoo started this fight. When Jong said that they could start, Youngseo vaporized from where he was standing. The next moment, Youngseo was in his face with his sword raised. Yeon said that everything that happens from now on from his side is self-defense. Then with his sword, Yan struck Chan and he fell to the ground. Getting up, he shouted that only a coward would attack so suddenly. Putting his sword on his shoulder again, Yang repeated his words. Looking at Zhang, he said it was better not to say that because if the fight was real, Zhang would have lost his head by now. Upon hearing this, Zhang called Yan a bastard and only clenched his sword tighter. Throwing himself at Young Seo, Young Woo shouted that Young dare not joke with him like that. In his eyes, he slashed Yan Seo in one fell swoop, splitting him in two. But behind his back, Young Sae asked if he was joking. Young Woo woke up and realized the enemy was behind him. And then Young Sae stabbed Zhang Woo in the liver again, knocking him down. His breathing was cut off and he turned red. He then grabbed his side. Looking at him, Young Sae thought that the warrior had lost his sword, and he didn't recognize his shortcomings and kept making excuses for himself. As he approached him, Young Sae swung his sword and said that at this rate, he would be the winner of this fight. With his arm outstretched, Young Woo asked him to wait. With a sharp swipe of his sword at his neck, Young Sae asked why he should wait. When it was over, Young Woo was lying on the ground with a black eye, and Young Seo was poking him with a stick to make him wake up. When he opened his eyes, Young Woo stood up and looked at Yan. Then he ran away. When he got a decent distance away, Young Woo shouted at Yeon that he thought he could get away with it. He shouted that he was a disciple of the Plum Blossom Blade Master. Listening to this, Yeon thought that he lacked strength, so he decided to threaten him with the teacher. Zhang Woo crouched down on one knee and put his sword in front of him. Young thought that this sucker was the future of the Volcano sect. Now Young understood why the Blade Master had given him such a valuable reward. Turning to him, Young said that since he was using the teacher's name, opening his eyes wide, Young Sae said that he seemed to have no choice but to finish him off. Putting his sword away, Young Seo spread his hands and said that he was joking, and he couldn't be afraid of that even though he was a disciple of the Plum Blossom Blade Master. And he asked if the entire volcanic sect would take revenge just because of him. Young Woo said they would find a motive. Raising his hand, Yan clarified that he was saying that his teacher would manipulate the motive and then clarified that he himself was not ashamed to say such a thing. Young Woo stood up and stammered and said no. Young Sae said she could go out. Tong Seo came out from behind a tree. Young Woo tensed up when he saw her and asked the lady how she got here. She walked towards them and Young Woo asked how long she had been watching him. Tan replied that she had been watching since he forced Young Seo to fight. In fact, Young Seo had talked to her beforehand and told her that if Jung decided to talk alone with him, she could follow them. It was obvious to him how Young Woo would behave when he found out Lady Tan was there. Turning to Yeon, Jung shouted that he had provoked him on purpose, knowing that she was here and also attacked him suddenly like a real coward. In response, Yeon said, why did Jung bother with the coward story? He said it was just a misunderstanding, so he thought it was just a fight. After raising his hand, Yeon suggested that they have a duel and Lady Tang will judge them. Of course, Young Woo shouted whatever you say. Yeon also clarified maybe the loser would serve the one who wins. Pointing his finger at himself, Young Woo said that's fine because that's what he was counting on. Turning around, he started to walk backwards. Jung thought he was trying to jump over his head and he was careless last time and that's why Yeon won. Turning around, Chan reminded himself whose disciple he was and decided that he would be the next first sword of the Volcano sect. Waving her hand, Tang Seo said that let the fight between brother Yeon and Adept Young Woo begin then. Folding his hands on his chest and without even pulling out his sword, Young Seo said that Young Woo could attack first. Raising his sword, Young Woo said that he would not hold back. He used the 36 Plum Blossom sword skill. The sword lit up with a green light and Young Woo rushed at his opponent, attacking with the 9 Plum Blossom transformations technique. When his opponent was close enough, Young Woo swung his wrists around to apply his martial art. Young Woo was shocked that Young Seo was attacking without using his sword. Lightning bolts rang around Yeon. In Young Woo's opinion, Young Seo was an idiot if he thought he could stop him with his bare hands. But when Yeon pulled out his fist, the lightning bolts rushed towards Young Woo, who was approaching him. Raising his hand, Young Woo instinctively tried to defend himself. He thought of how he could attack with a sword of someone who had not drawn his own. As Young Sae approached his opponent, he told the adept Young Woo to get his own. Then he punched Jong Woo in the jaw with his fist. The blow was so strong that Jong Woo flew towards the forest. When he hit the tree, Tang Seo said that the winner of this round was Brother Yeon. A new day came and the team moved on. Jong-ga said that the wagon was shaking so much that she was going to be nauseous soon. Yeon looked out the window and asked Young Woo if he can't even drive a horse properly. The battered Young Woo continued on his way, thinking that in the future he would become the strongest warrior of the volcanic sect. Noticing the people on the road, Young Woo stopped without realizing what was going on. There was a scuffle between groups of people. Some were shouting that they were the first to spot this prey, while others were yelling that this was their territory. Poking his opponent in the chest, the man told them to leave and stay off their land, and they told him to watch his mouth. Looking out of the window, Yang frowned and thought, why don't these bandits take a break? Another wagon pulled up beside them, and Young thought that someone else was going to the place where Japanese pirates were rampant. Next to the wagon were warriors. All of them had reached the first level, and some were already at the zenith level. The girl looked out of the carriage and asked the warrior to settle the matter. As the warrior passed by, Young Sae noticed a flag behind him. One emblem belonged to the Imperial family and the other. This emblem belonged to the Chagall family. Noticing Young Sae's curiosity, the stranger told him to leave it to them to solve the problem. In his past life, Young Sae had asked the Chagall clan to help him destroy the pirates. So they sent their best warrior to help him, but who is this girl? Then the Chagall warrior Yan gave that warrior the nickname Earth Dragon. But it was a man fighting beside him, not a woman. Looking out the window, Young-se turned to Jong-ga and said he had something to ask her. After listening to him, Jong-ga said he wanted her to know who the lady in the wagon was. Yeon replied exactly. Winking at him, Young-ga asked him if he fell in love at first sight. Tang-seo next to her closed her eyes. Young-se also closed her eyes and told her not to talk nonsense because he couldn't even see her face because of the veil. In fact, Young-ga was also curious about her, but she was going to find out later. It was night, and once again the team made a fire for dinner. Meanwhile, Young-se looked at Young-ga and thought that he couldn't even start a fire and couldn't cook. How useless he is. Suddenly, the lady came over and apologized for interrupting the meal and asked for permission to sit next to him. She looked at Young-se and said she wanted to talk to him and smiled. Without even looking at her, Yeon-seo told her to sit down. Young-woo folded his hands and said hello and introduced himself to her. Also smiling, she introduced herself to Jong-ga and Tang-seo. Hearing Tang-seo's name, the stranger asked if she was the daughter of the leader of the Tang clan. Young-seo quietly told her his name. He said he was from a little-known school and unknown in Marima, so she obviously hadn't heard of him. She put her hand on her chest and said that her name was Chegal-hae. She also apologized for being cautious, saying that she had to hide her face. Young stood up and thought that he had never heard her name in his past life. Gal-hae said she didn't know anyone else had gone to Daejeong. Pouring the soup, Young-se thought that since she was from the Chegal family, it wouldn't be a bad thing if he left a good impression of her. When he came up to her and held out the bowl, he said that they didn't know either and offered to eat together. Gal-hae thanked him. Gal-hae looked at him and said that their meeting must have been fated since they had the same goal and asked if he wanted to join them. In response, Young-seo thanked her for the offer and told her that they were going to Hangzhou. Apparently, Gal-hae thinks they're going to fight pirates too. Just in case, Young-se clarified that they weren't going to fight. Gal-hae gasped and said, "That's what it is." Then she said she was sorry they were going to different places. Then she asked if they could go to Hangzhou with them. Looking at her, Yeon said there was no reason to refuse and asked why they were so eager to go with them. Smiling, Gal-hae replied that she just wanted to make friends with him because she rarely leaves the house. Smiling back at her, Young-se thought she was hiding something. Then he said that they would go together tomorrow morning. Madam moved into the carriage with them and chatted with the girls all the way. Arriving in town, Gal-hae said she was sorry it was time to say goodbye. Bowing, Gal-hae said it had been a fun trip and thanked them. Folding her hands in farewell, Young-seo replied that they had enjoyed being with her too. As they said goodbye and Gal-hae got into the wagon, she thought of the daughter of the Tang clan leader. The sword was lying next to her. She thought about the apprentice of the Plum Blossom Blade Master and the unknown girl with an unusual aura around her. As she put on her cloak, she thought about the head of this company, Bart Yong. She decided that she would have to resort to her family's connections to find out. The warrior approached the wagon and announced that he was here. After opening the door, the lady ordered the Ha warrior to address her properly from now on. When the man from the wagon came out, the warrior apologized to the young master. When sunset came, Young came to the house of Huayan Peak. The guards at the entrance asked how they could help him. Showing his red sign, Young-seo said he had come to see the head of the Huayan Trade Organization. When the guard saw the sign, he aghast and exclaimed that they would take him to the reception hall and ordered another to tell the head that he had an important guest. Sitting in the reception hall, Young-se listened to the head of state ask how he was doing. Smiling, Young-se said that he had no complaints. The head said he was glad that he was doing well and added that he wanted to ask him something. He asked how Young-jo knew that spices were going to get so expensive, and Young-cho said he had a secret to tell and started telling him what he really was. He said that he was reborn, but that when he went back to the past, all his memories of the future remained. The head frowned and asked Young-se if he was lying about being reborn. Then he laughed and asked if that was how he should have reacted. Smiling, Yeon asked if it was so important how he knew about it now. Holding the bowl, Yeon said that what will happen in the future is not that important. Young also asked if his son's health had improved. He wondered if he was able to overcome the ailment inflicted by the demonic sect. The head replied that he was completely healthy now. He said that people around him still thought he was sick. Yeon asked why that was so. The head said that he was hiding the fact that he had recovered and that he had found a healer for the heavenly demon to contact him. Looking into Yong's eyes, the head asked if he shouldn't avenge all the suffering he had caused. In turn, Yong thought that the head of the trade organization was indeed an unusual person. But in that case, the sect leader doesn't know that his son was cured by Young-se. He had already collected 2 of the 5 heavenly demon laborers. Young-se thought they were already looking for him, so he tried to be secretive. But what if Young-se collects all the books and he doesn't even know about it? Then Young-se would become the hero of Murim and stop the demonic sect from conquering the world. After putting the cup down, Yong replied well and suggested that we talk about the main thing. Leaning on the table, Yong asked how he would invest in food and herbs this time. And the head asked Yong wanted to gather all the food and medicines for the sake of the battle against the demon sect. Then Yeon explained that the leader wanted to make money by trading in Marima, but it would be difficult to do so since there were already strong trade ties in the market. He then added that from now on they should invest in food and herbs. Touching his beard, the leader asked if it was not a battle, if it was going to be a bad harvest year. Yong said that it was and that it would be in 3 years. There would be a great famine, even in Hanum where Murim was founded. Hearing this, the head asked Yeon-seo if he really knew what would happen in the future. However, Young-se only said that the decision was up to him. Tapping his fingers on the table, the head said he would think about it. He felt that he couldn't make a decision based on one person's opinion. Agreeing with him, Yeon added that the head needed to know that he was investing half of the spy's sales revenue into it. After saying that, the head said that they would be willing to help the investors in that case. When Youngse left their house, it was already getting dark. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Yong-ga was standing in front of him. Going down the stairs, Youngse asked what she was doing here. She asked him what he was talking to the head of the organization about. Yi-yun said that he had found out how much he earned from selling spices and inquired about his son's condition. Leaning toward him, Jong-ga asked just for that reason. Continuing down, Yon replied that he didn't have to tell her everything. Jong-ga snidely replied, of course. Jong-ga then asked where Yon was going so late. Yon replied that he had to find someone. Of course, Jong-ga asked who, and Young said he didn't know where he was from or what his name was or what he looked like. All he knows is his gender and age. People say he lives in the entertainment district, so Young decided to search the place. But Hangzhou's entertainment district is the biggest. Walking beside him, Jong-ga said that with this information, he will search for this man for a long time. Young said he would recognize him if he met him. The man Yeon Seo is a martial artist who can destroy anyone. Cloud Dragon. Popularly known as the dragon drowning in alcohol, everyone around him thinks he lived in luxury and died in it. In fact, he was captured by the Heavenly Demon's followers and became their puppet. In his past life, Youngse had only seen him in a mask, so he didn't know what the master looked like, but he remembered his energy. In a year's time, he's going to become a puppet. But in this life, Youngse decided that he would be the first to catch him. Young-ga asked why Young-seo wanted to find him. Looking at her, Yeon-seo replied that he would tell her everything later. Young-ga looked away and said she didn't have to ask. Then Yeon asked how long she would follow him around. Jong-ga said that the chief of staff had taken care of everything and she had nothing to do. Youngse stopped and asked if she wanted to go to the entertainment district. Jong-ga untied her tail and asked why he was asking. Youngse said in case men were hitting on her. Jong-ga took off the clip and untied her hair and asked if he was worried about her. Without answering her question, Youngse just walked past her, which surprised her. When they arrived at the entertainment district, Young-seo noticed that the district was really huge, and it would take a long time to find the place. It's said that the dragon is good at the four arts, so if we go by that... Suddenly, there was a shout of a man asking if he had gotten drunk at someone else's expense. Yang looked in the direction of the noise. There were men standing nearby holding the drunk and holding brushes and ink, a go board, and a tool. They decided to take him to the boss. The men were angry and said that this idiot was asking for trouble. At that moment, Young Seo felt that energy. The man in their hands waved to the side and asked for another drink. Yeon realized that the cloud dragon was in front of him. In the warrior book, it was written that it had a beautiful appearance. Although the energy was weak, it was exactly the same as what Yang had felt in his previous life. As he approached them, Yang said that he would take this man away. The man looked at him questioningly. One of the men raised an eyebrow and asked him if he had lost his fear and where he was going to take the debtor of the Hwangan sect. To his dismay, Yang didn't intend to answer the man's questions and just punched him in the jaw. Before his comrade knew it, the man was already sweating away. Clenching his fist, Youngse looked at another opponent and thought that no matter what he told them, they wouldn't listen. The people of the sect started shouting that now Youngse would find out who they were. Passers-by started looking back at them. When it was over, Jong-ga looked at the bodies and said it was fun. After picking up the dragon, Young Seo turned to Jong-ga. He asked her to find information about him. After a while, when Dragon opened his eyes, Young Seo asked if he had regained consciousness. Jumping up, Dragon asked who Yeon was. Sitting on a chair, Yeon introduced himself. He said he was passing by and thought the dragon was in trouble, so he decided to help. The dragon replied that he just passed out. Then Yang said that when he saw him, the dragon was being dragged by some people. Looking around, the dragon exclaimed that they had taken all of his things. Remembering the things scattered around the neighborhood, Youngse said that his belongings were damaged. Yi Young said Dragon doesn't have to worry because he's taking care of all his debts. Dragon asked why he was paying his debts. Suddenly, Yi Young called out the name Dam Yoon, or rather the heir to the Sama-sama Yoon clan. Hearing that, the dragon tensed up. Yi Young said he did all this to ask him for a favor. The dragon asked how Yi Young knew his name. Showing the book, Yeon said that he was helped with it by the HAO Society while he was sleeping. He then added that he wasn't going to harm him and not to worry so much. After getting up, Damun thanked him for his help and said that he was now in debt and would repay him tomorrow. But Young replied that he doesn't need to pay him back. Yeon also said he wasn't going to involve him in the sect. As he left, Damwoon waved his hand and said he was happy with his life as it was. Taking his pen, Damwoon said they would see each other when he paid him back. But suddenly Yeon said Cave of 1,000 Traps, and Damon let go of the pen. He looked back at him and Yeon said he knew where it was and how to get to the treasures hidden in it. Damon thought to himself that not only had he paid his debts, but now he was talking about the cave. But what does he want? Smiling, Yeon said he would pay well if Damwoon would help him neutralize the traps in the cave. Walking down the street, Damwoon remembered how Young had said that it might be hard for him to trust him, but why would he deceive someone who could really help him? Yeon had said that he wouldn't force him, so Dam-un could come to him when he thought it over. Now Dam-un thought that any trap cracker would dream of entering the cave of 1,000 traps. After sitting down on the bench, Dam-un grabbed his head and wondered if he really wanted to do that. He promised himself not to return to the world of Murim. Looking at his hands, Dam-un decided that he should give up because he hadn't used his martial arts or trap-cracking skills for 2 years. After pondering, he decided that he would never be able to destroy the traps in the cave. Suddenly, someone landed next to him. And then the stranger hit Dam-woon on the neck. The last thing he thought was no. And then Cloud Dragon lost consciousness. Opening his eyes, Dam Un thought his neck hurt and he didn't realize where he was. When he raised his head, he saw a warrior with a weapon and asked why the leader of the Huanggan sect needed him. He then informed him that his debts had to be paid. Examining his fingernails, the warrior said that it was a little strange because the person he had seen for the first time had suddenly paid all of Dam Un's debts. But Dam Un shouted out what was wrong with that, and the main thing was that the debt was gone. Looking behind him, the warrior said that the problem was that the stranger had beaten up his men. Walking up to Dam Un, the leader said that therefore he would have to pay them compensation, for example, for the treatment of his warriors. Dam Un asked why he had to pay them, and the leader said he had nothing to do since they couldn't find the guy. Reaching out his hand and touching his face, the leader said that maybe Dam Un should just go with them, and then his debt would be paid. Looking at him, Dam Un asked where he should go with them, and the leader licked his lips and said that he would understand when they came. A voice came from outside telling the leader to stop all this. The leader and Dam turned around. Standing up, the leader asked who the person in front of them was. Dam Un recognized the man. Yi Young SEO told the leader that he thought he should not talk to Dam Un but to him. Turning to him, the leader asked if he was the one who beat up his men. Suddenly, Young Seo disappeared and the leader said he was crazy. But Young Se had already attacked him, and the leader drew his sword above him to defend himself. Something began to happen to the leader's face. Young Se thought it was a mask made of human skin. Then the leader swung his sword, but Young Se disappeared again. The sect warriors screamed. Noticing that something was wrong with the leader's face, they asked if he was all right. Again, the leader swung his sword and the blow killed his warriors. All of them fell to the ground. Standing in front of Yang knew that behind this sect was Sima Un's father, the leader of the Sima clan. Taking off his mask, the leader told Yang that now he wouldn't be able to live after seeing his face. When Young Se saw who was in front of him, he thought he didn't realize it was him. Young Se found out that the reason why Dam Un was in debt was because of the Sama clan leader himself. The clan leader must have thought that if his son was in a bad situation, he would return to the family. Young Se thought that if he paid the debt, the clans that were angry with him would leave. But Young Se didn't think it would be like that. Maybe the Sama clan had joined the demonic sect to infiltrate their followers into the faction. But if that was the case, if the Sama clan was really part of the sect, they would have become famous. Yan doesn't have any memories of this clan from the past. And if the clan isn't part of the sect, how could he really decide to kill Dam Wung without the entire clan's permission? After thinking about it for a while, Yang decided that he had to capture him and find out everything to find out for sure. The leader approached him and asked why Yang had paid off the sucker's debts. And Yan replied that he just had enough money to do so. Laughing, his opponent said he was funny. Rushing to attack Yeon, the leader said that out of his post of calm, now trouble awaits him. He threw a punch, but Yeon put his sword up and was able to defend himself. When their swords came in contact, Yeon felt cold. The opponent pressed down on the weapon and Yeon was thrown backwards. Yeon thought that if this demon can wield an ice sword, then this is the demon that can destroy even the souls of the dead. The demon in front of him was a demon of pretense. His name was Sa Hongui. After hearing his name, the demon asked if Yeon knew him. Yang replied that he thought Hongui had died in Dawan and didn't think he had actually become the head of the bandits. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Hongui said that Yang had a good tongue. Then he said that since Yeon knows him but is calm, Yeon is a good warrior. And Yeon replied that he is calm because he knows what to expect from him. Standing up, Hongui said that he is older than him, but it seems that their skills are on the same level. His sword shone and Hongui added that he was sorry to take the life of such a young warrior with his own hands, because he had a promising future. Raising his sword, Hongui used the 4 Blizzard Strike and shouted that he would kill young Seo quickly and painlessly. After an explosion sounded and Hongui carefully watched the place where his opponent was standing. He didn't see anyone, but Young Se was already attacking his opponent from above. At the last moment, Hongui sensed him and swung his sword away and shouted for nothing. Again and again he struck, but Yan skillfully evaded him while Hongui shouted why he was dodging. Yang Seo tried his best to defend himself against the enemy, but he shouted that Yang Seo was about to die. He clutched the hilt and swung his sword at the enemy. Hongui said that Young Sai was fast. The situation was getting tense. Hongui shouted that Yan's fast attacks wouldn't take him. Again, Yeon used his martial art, but Hongui shouted that it wasn't enough. Looking closer, Hongui realized that his opponent had disappeared. Turning around, he shouted where Yeon had gone. Meanwhile, Yang was watching him from above, already preparing to strike. Turning around, Hongui was hit by the 4th stage. With a swing of his sword, Yang used the waning moon attack. Raising his sword, Hongui tried to deflect the attack. The blow was powerful and he clenched his teeth from having to strain. With his eyes wide open, he realized that this guy didn't have a single bit of doubt and had absolutely no sense of fear. There was an explosion and Yang landed amidst the rising dust. Lightning was shooting out of his sword into the sky. Deciding that he couldn't defeat him, Hongui threw down his broken sword and grabbed Damwoon and ran away. Just when he thought he had to return to report back to the sect head, Hongui felt something and turned around. A blue light enveloped him and then Hongui stopped and looked around, realizing that Dam Wan had gone somewhere. As he continued to look around, he thought it was magic. Behind him was Young Se, who said that it was clear how he had survived Dawan. Smiling, Young Se summarized that Hongui was a good runner. Turning to him, Hongui shouted that he was a bastard and asked how dare he. But afterward, Young Se seemed to pass through him. It was like there were holes in Hongui's body where light was coming through, and Young Se asked why he needed Damun. Hongui froze and asked how he could do that. His opponent trembled and Yan Seo grabbed his head and said that if he wanted to live, he had to tell him. Hongui whispered that it was all a demon. Young let go of him and Hongui fell to the ground dead. With a mental swear, Yan realized that Hongui was under the seal of death. After all, his enemy was not a demon, but a human. Dam Woon came up to him and asked if Hongui was dead. Young replied that he had killed himself and asked when Dam Woon had time to cast the illusion. Dam Woon replied that while they were fighting, he was using his strategy skills and just wanted to protect them, but he was glad that he was able to confuse him like that. He also thanked Yan for saving him, and Yan said it was because he had paid his debt, but he had just done what he had to do. Dam Woon asked who the man really was, and Yan Seo said he was a demon, and Dam Woon asked why. Yan Seo asked him to answer only one question. The leader of the Sama clan had colluded with the demon sect. When he heard that, Dam Woon clarified that Yang wanted to say that the one who put him in debt and the one who sicked the sect on him was his father and the leader of the Sama clan. Yan confirmed it. Dam Woon reasoned that the person who kidnapped him is a demon from the sect. The head of the Sama clan might have made a deal with the sect for his purpose. To Dam Woon, it was strange and dangerous to collude with them just to bring him back to his family. Thinking about it, Young decided that if he was wrong and the Sama clan was not in cahoots with the sect, then it was the person who wanted to kidnap Dam Woon without the clan head's knowledge. Looking at Un, Yan said that his family was his family, and Un said that he had given up that name a long time ago and asked him to call him Dam Un. When he asked him by another name, he asked if he could find out what had happened to his family. Un was confused and asked if Yan had told him that he had found out everything about him. Yan said that he had only been given dry facts about him without any details. That's what Yan wanted to hear from Un's mouth, but Dam Young said it wouldn't be interesting. Scrunching up his nose, Un added that he didn't think this was a good place to talk. Putting down the bottle, Yan said he brought it because he can't have this conversation sober and offered Un a glass to drink. Holding out the cup for Yang to pour for him, Un said that he was born into the family of the leader of the Sama clan, and that he was named heir and educated as a child. In response, Yang said that he must have had a hard time, and Un said that he was pleased to be praised and called a genius who appeared once every 100 years. After drinking a glass, Un continued to say that he had learned everything from magic to seals, and all his successes had delighted even his teacher. That's when Un realized he was an outstanding person. The problem was that it messed with his father's mind. With Un's help, his father was trying to bring back the greatness of the clan in a way that past generations had failed to do. So his father wanted Un to study at other schools, which was impossible since he couldn't pay. But his father realized that Dam Un's talent alone would not be enough for his son to achieve what his father wanted, no matter how hard Un tried. He couldn't beat the heirs of the other clans, so his father started borrowing money and gambling and trading opium to get rich. Moreover, he took the orphans for training and made them into a military unit. Un knew all this but pretended not to understand. Un reassured him that he couldn't solve this problem alone, but the clan leader's actions were getting out of hand. He wanted to marry Un to the Guanman clan leader's daughter so they could be allies. But Un already had a lover. They had sworn eternal friendship since childhood and promised to marry when they grew up. Then Un fell in love with this girl, and they both looked forward to a bright future together. He asked his father to call off the engagement, but neither he nor the Guanman clan agreed. With his head down, Un asked Yan if he knew what happened after that, and Yan asked Un if he thought he was trying to intimidate him. Grabbing his head, Un said he'd better do it. He said that he had secretly killed Un's lover's father with the help of a military unit. Un realized that love was over when he saw her father dead in her arms. That's when Un realized he was just a pawn, so he had no choice but to leave the clan. At that moment, it was as if something inside him was torn away. Un couldn't see her anymore. How could he, the son of a criminal, appear in front of her? So Un went to his father and told him he was leaving and then ran away. And as Yan already knows, after that he lived a life of entertainment. And Yan asked what happened to his lover. He suggested that she might be in his father's cage. Un said he tried to find out where she was. Fortunately, he found out that she had become an apprentice in the shaman faction. Un raised his head and said that he felt sorry for himself, but that life was not bad in his opinion. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he added that no one was suffering because of him. When Yang turned to look at him, Un turned away and wiped away a tear, saying he was ashamed that Yang could see it. Picking up the cup, Un exclaimed that they'd had enough talking and it was time for a drink. But Yeon said he didn't think his father would leave Un alone. Yeon then suggested that Un should come out of the shadows and deal with his father. However, Un whispered that it was impossible. Then Yeon suggested that he should go with him. Un replied that then Yeon would become an enemy to the clan and its allies, and then his father's squad would try to deal with him. Yeon picked up the cup and drank and then stood up. Un asked where he was going, and Yeon drew his sword from its sheath and Un clarified why he did it. Following that, Yeon swung his sword. From that swing, a hole appeared in the wall next to him. Un even moved backwards. After that, Yang asked Un once more. Un said that he could be killed. Turning to Un, Yang said that he himself could wipe out the Sama clan from the face of the earth. Holding out his hand to him, Yang said he needed him, and that power, fame, and wealth awaited him. He added that he would give him everything even after they had restored justice. So Yang smiled and asked Dam Un if he trusted him with his future. In the morning beside the wagon, Yang introduced Un to his companions. He still couldn't get Brother Yan's words out of his head. Then he asked if he could answer the question after they left the cave. Yan answered, of course, and Un said that they would need more than just their fighting skills to get out of the cave. However, Yan answered him that his friends would handle everything. He knew that Jongga should find the location of the cave. Tangso Yan should also help them in disarming the traps inside the cave. The only problem was that they needed to get rid of that useless sectarian. Walking up to Young Woo, Young questioned Young Woo, saying that he wanted to be on his own for a while. Young Woo replied that he did and thought about it on the way. Young Woo frowned and said that the civilians were suffering in these places not because of the Japanese pirates, but because of the bandits. Then Young said that he didn't want to ride and that Young Woo should do it. Young Woo rolled his eyes in response. Afterward, Yeon gave Young Woo some money and said it was for necessary expenses. And Young Woo asked him if he was the brother he knew, and Yeon asked who he thought he was. Young Woo said he's someone who's just waiting for the moment to get him. Young Se looked at him questioningly. Coughing, Young Woo took the money and turned his back to thank Young Seo. He smiled and thought that helping people was probably just an excuse to get away from him. But the problem was easier to solve than he thought. The warrior bowed his knee and told the leader that he had come with a report. The leader asked what was wrong. The masked warrior replied that he had sent his men because they could not contact the demon ghost. The warrior said that he had covered his tracks well when he went to meet Sima Wun, but they were unable to contact him either. According to the warrior, the leader of the Sama clan might be involved. The leader replied that that was most likely the case. However, the leader thought it was strange that the bloodthirsty demon ghost had disappeared. The man he had sent had disappeared without a trace. Scratching his beard, he added that the leader of Clan Sama knew nothing of their plans either. The warrior added that he wouldn't have been able to just get rid of their man. The leader frowned and suggested that someone else might be behind this. Standing between the chants, Jongga yelled that it was a dead end again. Turning to Young Seo, she asked if he thought they were going in circles now. Lowering his head, Yang began to reason that the herb merchant who had discovered the cave in his past life had also talked about this strange phenomenon. But Yang knew that meant the cave must be very close by now. Looking at Un, Yang said that there must be an illusion trap, and that there was no way to solve it. Un said that he was thinking about it too and had been trying to find it for a while, but he didn't say anything because he saw a stone with symbols on it. Un said to the others to stand and wait. Next to the stone, there was a tree with symbols written on it, and a leaf from a bush was also marked. Then he asked everyone to come over to him. Yang immediately asked if Un had figured out how to get rid of the illusion. Un said that when he was still a child, the clan leader told him that if the creator of this cave hadn't betrayed their clan, they would have become the most prosperous clan. At that time, Un thought that there was a strained relationship between the cave creator and the clan, but apparently Un was wrong. Yang asked what he wanted to say, and Un, drawing something on the ground, raised a stick to keep Yang quiet. Drawing a diagram, Un said that perhaps the creator of the cave was a member of the Sama clan. Un stood up and walked forward, saying that just like martial arts, a warrior's traps can also tell where he came from. As he approached the rock, Un said that this seal of illusion was similar to the one passed from warrior to warrior in the Sama clan. Touching the wall, Yun used his skill and told everyone that the cave was here. He put his hand through the wall and said that if the creator was really from the Sama clan. After that, a cave really opened up in front of them, and Un said that this was the caves of 1,000 traps. Un smiled and said that it seemed to be easier to pass through this cave than he thought. And so they entered this cave. Damon easily broke all the trap seals as he had expected, and the mechanical traps set all over the cave were removed by Tong So Yan. Thus, they reached the last door. Stopping by it, Un said that there was a problem. He said that this seal could not be broken without entering the magic center. Raising his hand, Yeon said that's where he would go. Un shouted that he couldn't just go in like that because if something went wrong, he would die. After saying that, Yang realized that Dam Woon still didn't trust him. Taking a step forward, Yang decided that this was more important than any riches in this cave. Putting his hand on Un's shoulder, Yang thought that meant he would have to show him what kind of man Damwon trusts with his future, and Yan said that can't worry. But Woon said he realizes Yan is ready for any challenge. From what he said, the traps out there are nothing compared to what they've already been through. Of course, Yan knew he was right. The magic trap set on this gate is the Shadow Vanishing Seal. Unlike previous traps, it can only be destroyed from the inside. Someone will have to go right inside the sadness and destroy the magic center. In Yeon Seo's past life, many people tried to pass this cave. However, none of them returned. But after the attempts to pass through the cave stopped due to the death of the warriors, one experienced daredevil from the Imperial Guards came back barely alive. His skills were at the level of the Ascendant. Yang had put off trying to pass through the cave all this time, because he wanted to reach the required level first. However, the warrior didn't tell him what he had to go through, and Yang didn't know what was waiting for him there. But if this trap could practically destroy a warrior of this level, it might not be easy for Yang. With a smile, Yan thought that he couldn't just give up because of this. Passing by Yan said that if the seals could only be broken by destroying its magic center, then he would do it too. Going to the door, Yang asked to just let him do it, and turned around and asked him to wait. Taking the fan out of his pocket, said he would go with Yan. He said that with it, Yan would understand the method of destroying the center faster. Turning to the girls, said that only a very small number of people could enter the seal, so he asked them to stay and guard the place. The girls nodded and Un went to the door saying that he would open it. He put his palm on it and the door opened. Looking at Yang, Un asked him to be careful and Yang wished him luck. When they entered the cave, Yang was alone. As they walked forward, he shouted Un's name and asked if he could hear him. Damon disappeared as soon as the door opened, and Yan was left alone. Looking around, Yang thought that nothing had happened yet, but it was very hard to get his bearings here. He didn't see that a person had appeared behind him. When Young realized that someone else was here, he turned around and saw the man. He said he didn't expect to see Young Se here. Yan knew they would meet again, but he didn't think it would happen here. Reaching for his sword, Yan grabbed the hilt ready to fight. Standing before him was the brother adept Suzerendamon of the intoxicating crime. Holding the sword, Yang swore because he had not yet reached the level he had in his previous life. Therefore, he wouldn't be able to defeat the illusion of the suzerain now. Smiling, the suzerain said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that Yang had nothing to say to him. In response, Yang said that the fact that the suzerain acts like he knows him gives away the fact that he's not real. However, Yan thought that it couldn't be that suzerain knew him in this life, and that it was an illusion created by this magic trap. Raising his hand, suzerain said that he was happy to see his younger adept brother again. He then asked why Yan Seo looked more scared than happy. Lowering his sword, Young Seo said that it seems that suzerain has a nasty temper in this life as well. The suzerain said it's only natural that he's a memory. Analyzing his opponent, Yeon Seo concluded that suzerain was an illusion without a real physical body. However, what would happen if he died at his hands? Suddenly, there was a shout from his brother, and behind Yong's back appeared Un, who asked if he was here. With an outstretched hand, Yeon asked Un not to come close because it was too dangerous, and Un stopped. Then Yeon said that this person was not real, but an illusion, and asked what kind of magic trap it was. Turning to look back, Un said that he didn't expect that there was such a seal here either. Realizing that it wasn't just him, Un turned around. Behind Un stood a man. It was the leader of the Sama clan, his father. The shadow disappearance seal recreates your most sworn enemy from your memories. Now Young understood why he had this demon as his suzerain. But for Damwoon, it's the leader of the Sama clan. And Young asked if it was an illusion, couldn't they just ignore it and pass it by? Damwoon said they can't. He said that this seal is designed to affect the psyche of the infiltrators. Their bodies might remain intact, but their psyche would be destroyed and they would go insane. Suzerain came into the conversation and asked if they were done talking. He told Yang that he was still the same cocky guy who makes the elder wait. Yang clenched his sword and replied that there was no need to hurry, for the suzerain would die at his hands again. These words made suzerain laugh. He looked at Yang and said that he was still bluffing ineptly. Afterwards, suzerain asked what Yang could do to him, even without reaching the same level of skill. He clucked, and Yang thought that suzerain's strength was unbelievable. Even knowing all the techniques the enemy used wouldn't help with the difference they had now. Suzerain said that as Yang is all such his brother adept, then he would finish him off without too much pain. He swung his fist at Yang, and a huge magic fist came at his face. At the last moment, Yang bounced to the side and Suren's attack passed him by. Looking at Yeon, who was crouching on one knee, Suzerain laughed and said that he was amused to see Yeon Seo-woon rolling on the floor. He told Yeon to turn around, and when Yeon looked to the side, he saw his opponent right next to him. By making a fist, Yeon blocked the enemy's attack. Stepping back, the suzerain told Yeon that he was doing well. Looking at him, Yeon realized that the opponent had decided to play with him. Jumping up, Yeon decided that now was his chance. With a swing of his sword, Yang used the Waning Moon Crescent attack. Before he knew it, Yang was already behind him with his sword raised. However, the sword passed through the opponent and Suzerain asked if this was her best attack. Pushing the weapon away, Suzerain turned his head and said it was disappointing. Watching him, Yeon clenched his teeth. Turning towards Yang, Suzerain owled his fist. He shouted that he would teach Yan how to fight. He punched Yan and he flew back a few meters. Yan realized that his opponent was reflecting all of his moon phase attacks. At that moment, Young Se decided that it was time for him to use King Fist's white lightning body art. This strike was called the Dragon Strike. However, the Suzerain said it was like being bitten by a mosquito, and then Suzerain kicked Yang in the face. Of course, his image is based on Yeon's memories, but it also reflects the attacks that Yeon has learned in this life. Once again, Yeon was hit in the face by his opponent. The blow was strong and Yeon fell to the floor and rolled onto his back. As he got up, he leaned on his sword and thought that if he was lucky, he wouldn't be harmed by his opponent's attacks thanks to the white lightning technique. At this moment, Suzerain asked how Young Se's mood was now. With a smile, Young Seo replied that he was still hanging in there. With his hands spread out, Suzerain said it was funny. He said that Young Se would die by his hand in this life too. Then Young Se asked when he died by his hand. Smiling, Young Se added that it was more likely that Suzerain had fallen by his hand, and Yeon added that in his past life he died from the side effects of his own attack. Clenching his fist, Suzerain said that after his death, Young would only have to talk. Young realized that it would be disadvantageous for him to use his usual melee attacks because Suzerain would repel them, so he had to keep his distance. As he entered the 21st phase, Young Se swung his sword and used the Waning Moon attack. However, Suzerain ran at Yeon through the attack. It seemed like he was crazy because he ran at him without even trying to repel the attack. As the Suzerain approached, Yeon Seo knew that he liked to corner his opponent and enjoyed every moment of bullying him. And such a man is coming at Young Se with his whole body right now. But why is the Suzerain trying so hard to destroy Yeon Seo with a surprise attack? By flying upwards, Young Se thus avoided being hit and suzerain hit the ground. Watching suzerain's face, Yan thought why he was so persistent. A thought came into Young-se's mind that he didn't understand something, the way suzerain is trying to threaten him. Grabbing Yeon's face, suzerain said he understood. Throwing Yeon to the ground, the suzerain began to beat him. Suddenly, Damun intervened. Turning to Yeon, Un called out to him. However, his father said behind his back that it was over, and Un should surrender. The father said he didn't want to take his son's life. Un asked how much longer he would be acting like a caring father. Un turned to his father and said that he would not change anything by killing him here, and so he would take his father's life. Suddenly, suzerain yelled out what Un was doing. Un turned around and saw a steel sword in Yong's hands. And Yong told his opponent that now he understood why the suzerain wanted to end the battle so quickly. The suzerain shouted that Yeon was a crazy bastard and asked if he wanted to use that attack again. However, Yeon decided that it was a battle with his own memories anyway. He only needs to destroy the opponent before the attack destroys him. Smiling, Yong used a burst magic attack and said that he would now take suzerain's life again. Who would have thought that Young-se would use that cursed attack again? Explosive magic attack is one of the 6 skillful attacks of the demon sect. This very attack destroyed the demon suzerain and then himself in his past life. And Yeon asked the suzerain decided to attack him suddenly because he was afraid that Yeon would use it. Right now, Yeon is only fighting him inside his mind. Yeon said that apparently suzerain realized that his body wouldn't be harmed if he used this attack. In response, suzerain shouted that Yeon couldn't destroy him just by using one of his skill attacks because he wasn't as strong as he was in his previous life. The suzerain was right. Since the power of this attack is directly related to the strength of the attacker, the attack won't be as strong as in his previous life. But Young told the suzerain that judging from his chatter, he was still nervous. Standing up, Young thought that there wasn't much time left before the side effects of the attack started to affect him. Therefore, Young must concentrate all his strength. As he accelerated, he lunged at his opponent. Raising his fist, the suzerain shouted, "How dare Yeon!" And now their forces are in contact. Raising his sword, Young flew up and swung it over his opponent's head. Both opponents were thrown backwards by the shockwave. Squatting down on one knee, Young-se braked. The suzerain was reflecting the attacks as if he wasn't worried about his life at all. Perhaps it was because he realized that he was just a memory. Then Young decided that he couldn't drag this out any longer and he needed to finish him off as quickly as possible. Raising his head, Young saw that suzerain was attacking him. As he landed, suzerain destroyed the floor beneath him and yelled that Yang was trying to threaten him with such bastardized skills. After being wounded and flying backwards, Yang realized that he could no longer maintain his advantage. After catching up with him, the suzerain stabbed Yang in the stomach. Yang's eyes opened wide. With a smile, suzerain said that Yeon was finished, but suddenly Yeon grabbed his hand and turned to his brother Adept. With one hand holding his sword and the other, Yang drew his sword and asked if suzerain had said that he specialized in slashing attacks. This attack tears the flesh and breaks the bones of the enemy. As he prepared to strike, Yang said that he would remind him, and so Yang managed to land a decisive blow on his opponent. The suzerain coughed up blood. Grasping his side, Yang thought he was ready for the Adru, but the pain was still unbearable. If it wasn't for the art of white lightning, he would have died long ago. Yang knew that if the battle had been real, he would have died in this life as well. He needed to return to his previous level as soon as possible. Looking around, Yeon saw that Dam Woon was barely getting by. Yeon decided that he needed to deal with the leader of the Sama clan and destroy the Magic Seal Center. Suddenly, Yeon clenched his teeth because a cough of blood was coming out of his chest. These were the side effects from this attack. Falling to his knees, Yeon cried out in pain. Meanwhile, in the cave, Jungga turned to Tangso and asked why they still hadn't come out. At that moment, there was a rustling sound behind her and she turned around to see Yeon Seo holding Dam Woon. Tangso approached them and gave Un's hand to her and Jungga asked what was going on inside. Yeon replied that they would tell everything after they rested. Collapsing on the ground, Yeon thought that he really almost died there. If the creator of the cave was planning a trap that directly affected a person's mind, then the level of the warrior was completely irrelevant. Looking at Dam Won, Yeon wondered how to explain it to him. Dam Won sat silently by his side. Once inside the treasure cave, everyone was excited. They couldn't believe that Jung Ki-ja had left all this here. While the girls were looking at the weapons, Dam Woon walked over to Young Seo and asked if they could come out to talk. When they came out, Yeon said that the offer Young Seo made to him. He accepts it. Kneeling on one knee, Un said that from now on he would serve Yeon as a mentor. Smiling at him, Yeon said he will do his best to make sure Un doesn't regret it. And Un said that now as his subordinate, he wanted to know something. He asked who Young Se was. The question Young Se was waiting for finally came out. Dam Woon witnessed everything that happened inside the seal. Of course, Young Se didn't know what Un had heard, but it was hard for him to understand anyway. Yeon suggested that perhaps Young Seo was a member of a demonic sect, and added that since he had already decided to serve him, it didn't matter who Young Seo had been in the past. However, Yeon replied that he was the 5th disciple of the heavenly demon. Un replied that he was right. Yeon said that he had been a disciple in his past life to be exact. Un didn't understand him and asked what that meant. Young Se replied that he had already said that he had already died, and then returned to the past. With a frown, Dam Woon replied that it was impossible to believe such a thing. Young-se thought to himself that that was why he didn't tell anyone because no one would believe him anyway, not even his teacher. Damwoon thought that even after everything he had seen inside that trap, how could he believe such an unbelievable confession? When Yeon said that Dam-un might not believe him, Un didn't let him finish and said that he believed him. He said that from the very first moment they met, things happened that he couldn't explain, but after Youngse's words, everything fell into place. Damwoon asked if Youngseo knew him from his past life, and that's why he decided to help him. Yeonseo confirmed it. And Damwoon asked what kind of person Youngseo was in his past life. Yeon said that the person Damwoon saw inside the trap. It was the second disciple of the heavenly demon Suzerain demon of intoxicating crime. And in Damwoon's past life, he was his subordinate. Hearing this, Damwoon stammered and clarified that he was part of the demon sect. And Yong replied that it was probably the demonic entity that had been planted in his clan that had lured Damwoon into the sect. Laughing quietly, Damwoon replied that he didn't even know how to process all this. Yeong thanked him for believing him and apologized for hiding it all. Raising his hand, Damwoon said that if it wasn't for Yong, he would have been part of the demonic sect or died inside the trap. What kind of life he would have lived then? Yeon said that the title of mentor was too burdensome for him and decided that Damwoon could address him as before. Damwoon asked if it was customary for a follower to call someone he followed a mentor. Yong replied that it sounds simpler than it is. He said that in order to live in the invisible demon cave, he spoke respectfully to everyone, but then he couldn't get used to it. Then Yeon said that Un could speak respectfully but without a title. Yeon said that Damwoon should not call him mentor but just call him leader. Young also decided that he would take care of the treasures and everything would be divided according to their agreement. Among the treasures was an amber sword, one of the famous swords made by Gu Ya-ju, and even though Young already had a sword, he decided that a spare sword wouldn't hurt. There was also a silk pao. Even the sharpest sword wouldn't be able to cut it. It's a treasure that can be worn underneath your best clothes, and human wisdom. Eating it would give you knowledge even Youngse couldn't comprehend. The closer they looked at the treasure, the more they saw things they couldn't find anywhere else. As Youngse thought, it was worth it. Dam-un fulfilled his promise and led them to this treasure, but he didn't even move from his seat. Holding out his hand, Youngsai told him that it was time for them to leave. Un smiled and said he had something he wanted to show him before they left. He held a parchment in his hands and said that he would like to become famous for his charity and helping the people of Zhejiang province. Yang thought it was useless because of the robbers, and no matter how much wealth was given to the people, sooner or later it would all be stolen. But Dam-woon asked if they could lure the outlaws to one place. Showing a parchment, Dam-un said he had the perfect bait for the outlaws. Looking around, Dam-un said that when they took all the treasures out of here, they would fill it with forgeries, and he would spread rumors of untold riches. It would be a legend about the treasure left behind by the ancient sage. After thinking for a while, Youngsei asked if it was because the robbers were robbing the villagers that Dam-un decided to draw their attention to something else. Un replied that while they were fighting the pirates, they would lure the thieves and robbers here. However, Yan asked what Dam-un was going to do with them afterward and picked up the map. Leaning over to Yang, Dam-un raised a finger and exclaimed that this was his plan. He said that Yeon-seo would subdue as many brigands as possible who live by the Chol River, and at the same time distribute wealth to the civilians. Frowning, Youngseo asked Dam-un if he wanted him to pretend to be a bandit. And Un asked didn't Yan say he wanted to glorify his name by his own merits. Indeed, it's easier to win people's favor by deeds than by simply handing out money, by attacking the robbers and taking their profits. Youngsei will earn more respect from the people than just doing charity work. He can be the one who defeated the mysterious outlaw of Zhejiang province and the one who rid the land of robbers. It would be the same person. Looking at the map, Yang thought that by following Dam-woon's advice, he would not only save money but also gain a good reputation. After putting the map together, Yang realized that Dam-woon had come up with such a great plan in such a short time. As Yang thought, it was the right decision to invite him to Young's side. As they continued on their way, Yang, sitting in the wagon, reasoned that the battle at Baedong would not end before the Japanese pirates' invasion was over. In his previous life, the Japanese pirates would not be defeated until next spring, which meant that the Battle of Baedong would take place in winter. While Dam-woon and Tang Seo-young are studying the characteristics of their weapons, Young Seo will set up a military base. And when it's ready, they'll spread rumors of the treasure throughout the province. With a yawn, Yan decided to take a nap while he had some free time. Suddenly, someone shouted stop. Thinking it was another bandit, he got out of the carriage. The man in front of him asked the commander who it was. They were stopped by a small group of men. Yang walked towards them and one of them asked if this was Yang's wagon. The bandit smiled and said that if Yang wanted to keep himself alive, he should get off the wagon and get away. Taking the hilt, Yang thought that this time the bandits had gotten straight to the point. Among the bandits, Yang spotted one he knew and asked if he had decided to rob people now. When he didn't get an answer from Young Woo, Yang asked if he was bored with the life of a sect leader. Young Woo replied that it was just the circumstances. And Yeon said that he felt as if Jung Woo had decided to live freely as an outlaw. Young asked if he didn't say that was not the case. The gang leader intervened again and reminded him that he had asked if the wagon belonged to Youngsei. Then Yan thought he'd discuss it with Young Woo when he was done with the bandits. The leader shouted why Youngsei had naked his sword. With his sword held out in front of him, Young thought he didn't know what Young Woo was expecting, but he couldn't afford to suffer at their hands. The bandits shouted that Young had had enough of living, and the leader ordered everyone to draw their swords. Looking at the leader, Youngsei thought he could handle this gang. Just at that moment, he lunged at Yan Seo and shouted that he was a fool and would now test his sword. However, Yan clenched his fist and struck his opponent in the jaw. The blow was so strong that the leader was thrown back into the crowd of brigands. The spot on the man's face where Young Se had struck the blow turned blue, and the bandits whispered that Young Se had killed the leader with a single blow. Turning around, the bandits shouted to retreat and ran in different directions. Looking at them, Jung Yu thanked Young Seo for honoring his request. Young Sai asked him how he would explain it all to him. Tossing his hat on the ground, Jung Woo said he was pretending to be a bandit to find out something. Young asked if that was really the case, then why couldn't he just finish them all off? Young Woo shouted that just because Yeon is a villain doesn't mean he can take everyone's life. In response, Yeon said that Young Woo could tell that because he lost his last dime, and his family members because of them. Before Young Woo could reply, Young Seo turned around and waved his hand, saying he didn't want to argue with a traitor. Holding out his hand, Young Woo asked for help. Putting his hand in his pocket, Young Woo said that he had actually received an assignment from a kid who was looking for his sister not too long ago. Holding out his palm, Young Woo said that he still remembered the boy crying bitterly as he held out 2 silver coins. Clenching his fist, Young Woo told Yeon that with his help, he would save that kidnapped girl. For someone who looks down on others for being an adept, Young Woo reacts very emotionally to the child's request according to Yeon. You can't even tell what kind of person Young Woo really is. So, Young Se asked Young Woo if he had a plan. He turned his back and said he didn't. Then Young Seo asked if he knew where the headquarters of the bandits were, or how many of them there were, or where the place with the kidnapped people was. But Jung only recognized it. Folding his arms on his chest, Young Se clarified that he knew at least what they would do with the kidnapped people, and what they would do if the bandits killed the people. Without an answer, Young Se asked why he should ask for help without a plan or information. Young Woo said that's why he was asking for help. With a wave of his hand, Young Se replied that he didn't know, and would only agree if Jung Woo gave him his reward badge. Young Woo said that if Young Seo needed it, he would give it to him and swore on his life. With one eye open, Young Se thought that they would still face each other if they continued to be enemies, and this way he could get it for helping him. So Young Se said that if it came to fighting evil and helping the injured, he would help Jung. He folded his hands and thanked him happily. Smiling, Young thought that he would have to fight the bandits and demonic sect adherents alone, so he would gain experience, which was good enough. In the bandit village that night, there was a commotion because they were attacked from the eastern gate. Young Woo, who was watching on the roof, knew that while the bandits were distracted, he needed to free the people quickly. The guards guarding the house were also worried. One asked the other what the attackers would do to them. Another asked what 5 men would do against 100. He added cheerfully that they were still eating free bread, and at that moment, Young Woo landed between them. When the guard saw him, he shouted who he was, but a moment later the grass was stained with blood. Looking at the bodies lying there, Young Woo put his sword away and thought that now there was one less problem. Now it was time to find the keys to the prison, and Jung began to search the 2 men. After undressing them, Chan didn't understand what was wrong, because he was sure that the guards would have the keys. He thought that it would be too risky to break the door because there were people inside and the sound could be heard by other bandits. Yong Ga landed next to him. Seeing her, Young Woo jumped up and said there was a problem. Handing him the keys, Yong Ga said he was looking for this. Immediately, Young Woo exclaimed how and where she got them, and Jong Ga boastfully replied that she specializes in it. Standing there with his mouth open, Young Woo kept asking how, and Yong Ga replied that they didn't have time to rest and talk. Remembering where they were, Young Woo exclaimed that they needed to free the people first. When the prison was opened, Yong Ga was escorting the prisoners down the street and showing them where to go. Young Woo asked her if it was dangerous to take the hostages out through the back gate, because there was a chance that the bandits would try to stop them. But Yong Ga replied that there was no need to worry about that. Young Woo asked why. Yong Ga looked away and said that he would understand when he saw it. Takseo stood at that back gate and told the prisoners to pass through here. The poisoned bandits were lying on the ground, barely alive. Damoon smiled and said that everything went according to plan. Young Woo looked at him and asked about the plan. Raising his hand, Un said that in case the bandits decided to follow them, he had set this seal trap on this road. Looking at Un Tang, Seo, and Jong-gu, Jong Woo thought that these 3 were definitely unusual people, and how Young Seo had found such talented people. Suddenly, Young Woo assumed that if no one would follow them, then all the other bandits would rush towards brother Yeon Seo. In the next moment, Young Woo disappeared and shouted that no matter how strong Young Woo was, he couldn't handle 100 bandits. As he rushed through the village, Young Woo thought that there were only a couple hundred bandits left and prayed that Young Seo would be okay. Running to the main gate, Young Woo shouted Young Seo's name and then noticed him sitting on a pile of bodies. There was only one question in Young Woo's mind as Young Seo smiled and asked if they had already rescued the hostages. Then Young Woo thought that when everyone praised him as an outstanding warrior, he thought he was special. But now looking at Young Seo Woon, Young Woo thought he was nothing. The team stayed at a house for the night. Young Woo came to Young Seo's room and asked if he could discuss something with him. Young Se asked what he wanted to talk to Jong Woo about. Jung replied that he realized his inferiority by pretending to be a bandit. He also said that after leaving the volcano sect and becoming part of Murim, he met many talented people. Now Jung understood his teacher's admonition to be strict with himself and to be modest. Hearing this, Young Se was surprised that this kid who was nothing but prideful Clenching his fist against his chest, Young Woo said that this was probably why the teacher wanted him to go to Mirim with Young Seo. Clenching his fist, he said that he wanted to become strong and wanted to be a student that the teacher wouldn't be ashamed of. Kneeling down, Jong shouted that he knew Young Seo hated him but asked to be his coach. Yeon Seo stood up and Jong lowered his head and said that he had no one else to ask but him, and despite his shortcomings. However, Young Seo didn't let him finish and said that he was going to do it anyway. Young Woo looked up at him in surprise. Jong asked what Young Seo had just said, and Yeon Seo repeated that he said he was going to train him anyway. Looking at Young Woo, Young Seo thought that one way or another he needed to prepare him for the winter attack. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Young Seo remembered that he was worried about what would happen to Jong Woo if he didn't train him, but he bowed first. After that, they went to a special training session. Young Seo said that Young Woo's main flaw was his lack of experience, so he would give him training. Frowning, Young Woo asked if they were just going to fight each other. Reaching for his sword, Yeon said that he was pretty savvy. In response, Young Woo asked Yeon to just admit that he wanted to take him down. But Yeon asked if Young Woo himself didn't say that he wanted to be strong, and that fighting was the fastest way to achieve that goal. Putting his sword on his shoulder, Young Seo said that from now on he will start attacking him during training, and even during rest and when Jong Woo eats. And Yeon warned that Jong should always watch what's going on around him. Pulling his sword forward, Young Seo said that if Jong wanted to make up for his lack of experience in a short period of time. In the next moment, Yeon was already in his face and said that there was no other way to train. When Yeon attacked him, Jong ducked down. Young shouted that Jong needed to pull himself together, and he grabbed the hilt of his sword. As he drew his sword, Jong swung, but Young Seo jumped up and stepped aside. To Yeon, such an attack was obvious. Young Seo attacked Jong from the back and he fell face down on the floor, coughing. As Chan stood up, he saw that his nose was bleeding. This disheartened him and he clenched his fists. Turning around, Chan shouted that Young had attacked him from behind like a coward. Pointing his sword at him, Young Seo said he had 30 seconds to retaliate. Then he added that if Jong didn't get up, he would be beaten up. Before he knew it, Jong was screaming for what? But Yeon kept up and told Jong to fight without recoil because he needed it to make up for what he lacked. Also, Yeon said that if he didn't, Jong might die. As he listened to this, Jong wrinkled his nose in anger. In order for Young Woo's skills to improve, he needed to deal with unexpected attacks. Rubbing his fists, Young Seo thought that he needed to make him stronger before winter. When Young Seo reached out to him, Young Woo covered himself with his hand and shouted enough. There was silence and Young Woo opened his eyes and asked Young Seo if Young Seo had finished. But when he opened his eyes completely, he saw Yeon Seo swinging his sword at him and said that there was no denying that it was very invigorating. The next day, Eun came to Yeon Seo's house and told him that the magic traps would soon be completed. In response, Yeon says that as soon as he creates a fake martial arts manual, they will be ready to attack. Weapon-wielding martial techniques and attack repulsion techniques are not difficult to write since Yeon Seo knows them from his past life. The problem is that they're all techniques of a demonic sect, not to mention that the author of many of them is a heavenly demon. Thinking about it, Young Seo said that's why he was most afraid of attracting the attention of the demonic sect. Sitting down on the chair, Damwoon asked if he could keep them from using these techniques. Young Seo asked how. Raising his index finger, Eun said that if they don't resist the temptation of using demonic techniques, they should put a seal on them. Taking a brush, Young thought that if he had to create a manual, then maybe he should make it more interesting. And so the news began to spread. Il Sung, who was the leader of the Black Bandits 2 centuries ago, left behind untold treasures. Of course, the bandits rushed out believing that the treasure was rightfully theirs. Rumor has it that those who make it through the ordeal will receive the treasure, but the bandits believed that the treasure should go to the worthy. At the next training session, Young Seo praised Young Woo for doing a good job and told him that they had finished. Young Woo fell to the floor in joy. Young Seo then reminded him that he needed Young Woo's award plaque. When Young Woo got up, he clarified that the day had already come. However, Young Seo said he would tell him the plan and Young Woo should listen carefully. When night fell, Young Woo asked if Young was sure he wanted to do this, and Young said he was and put on a mask and told him that from now on they were bandits. Bandits who capture other bandits. Young Woo also covered half of his face with a mask. At the tavern, a man told a friend that a treasure cave had been discovered on Mount Seoldu. The friend replied that everyone in the province knew about it. Folding his hands, the man said that he had heard that people trying to get the treasure were dying every day and assumed that they would all die out. But his friend warned him not to talk about such things, and the man looked around and said that he had lost all fear from the quiet life. Smiling, his friend asked if it was not thanks to that hero in the fox mask. He heard that the hero was giving away his own loot to the victims. Young Seo and Young Woo sat at a nearby table and listened to the men discuss that 2 heroes were doing something incredible, but who were they? It was known that one was wearing a fox mask and the other was wearing a regular mask, but their identities were unknown. But that didn't matter to the men. What mattered was that a real hero had appeared. Looking at Young Woo, Young wanted to say that they should go, but he was still eating noodles and through his full mouth asked him to wait until he finished. Getting up, Yeon reminded him that they had things to do, and if Young Woo wanted to get out early, he should hurry up. Moving towards the exit, Yeon said that they had 2 more places to go today, and that was it. Young Woo jumped up from his seat in a hurry. In the night, Young Woo reported that all the black bandit squads had been destroyed in the cave. Leaning on his knees, he took a breath and said that all the hostages had been transported to the headquarters of the Wayang organization. Young Sai replied a good job. Then he said that some of the loot should be given to the hostages and they would take the rest. Young Woo pointed his finger at himself and said he would take care of everything. Looking at him, Young thought that now Young Woo was listening to him. And as he thought, the sudden attacks and beatings were good for him. Yonga flew over to them and called out to Young Seo. Turning to her, he asked her if she had done what he asked her to do. She handed Young Seo a pergamet and told him that it was the next target. Young Seo took it. While Yon Seo was reading the parchment, Zhang Ga asked Young Woo if they were working too hard since he had already halfway done his reward plaque. After putting the parchment away, Young Seo summarized that they still had to go to Guju Gyumhwa, Ryosu Anju, and Daiju. Hearing this, Jung Woo bowed and walked forward. After thinking about it, Young Seo realized that they had already shed their heroes, but they need to capture all the loot of the bandits and take as much as they can. In order to become the head of Muram, it wasn't enough to have excellent fighting skills alone, and to have wealth at the level of Muram's main organizations. Turning to Yonseo, Yonga talked about Chegal Hae. She said that Chegal Hae was trying her best to hide her existence, so Yonga was unable to get any useful information. But if the HAE community couldn't get information, then Youngsei couldn't do it. With a hand on Youngsei's shoulder, Yonga asked him if he wanted to know something interesting. Yonga said that not long ago, someone from the Chegal clan made a great contribution to the fight against pirates. Showing two fingers, Yonga said that she thought it was Chegal Hae, and that the clansmen called him the Earth Dragon. Usually when it comes to a woman, they call her a phoenix. Youngsei realized that Gal Hai got the nickname Earth Dragon. So she's fighting pretending to be a man. Youngsei realized that the future hadn't changed after all. He was worried that the date of the battle and its details would be different, but Youngsei didn't seem to have to worry about that anymore. Young Woo approached them with a bag. Youngsei told him that they were going to the next place, Daiju. A boat approached the ship and the pirate told the arrivals to leave their weapons in the boat. As the pirate looked around the ship, the warrior thought that for pirates, they had a pretty good organization. A man appeared in front of him and greeted him, and the warrior noticed that he spoke good Chinese, and he replied that he still had some work to do. The captain came closer to him and asked why he was looking for him. This pirate is called the Red Demon. He is considered one of the strongest pirates at the level of a clan elder or even higher. In response, the warrior asked if they had run out of supplies because the battle was dragging on. The captain replied that one guy had given them a lot of trouble. Then the warrior said that they would open the way to the city, and while they were distracting the soldiers, the pirates could get food and other booty. Of course, it was not a bad idea for the captain, and he asked what Yonseo wanted in return. And the warrior answered that they wanted chaos because that would give them control over the territory. Placing a box on the floor, the warrior said that it was a gift from the demon sect. Inside were two katanas, and the captain replied that they were very interesting items. Picking them up and pulling them out of the scabbard, Red Demon asked to tell the leader that he would pay for what he received. Back on shore, the warrior thought that if the red pirates started to act, the Earth Dragon would have no choice but to answer them. Rubbing his hands together, the fisherman said that since they had acted against the law, he would have to pay more. Silently, the warrior drew his sword and stripped the fisherman of his head. He kept thinking that as soon as he arrived here, they would capture him and send him to the demon sect. The fisherman fell into the water, and the warrior thought that the Chegal clan would think that he had been kidnapped or killed by Japanese pirates. The sect would get him instead of Dam Un, who had magic, and their lord would probably be happy about it. He walked along the shore from the bushes and was joined by the rest of the group. The warrior said they would follow the Japanese to Daiju. On the Korabola, Galhai asked the aide if that was all, and the aide said yes. Reading the parchment, she couldn't believe that the heiress of the Tak clan and the apprentice of a blade master would follow such a person. This is quite unusual. Galhai kept wondering who Young Seo Woon was. A subordinate ran up to them and told them that they were in trouble. Galhai turned around and asked what was wrong, and he told her that there were a large number of pirates in Daiju waters. In response, Galhai exclaimed that they were now in a position to move out. She thought that they had already taken control of the territorial waters and the battle was over. Clenching the hilt of her sword, she thought that now the pirates were coming at them again, and that was not in her plans. Then she asked if the warriors had notified the authorities. Lowering his head, the Salat replied that they had, but it would take time for the Imperial troops to arrive. Galhai began to wonder if the pirates had decided to attack Daiju when there were no Imperial troops in the area, and when they had already relaxed their surveillance. It was clear that someone had helped the pirates. Turning away, Galhai ordered warrior Ha to inform the soldiers. He clarified she wanted to order an attack. She replied that with their numbers, they would not be able to resist the pirates and should wait for the Imperial troops. But if they were too late, the villagers would suffer. In Daiju, walking down the street, Young Sai said that the attack was easier than he expected, and the loot was good too. Young Woo whined that he was tired and needed a day off. He added that Yan promised him, and Yan clarified that if he cheated him. Young Woo replied that he'd hurry up and run to the guest house before Yan changed his mind. Suddenly, there was panic on the street that Japanese pirates had arrived. People were running and shouting that they had to evacuate. Young Woo and Young Seo jumped on the roof to scout the situation. Looking at the ships, Yan Seo remembered that the army had recently defeated them, and the pirates were retreating, and perhaps it was time for the finale. Turning to Yan Seo, Young asked what they should do. Yan replied that they would do what they had to do, and the pirates would be taken care of by the Imperial troops. But Youngwoo asked if the civilians were in danger. Yeon replied that it seems like the pirates are just intimidating them, but not hurting them. It was clear that the pirates just wanted to collect as much profit as possible and escape before the soldiers arrived. Suddenly, Young realized that if they had come to rob people, he abruptly turned around and looked towards the forest. Immediately, Young decided he'd better go and check it out for himself. In the same instant, he rushed in that direction that Chong only had time to open his mouth. Jumping out of the forest and into the pirates' camp, Youngse stepped in front of them. Turning to him, the pirate asked who else he was. Youngse thought back to Shaoxing Jiaxing Australia and now Daeju, all the money he had saved up with great labor. Burnt scraps were flying in the air. Raising his sword, the pirate shouted that the enemy should be taken dead. But after saying that, lightning flashed around Yeon. In a moment, the three were gone and Youngse's sword was covered in blood. At that moment, Youngwoo came to him and asked him what it was all about and why the warehouse had burned down. Youngse asked him to move the stuff to a safe place. Youngwoo came closer and asked him to explain what happened, and Yeon said that there would be more pirates here soon. Looking at the sky that had turned red, Yeon added that the pirates would attack the place. Then Youngwoo asked what Yeon would do. Young said he would destroy the Japanese pirates by taking something out of his pocket. Youngwoo asked if this was a surprise attack that was different from the past. Youngse put on a mask. Without answering anything, he flew upwards. Youngwoo shouted his name after him. Rushing through the forest, Youngseo thought that at first he didn't care what the pirates were up to. However, how dare they touch his belongings? Young decided that he would repay them tenfold, and then the pirates would be held accountable for harming Youngse. He drew his sword and attacked the pirates. Meanwhile, in the city, the pirates were putting everything in the cart and hurrying their allies. As they approached the cart, the pirate laughed and said that he had taken a lot. His comrade praised him and said they should hurry to the boat. But at that moment, Youngseo landed right on the back of one of the pirates. The gang leader turned to him and shouted what the hell was going on, but Youngseo drew his sword and his head fell to the ground. The two remaining men rushed towards Youngse, shouting that he was a bastard, but Youngseo was struck by lightning, first one and then the other, and both of them fell to the ground dead. A woman and her daughter sheltering near the counter noticed a fox mask on Yeon, and she shouted that he was the hero in the fox mask. But there was no end to the pirates, although their skill level is not high. Despite Yeon's superiority, they never retreated. On the contrary, they wanted to exhaust him. Yeon didn't think that ordinary pirates would be so well organized. Even in his previous life, they were almost impossible to deal with. That was why no one came close to the coast where their bases were. It would be better to come to different settlements for protection so that more people would get to know Yeon. A warrior arrived at the Seven Cheagle ship again and reported that a message had arrived from the squad that had first traveled to Taiju. He said that the squad had confirmed that one of the 4 large ships belonging to the Red Demon had entered the waters. When Gal Hai heard about the Red Demon, she immediately thought of what he had come here for. Standing in the middle of the square, Youngse looked around and realized that he had wiped out almost everyone except those who had fled to the ship. Suddenly, there was a rustle behind his back and someone said that now, instead of his men, he had come himself. Coming closer, the Red Demon said that he decided to see what had happened here. Turning around, Youngse saw a pirate on the roof and the Red Demon asked if it was him. Youngse felt an incredible energy coming from the demon. Among the other Japanese pirates, are there any other warriors this strong? Jumping down to Yeon, Demon asked if he was answering, and suggested that he must still not speak this plebeian language well. When Yang attacked him, Demon said he just wanted to try out his new weapon. He swung his 2 katanas and Yang drew his sword to ward off the attack. When the dust settled, the Red Demon said that Youngse was a great opponent for him to try out his new weapon. Looking at him, Yeon saw that the Red Demon was strong. If he was in the Demon sect, he would be among the top 100 strongest warriors. Among all those that Youngse had fought, Red Demon was the strongest opponent. Right now, Youngse didn't know if he could win with his current skill level. Besides, he was exhausted. Clenching his teeth, Yang realized that he was more excited than scared. Crossing his katanas again, the Red Demon said that it was his turn. As he accelerated, he jumped up and struck at Yang again, but Yang managed to put his sword up and deflect the attack. Clutching the sword with both hands, Yang thought that his opponent could hold such a heavy sword with one hand. But Yang couldn't resist for long, and the demon swung him backwards. As he got down on all fours, Yang thought that although his opponent was strong, he was slow because of his armor. That meant that he had to rely on his speed in this battle. So Yang began to orchestrate various attacks from all sides, but each time he struck, Demon Yang realized that his armor was strong enough to prevent him from missing the attacks, and Yang trying to get ahead of him would only waste his energy. After the attacks, Yeon bounced back. Raising his weapon, the Red Demon asked if this was the limit of Yongseo's abilities. He took a few swings in the other direction, shouting that it was too boring. As he dodged the blow, he thought that if he continued like this, his strength would run out and he would be in trouble. After that, Yang spread his arms and used the Moon Reflection attack. This attack hit the enemy and the Red Demon howled. Then Yang accelerated and rushed towards the enemy, thinking that he needed to focus on one point. But when Yang's sword hit the armor, the Red Demon moved back under the pressure. Yang thought he had decided to dodge to soften the blow. He had no choice but to charge at the enemy with his last strength. A shout came from outside demanding that Yang stop. Yang turned around and saw that 2 pirates who had taken civilians hostage were standing nearby. Holding the pirate's hand to get enough air, the man asked the fox hero to save him. However, Yang didn't care whether the hostages died or not. The problem is that Yang is wearing a fox mask. If he lets the hostages die, his reputation will suffer. While exploring the shore, Galhai asked Ha where the red demon troops were. Ha replied that it was impossible to say with certainty. Another warrior said that there were fewer pirates than expected because they had left to plunder villages and had not yet returned. Gal. He said that they would check on them. At that moment, a war band was watching them. The leader gave the order that they were starting. In the square, the red demon Rising shouted that the pirates were idiots. He ordered the hostages to be released immediately. Looking at the captain, the pirates clenched their teeth. Approaching Yang, Red Demon apologized for the rudeness of his soldiers. Yang clarified why he was saying this, and Red Demon replied that he didn't want the battle to be interrupted. Looking at him, Yan thought that the goals of those who decide to plunder a foreign country are the same as the other sex. Pulling out his sword again, Demon said that it had been a long time already. Raising his katana, he said that that was why he would do anything to end this fight. He then swung and attacked Yang. In response, Yan also raised his sword and deflected the blow. But suddenly the opponent was already close by, swinging his sword over Yan's head. At the last moment, Yang raised his sword to deflect the blow. The ground beneath Yang's feet began to crack under the demon's pressure. The enemy was incredibly strong. When Yang was able to push him back, the demon jumped aside. Yang thought to avoid his attacks and find weaknesses. Again, he raised his katanas, but Yang grouped himself and didn't hit his enemy's weapon. The demon did not hesitate and changed the path of the strike, and Yan had to duck and bounce. The red demon's movements became even faster. Now, Yan is trying to conserve his energy, but he wouldn't be able to break through its armor without a strong attack. Looking closely, Yang thought that it might work. Raising his sword, Yan used the moon reflection attack. The red demon didn't even move and said it was the same attack. Raising his head, he shouted, "Did Yang really think it would work?" At this moment, Yang approached the enemy and pointed his sword at the armor. However, the demon made a U-turn and the sword flew into the wall of the building without hitting him. Turning to Yan, Demon said that it was a good attempt, but he knew that Yan would hit him right here. While he was talking, Yang approached him again with a fist that fired lightning bolts. The red demon thought that Yangseo was attacking the crack in the armor, but Yangseo's aim was different. This attack would penetrate even armor. It causes internal damage instead of external damage. The seventh wave of the Fist of Power. The punch was called Organ Ripping. When Yeon struck, sparks flew from the enemy's eyes. When it was over, the red demon was on his knees, saying that it was his fault and he should be executed for it. Looking at the enemy's weapons, Yang concluded that the armor and katanas were very unusual. Suddenly, Yang noticed two red characters on the blade of the katana. He recognized them and wondered where he got the sword made by the demonic sect. After picking it up, Youngsei asked the demon from whom he had gotten the katana, and the demon replied that a man had come to him and given him the sword. When Youngsei asked who it was, Demon wanted to answer, but at the same moment, an arrow pierced his chest. When he looked up, he saw an archer on the roof. He wondered why, but the archer disappeared after a few seconds. In the mountains, Gal Hai had already been surrounded by that time. The military officer told the Earth Dragon that he would not take his life, but he needed to follow him. Frowning all, he reasoned that the sudden return of the Japanese pirates and the demon ship. It seemed that they originally wanted to capture him. The warrior in front of him said he could see the dragon trying hard to understand everything, and added that if he went with them, they would tell him everything themselves. There was a rustle behind them, and the warriors looked around. They told the leader that the fourth had returned to them. The leader also turned around and said that the fourth had to follow the red demon and asked why he was here. Suddenly, all the warriors fell from the arrows that hit their chests. The leader managed to intercept the arrow. Clutching it in his hand, he realized that it was not the fourth, but then who is it? When the gunman who had taken the demon's life was rushing through the forest, Youngsei caught up with him and grabbed his head, asking him where he was in such a hurry. After that, Yongso stuck his opponent face down in the ground. Young said that he had pressed the acupuncture points so that now the opponent would not be able to move a finger, let alone kill himself. Judging from the demonic energy emanating from the opponent, he was from a demonic sect. Young thought that if that was the case, he might have a golden soul seal on him. A soul seal hypnotizes the person it rests on. If he decided to reveal the secret, he would kill himself. After turning his opponent around, Yon thought that there was no way to break the seal. Using magic, Yang decided that if the enemy didn't have the ability, he wouldn't be able to remove himself. So, Yang asked the warrior who they were and why they came here. Taking up the mask, Yang asked why he took the red demon's life. He added that if the enemy told him everything, he would die without even feeling pain. When the opponent told him everything, Yang ended the conversation with an attack. Then he put on his opponent's cloak and mask, thinking that he never imagined that they would use Japanese pirates to kidnap the dragon. He thought that they probably wanted to avert suspicion when they started looking for the kidnappers. Smiling, Yeon decided that they would not be able to do that, unfortunately. When Yang added Dam Woon to his squad, events began to unfold differently from his previous life. If the Earth Dragon fails, Youngsei doesn't care, but if the fight against the pirates goes the other way around, in that case, Youngsei will have to save Jeet Galhai, and then her family will be in his debt. As soon as Yan took off his hood, Galhai recognized the hero in the fox mask. The leader of the opponents had also heard about the hero. Clutching his sword, the leader said that Yan could have saved his life if he had just passed by. Swinging, the leader shouted that they were now forced to destroy him, but Yang also drew his sword and repelled the enemy's attack. He realized that the leader's skills were on the verge of reaching the zenith level. The leader flew upwards, deciding to attack in this way, and Yang had already put his sword in front of him to defend himself. Although it wasn't the strongest opponent Youngsei had ever fought, He wasn't an ordinary warrior. Reflecting the blow again, Young-se thought that he should avoid direct confrontations until he knew the weaknesses of the leader. With a swing of his sword, he threw his opponent several meters backwards with a shockwave. The leader shouted as he slowed down, wondering if Yang thought he could fool him with such attacks. Seeing 3 needles flying at him, the leader was shocked that his opponent was using a demonic attack. Reaching out and intercepting the needles, the leader said that Yang had cast an illusion to distract him and was now using the demonic attack. And the leader asked why a hero like Yang was fighting like a coward. Hearing this, Yang's eyes opened wide. He swung his sword and shouted how Yang would respond to this. Extending his arm, Yang intercepted the same needles. However, they stabbed into the armband and punctured it. After that, Yang fell to his knee. Seeing this, the leader called Yang an idiot because he blocked the poison attack with his hand. Walking up to Yeon-seo, the leader asked what he was hoping for. Everyone else silently watched them. Returning to his opponents, the leader said that only if Yeon didn't have immunity to poisons, he wouldn't be able to survive. Suddenly, he put his sword to his throat behind his back and said that he knew it himself. Afterward, Yang whispered to the leader that he was immune to poisons. When the last enemy had fallen, Yang turned around and started to walk away. Gal-hai folded her arms and bowed her head to thank him for saving her life. When he didn't get a response, she asked him to wait and said that she wouldn't try to get a response, but could he come to the Chigal clan when he had time? But to that, Yan didn't answer her either and just flew upwards. Gal-hai extended her hand, shouting for him to wait. When the Imperial army arrived, the warriors started shouting that they wouldn't pursue him because they needed to clear the area of pirates first. As she approached the Red Demon's body, he thought that it would take an incredible level of martial arts to defeat him. Looking away, she pondered over who he was. At that moment, a Ha warrior approached her. He reported that there were wounded bodies of pirates with sword wounds. Gal-hai turned to him and asked if they recognized the sword marks. And Ha said that it was the sword of the Plum Blossom Blade Master's apprentice. That there was a master's apprentice here greatly surprised the mistress. On the other side of the city, Young-woo closed his eyes and apologized to Young-seo. However, Young-seo only asked how much treasure they had lost in response. Pirates burst through the gate, shouting that Yan should be killed. Clutching his sword, Yan said that until they got everything back, they would not stop. Young-woo turned away and said that if it was only about the treasure, Young-seo should do it himself, because he wouldn't suffer for it. However, Young-se grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and dragged him forward while Jung-woo shouted that he wanted to die. Time passed and spring came. Young-seo slapped Young-woo for doing a good job. Walking out of the training room, Young-woo raised his fist up and shouted that it was finally over. Holding out the money to him, Young-seo said that it was his reward. Hearing that, Jung turned around, and Young-seo said he could eat and buy whatever he wanted and have fun. Leaning over the money, Jung said he was supposed to do Yeon's bidding for free, to which Yeon said he wouldn't take advantage of it. Stashing the money in his pocket, Yeon pretended to say that if he didn't need it, Young-woo stretched out his palm and exclaimed that he didn't mean it. Holding out the money, Yeon thought that whip training wasn't the only way to teach. After all, sometimes gingerbread could be useful too. In Yeon's opinion, Jung-woo deserved this reward because he followed all the instructions with precision. After Jung-woo pocketed the money, Jungga came over and called out to Yeon. Putting the parchment in Yeon's hand, Jungga told him that Brother Dam had sent this message through the Cow Society. Taking the parchment, Young-se thought that Dam-eun should be in the vicinity of Baedong right now. Yeon-seo's eyes opened wide at what he saw and said that they should go there immediately. Jungga followed Yeon on the street, holding up her hat and saying that it was so big, she asked if she had to wear it. Turning away, Yeon said he didn't want to start this pointless conversation. Jungga came closer and asked if he thought she wouldn't understand. She walked forward and said that he didn't want to talk about it because he would have to say that she was beautiful. However, Yeon had already turned down an alley. After catching up with him, Hanga exclaimed that he was ignoring her and asked him to at least look at her. The man in the alley looked back at them. When they entered the tavern, all the customers looked at them angrily, and Young-ga told Jung-ga that if she wanted to take off her hat, he wouldn't stop her. On the second floor stood Dam-eun, who raised his hand and called out to the leader. Taking a seat at the table, Young-seo said the tavern was packed to the top with bandits and clarified why they were all here. Eun replied that they had offered them a deal. Young-se questioned the deal, and Daman explained that in exchange for helping them eliminate the bandits in Baedong, they would ask for a huge sum of money. Smiling, Young couldn't believe that Eun was asking for money to disarm the trap he had set. But the deal is more complicated than it seems. Eun also said that he was afraid that negotiating alone would put him in a dangerous situation and wanted to ask Yeon to accompany him. Then Yeon clarified that Yoon had originally planned to profit from it. Dam-woon asked if practicality was less important than fame, and Yeon replied that they had no guarantee that he would keep his promise, and what would they do if the bandit leader ditched them? And Eun replied that it's up to the leader Young-se then. Young-se thought he knew that Eun had asked him to escort him because of that. Folding his arms across his chest, Yeon said that for now, they would proceed according to this plan. Jung-ga raised her fist up and unfolded his palms and thanked him. While negotiating with the bandit leader, the latter angrily exclaimed what you said and stabbed his sword into the floor. Kwak Chul-jin shouted down and think he would agree to such an idiotic proposal. Standing behind Eun thought that he is a talented warrior who should reach the zenith soon. And is it really Kwak who commands the squads? Kwok replied that he didn't understand why he couldn't accept, since they were offering him knowledge of the martial arts left behind by Sa Il-sung. Kwok asked if the amount was too much. Un asked how much wealth his squad earned per year, and he must have some extra money. Raising his palm, Kwok ordered him to stop and added that he wouldn't even listen to him. Taking out his fan, Un said that since he couldn't help them, they would just go to the leader of the other squads. Kwok said that no one would agree to that. Covering his face with the fan, Un said that he doesn't know that, and they are really asking for a large amount of money, however. It doesn't compare to the benefits that Kwok will get by gaining this ancient knowledge. Un turned away and said that since Kwok did not want to make this deal. Suddenly, Kwok stretched out his hand and shouted for him to wait. Then he asked if Dam Un was sure it would help them in Baedong. And Un said that Kwok himself probably realized that the answer to that question was in the affirmative. Pointing his finger at him, Kwok asked, "What if they lose and what will happen then?" Un replied that in that case, he would not get any compensation. Un looked at him and added that Kwok could just slit his throat. When they went outside, Yeon said that they were able to come to an agreement with him, and he was going to visit Hawaiian's organization. As they left, Yeon said that Dam Un could rest here for now. Un replied that he would take care of his own business for the time being. Back at the inn, Un took his brush again and opened the parchment under the candlelight. After writing something, Un stretched and said aloud that he needed to do these things first. Walking over to the bed, Un placed the candle on the bedside table, then lay down and blew it out. On the roof of the opposite building, a man watched as the light in Un's window went out. This warrior crept into Un's room and drew his sword. Un was asleep and heard nothing. He raised his dagger over Un. When the bed was stained with blood, Un opened his eyes wide. The warrior thought he had pierced Un's stomach. However, when he looked at his face, he saw that there was actually a log under the blanket. Just like Yeon Seo Dam told Woon, the culprit had followed him. When he realized his mistake, he looked around. The criminal was quite stealthy, and Dam Woon would be in trouble if he wasn't prepared. Finally, when the criminal saw Un, he swung his dagger, but Un deflected the blow. At the same moment, Yeon climbed in through the window and told the criminal that he was fearless enough to come to their house. Hearing that, the culprit rushed out through the window. He jumped out and disappeared. As he was running along the rooftops, Youngsae caught up with him and raised his sword to ask him where he was going. The criminal jumped into the square without escaping. Yeon jumped down after him. Examining his opponent, Yeon noticed that he was wearing leather armor. Although Yeon attacked him to grab him, he would only be able to leave a scratch on him. Abruptly turning around, the enemy fired 3 poisonous needles at Yeon. However, Yeon was ready for the attack and just turned around a bit to let the needles pass him by. Looking at his opponent's weapon, Yeon realized that it automatically fired the arrows. Immediately, the opponent rushed towards Yeon Seo and drew his dagger. However, Yeon dodged this strike as well. He swung his sword at the level of his opponent's face, but he crossed his arms to defend himself. The sword left a wound on the enemy's arm. Also, Yeon knew that among other things, he also possessed the stealth skill. After this blow, the enemy whirled away and ran towards Yeon. It was obvious that the enemy had a good command of the blade. Once at a distance, the warrior asked how Yeon knew he was coming. Yeon lowered his sword and asked if he had been following him from the beginning. The warrior replied that Yeon was a master of his craft, but even he could not deceive him. The warrior was sure that Yeon couldn't see him through the veil of secrecy. Smiling, Young thought, of course, how would the warrior know that? All his past life, Young had lived like hell, always on the verge of death because of the threat of assassination. Young didn't know if it was a curse or a blessing. Because of that, he developed the habit of always being on guard. After negotiating with Kwok, Yeon felt his energy for a moment. In response, Young told the warrior to better let him know who gave him the task, but the opponent remained silent. Lifting his leg, Young said, what if the opponent wasn't going to tell? Flying upward, Yeon shouted that there was nothing left for him to do but to force the opponent. As Young approached, the opponent released 3 small balls and green smoke rose up around him. It was poison. As the opponent wanted to escape from the smoke, Yong's hand appeared, grabbing him by the scruff of his neck. Bending the opponent over, Yong whispered to him that this level of poison did not affect him. With 2 fingers, Yong pressed the points on the enemy's body. Grabbing the enemy's face, Yeon told him to forget about escaping. After examining the enemy, Yeon concluded that there were no identifying marks on him. Perhaps there was an individual behind him rather than an organization. With an outstretched hand, Yeon closed them into a dome so that no one could overhear their conversation. The warrior, looking at this, said that it was unbelievable. Looking at Yong, he asked who he was, adding that it was amazing that there was a warrior with such talents and strength as Yong. Grabbing his opponent by the shoulder, Yong asked again who gave him the task to kill Brother Dam. The warrior replied that he couldn't say. Raising his hand from which lightning bolts were shooting, Yong said that he would speak now. Before the hand touched him, the warrior shouted that it was the Society of 5 Ghosts. The massacre of Woon was ordered by the head of the society. Then Yong began to think that the Society of 5 Ghosts had a feud between him and the Western Province's squad. They probably wanted to prevent the Western Province from winning the battle at Baedong. Looking at the warrior, Yong decided that he could be useful. Deciding to look at the enemy's face, Yong took off his mask. The opponent told Yeon to stop. After taking off the mask, Yeon's eyes went wide and he thought about why this guy was here. It was Seo Ho-sung. After defeating Salma's squad single-handedly, Ho-sung visited his own parents and, hiding his identity, asked for the name of the child he was looking for. That's how he found out that the child's name was So Ho-sung. Ho-sung blinked and asked how Yeon knew. But how could Yeon know? Young had heard it directly from him. Heaven's Edge criminal Seo Ho-sung. A skilled criminal who killed the master of King Du, who occupied the throne of the 10 heavenly emperors. He is one of the henchmen of the demon of exciting crime. He is suzerain's shadow, doing his bidding. Right now, he should be part of the demon sect. However, why is Hoseong a lone mercenary? Youngse thought it was his brother's omission. Smiling broadly, Youngseo decided that now the criminal of the edge of heaven would be his shadow in this life. Salma Squad. In this squad, kidnapped children are raised under harsh conditions. During training, their main goal is to take down students like them. Hocho has been storing up his anger and sharpening his blade in preparation for revenge. As soon as he reached the rank of warrior, he destroyed the entire Psalm squad, both leaders and other warriors. After that, he became a wandering warrior. During his wanderings, he ended up in a demonic sect. There he was noticed by the suzerain and became his apprentice and learned martial arts from him. He defeated King Do's master. But Hosung lost his life during an unsuccessful attempt to crime the master of the Plum Blossom Blade. Falling to his knees, Hosung asked Yang what he would do to him now. If in this life, Yang would allow Hoseon to take the demonic path, Yongso would give the weapon to the suzerain himself. Yan couldn't let that happen, so he told the suzerain that he would spare him, but in return he would have to join Yan's squad. Standing outside the cave, Kwok shouted that it was the same Biden. Damun replied that it was. He said he would go through first to disarm the magic traps, and Kwok and his squad should follow in his footsteps. Turning to Hosung, Yang said that he could decide whether to follow or not, but even if he didn't, Yang wouldn't take his life. Yan thought that if he forced Hosung's loyalty, it might lead to bad results. So Yeon decided that he should gain Hosung's trust, since Yeon planned to give him a very important assignment later. When they entered the cave, Youngse told Damun that he thought they were not moving very fast. In response, Damwoon said he would try to make it take 3 days. Yang clarified if there was a good reason for that. Kwok glumly followed behind them. Yang speculated that the Western Province squad leader might have a change of plans. If it took too long, other units would follow them if they sensed that something strange was going on, so they'd better take their time. When all the traps were disarmed and the squad reached the treasure room, they were shocked by the amount of gold. Taking the parchment, Kwok saw that it said the same thing as the message. Picking it up, Kwok shouted that it was undoubtedly So Il-sung's martial arts. However, all it said was magic. Kwok got angry and threw the pergament and ran to Un, shouting if he knew that all these arts were magic. Un asked how he could know and added that they had brought him to Baden as agreed. However, Kwok shouted that they had to renegotiate their agreement, and that these martial arts that Dam-un had promised him were magic, and Kwok had no use for them. Dam-un frowned and said that there was no point in discussing it, and he couldn't rewrite the treaty just because of Kwok's request. Then Kwok said that even if Un didn't want to change the treaty, he would have to do it. Raising his hand, he added that this was unless Un wanted to die right here. Sighing, Un said that it would be easier to negotiate with the bandits. After saying that, Kwok swung his sword, shouting, "How dare Un say that?" But suddenly a bolt of lightning flew at Kwok and he had to dodge it. A wall formed between them and Kwok shouted, "What the hell was that?" Yang drew his sword and said that anyone who crossed that line would be killed by his sword. Un lowered Yang's sword and said that now was not the time to do this, for the bandits should be on their way and they could lose all their riches. Turning to Kwok, he asked if he didn't want the bandits to get all that gold and Seo Il-sung's martial arts. Un took out his fan and said that the only one who knows how to get out of here alive is him. Therefore, Kwok must choose. Waving the fan in front of his face, Un smiled and added that they would all survive together or die. In a tree watching the cave, 2 bandits were discussing that 2 organizations that hated each other had decided to unite. The other bandits in the rocks were talking about how they couldn't let the Western Provinces unit get their hands on Seo Il-sung's martial arts. The bandits near the cave were discussing that if the Western Province squad was destroyed in the morning, they would be replaced by the secret society of the 5 ghosts. With a grimace, the bandit mocked the 5 Ghost Society. "You're so cool?" Suddenly, a voice behind them said that the joke was apparently funny, and asked if they would tell it to everyone. The bandits turned around and saw Quack. After they were done with them, Kwok told his men that the bastards of the community wouldn't get away with it. Yan suggested they think about revenge when they got out of the ambush. On the other side, a new group of Western provinces ran out at them. Un looked back and said that they would cover them, so Kwok should run fast. As they all ran away, Kwok said that there were too many enemies and they should take another road. However, Young clutched his sword and told Kwok not to worry and just keep running. Right as they ran, Yan swung his sword and destroyed everyone who got in their way. Watching this, Kwok thought about what would happen to him if he didn't agree to the treaty, and what would happen if Kwok crossed that line. Seo Hong, who had been silently following Yon, watched the situation carefully. After making sure that Youngse was distracted, Seo Hong grabbed the hilt of his sword. The blood spurted as Hosung slashed the throat of one of the bandits who had caught up with them. When Youngse looked back, Hosung thought that Youngse trusted the mercenary who had come to kill him to watch his back. When they met the bandit group, a fierce fight broke out between Kwok's squad and them. When it was over, Kwok apologized to Yeon for their actions in the cave. Yeon replied that it was okay and they should keep their end of the bargain. Punching himself in the chest, Kwok said that he swore on his name as the leader of the Sword of Wisdom sect, Kwok Cheol Jin, that he would keep his promise. He also suggested that they come over for a drink sometime, to which Yeon and Un just smiled. They went their separate ways and Un asked the leader if they should go too. Un raised his finger and said that they seemed to have something to talk about in private. Youngse and Hosung tensed up. Turning around, he winked and said that they happened to have a bottle of liquor in their carriage, and he would bring it for them. As they walked along, Yang thought that Ho Sung was the one who would have to do a lot of things for him secretly, so that Yang could become an elder of the alliance. Crime and espionage are a given for such secret missions, and there's no one better than Ho Sung. The problem is that Ho Sung was able to get the title of Heaven's Masked Criminal because of the secret valley techniques given to him by his second apprentice. Ho Sung can't get them unless he infiltrates the demon sect. However, that doesn't mean there's no way to get them. The legendary thief who is said to have stolen all the treasures of the Central Plains. Their problem may be solved if they retrieve them from the tomb, since they can find secret techniques that could replace those in the Valley of Ghosts in his past. Yan is not sure if the raid was successful since he died before it happened, but he does know the location and how to get there. Handing the bottle to Ho Sung, Yan figured he couldn't get his hands on the treasure map or the sacred artifacts needed to open the tomb, so winning Ho Sung's loyalty must be the first priority. Suddenly, Yan asked this because of Ho Sung's parents. Hearing this, Ho Sung frowned and looked at Yan, and Yan said that he knows that he anonymously sends the money he earned from his wanderer job to his parents. When Ho Sung reached for his blade, Yan said he didn't need to be so wary because he wasn't trying to threaten him. With no time to rest, he couldn't go near his parents because he was afraid, so he took care of them in his own way. A brother student won Ho Sung's loyalty by taking his parents hostage, but Yan decided he wouldn't be like him. Yan said he would make sure to pay Ho Sung well and guard his parents well. Turning around, Yan added that if he didn't keep his promise, Ho Sung might take his head off. In the city, people were discussing that the Earth Dragon, who had contributed a lot to pacify the pirates, was the best, and it was obvious. In the tavern, people were arguing that the drunken Cloud Dragon, who quickly completed the raid on Seo Ilseong's cave, was the best. With a wave of his hand, the man said that Earth Dragon was merely performing a task assigned by his clan, and Cloud Dragon had personally benefited from the raid. He said that they were nothing compared to the fox-masked hero who did such heroic deeds just to protect the citizens. In his opinion, the hero even defeated one of the 3 great pirate generals, a chained ogre with a double blade. Listening to this, Yang said that the streets were filled with talk of the Earth Dragon, the drunken Cloud Dragon, and the fox-masked hero. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Un asked why he was called Drunken Cloud Dragon in this life too. Yahyong said that Un had joined the Chaos sect after all, so it must have been bad for him. Dam Woon clutched his head. Young Gatang Seo and Young Woo entered the tavern. All the customers were enthusiastically looking around at the girls. Noticing Yeon, Jongga walked over to their table. Yeon asked why they were so late. Looking up, Jongga boastfully replied that they were going to the festival after all, so shouldn't she make an effort to prepare herself? Hearing this, Un and Yeon smiled and the leader suggested they head to their next destination, to Hunan, where the Dragon and Phoenix martial arts tournament would be held. When they arrived in the city, Un noticed that the tournament was still 10 days away, but the streets were already full of people. With his hands down, Jong asked if they could even rent a room for the duration of their arrival, but Young replied that he knew they would and had sent a man ahead of time. Just then, Hosung walked up to them. Yeon asked him if he had found a place to sleep, but Hosung said there was a problem. Yeon asked again. He said that he had booked their rooms as Yeon had ordered, and even paid in advance, but then a group of hooligans burst into the room and took it over. When Yeon asked who they were, Hosung said they were the Hwanbo clan. Yeon's eyes went wide. This is the Great Marima clan, one of the 5 great clans. The current fist god who will pass the title to the master in the future is the former head of the clan. They saw such a beautiful side of the Marima Order section representatives as soon as they came here. This is why people need strength. After passing by, Yeon ordered Hosung to show the way. However, the clan was ambitious to take away what belongs to Young Se. They entered the guest house and Yeon asked Hosung to show them where the rooms were. To be on the safe side, Hosyeon asked if Yeon Seo was sure if they would have trouble with the Marima alliance, but Yeon told him to keep it in mind for the future. He said that he hates to have what belongs to him taken away from him. After that, Hosung leads Youngso to the rooms. Yeon turned to those inside. A voice came from behind the door asking who's there, and Yeon replied that he's the one who rented the room. The person inside replied that he was busy. Just when Yeon thought he was being cheeky, a man came out of the other room and said that they had rented the room earlier. He introduced himself as Yu Gong-hun, the head of the Hwangjang squad of the Hwangbo clan. He said that the gentleman was in a bad mood and they could talk to him. In response, Yang said that they would have to release those Kumanates because they had been taken by them. Gon replied that this was impossible and they could return the money. Young then asked why he should give up his room. Gang asked if Young thought it was fair to send someone to take his place when people were flocking from all over the world. Young clenched his teeth and thought what the hell he was talking about. And since Gan has no excuses, he just decided to talk nonsense. And Yeon asked if they decided to take over their teams just for such a stupid reason. Turning away, Gon said that the room was given to them, according to all the rules. He said that the owner had also agreed. Yeong thought that the owner probably had no choice but to agree with the warriors. Grasping his head, Yeong realized that their conversation had failed. Then Yeong thought they had no choice but to beat them up and kick them out. So he told Gan that since no one would give in to each other, they would have to decide by force who was right. So Gang asked him seriously, and Yeong asked Gang if he thought he was joking. Looking at him, Gon said that if Yang backed off now, he could avoid the embarrassment. Opening his kimono, Youngsai said he would bet Silk Pow on it. The master, who had been listening to their dialogue all this time, jumped out of the room at this phrase because he couldn't believe the bet. With a smile, Yang asked what bet he would make. After that, everyone went out into the forest to fight. There, Ho-sung asked if Yan was worried because he was a relative of the Hwanbo clan leader. Yan replied that there was nothing to worry about, and they had a reason to fight them. Yang looked around and added that their companions would be witnesses. Meanwhile, the gentleman in front of him exclaimed that he was lucky to get Silk Pow. Looking at him, Yang thought that no one probably knew that he was the future Fist King Hwangbo Jin. He had gotten famous by performing well in the competition of the best Murim warriors, and then proving himself in the battle between the sects. However, young Seo never crossed paths with him on the battlefield because all his merits were fabricated by the Murma Alliance and the Hwanbo clan. Simply put, he is a coward with fake medals who hides behind connections and power. Pointing his finger at Yang, Bojin shouted for him to take off his Silk Pow. Yan looked at him questioningly. Bojin said that the terms should be equal and asked if Yan was afraid to fight without him. Young couldn't believe that Bojin would rebuke him for being a coward while wearing gauntlets with protective plates. Even Youngwoo isn't that brazen. Tapping on the grip, Yang said that it's not very comfortable to undress here. Raising his palms, Yeon suggested just fighting to 10 points, and if Bojin got them first, he would win. In response, Bojin questioned and Yan said he was giving him a break, but even so, he wasn't sure. Clenching his fists, Bojin shouted that Yan was a coward and didn't believe he could beat him so much that he refused to take off his pow. But Yan replied that Bojin has a long tongue and sighed. This made Bojin furious, and he called Yan a bastard who doesn't value his life at all. Ho-sung, who was standing nearby, thought that Bojin was really the descendant of the clan leader because he had the same energy. Taking his hat, Ho-sung thought that even though he knew that Brother Yan was strong, they couldn't even take on such an opponent together. Looking at Yang, Ho-sung didn't understand why he had offered such a high bid. Bojin swung his fist and shouted that if Yan didn't want to die in pieces, he should get out of the way. Yan replied that he was bored. The ground under Bojin's feet began to crack and he shouted that Yan had decided to dig his own grave. Running at him, he yelled for Yan to not even think he could survive. No sooner had he added that he would start with Yan's face than he drew his sword and just swung it at his opponent, knocking him aside. Ho-sung clearly didn't expect this, and his eyes went wide as his opponent fell. Getting up, Bojin asked how it happened. Yan said 9 more. Raising his sword above his opponent, Yan said they would finish quickly. When Yan got close, Bojin did a backflip to dodge the attack. Watching him, Yan thought that it was pure luck that Bojin had gotten his position. Wiping his mouth, Bojin cheerfully said that Yan knew how to take him by surprise. Swinging again, he shouted that only this time it would be different. This was the Hwanbo clan's crowning attack of 5 elements in a fist. Bojin told Yang that he would freeze now. But at that moment, Yan jumped up and struck Bojin's head with his sword. Then Yan struck him in the liver. He thought he was about to find out how good the future Fist King was at martial arts. Yeon's attacks were instantaneous, and he struck one after another. Bojin had time to cover himself with his armored hands. Then Bojin received a sword strike to his stomach. Yeon, on the other hand, thought that no matter what, they were brazen bastards. From another blow, Bojin flew back to his subordinate. Looking at him lying there, they shouted Mr. and Bojin only coughed. Standing in front of him, Yang summarized that there was only a second left. Rising up, Bojin shouted why his subordinate stood as if they were standing still. Pointing his finger at Yan, he shouted that the bastard must have used some kind of foul trick. He ordered to capture Yeon to find out who he was. The warriors rushed to carry out the Lord's order and surrounded Youngsai. That's what Youngsai thought. It's always like that. Bojin is one of those who can't accept defeat and starts pulling stunts like this. And those people are the backbone of the Hwangbo clan. In Yeon's opinion, the Murma clan has a bad future. In Murma, power and influence are more important. Yeon raised his foot high and struck the ground, causing the opponents to lose their balance. Yeon's lightning bolt struck all the opponents. Yeon was glad that he didn't even have to use his sword. Attacking Bojin's main subordinate, Yan used the rock-shattering fist. Crossing his arms, the warrior hoped that he would be able to avoid the blow. But the blow was so powerful that he was thrown back into the rock. As he approached Bojin, who had just gotten up, Yang asked him if he had forgotten his bet. Not receiving a reply, Yan reminded him that he had bet Silk Pow and Bojin his mittens. Clasping his hands together, Bojin shouted that it was a gift from the clan leader for his coming-of-age ceremony. Then Yeon asked why he should pay attention to it. Bojin asked if Yeon wasn't afraid of the Hwanbo clan's revenge. Yeon was plunged into a sense of deja vu because he had heard something similar from another person. And Young asked Bojin if he thought it was fair to take away the rooms in the inn without accepting the results of the duel, and now threaten him with his clan. Looking at the lying warriors, Yi Yong asked if they were the pride of the clan. He then asked if Bojin was afraid of being expelled from the clan for not defeating a warrior. Holding out his palm, Bojin asked Young Seo to wait and explained that they had a good reason to occupy their rooms. He said that they had some very important guests coming and they couldn't receive them in the rooms of a cheap guest house. Ya Young clarified what kind of important guest it was. Bojin said it was Seo Hyungam and Fist of Courage, an elder of Murim and one of the most important people of Murim. And Bojin asked now that Young Seo understood. He started to say that if they found out what Yan was doing here, he would be in big trouble. Yan thought it was really important to have strong connections. Bojin yelled that now Young realized what he had done, but Yan said that he had to deal with the winnings and he would keep the room mittens. Bojin called him a crazy idiot and asked if Young didn't realize the consequences. Yeon replied that what Bojin was implying wouldn't happen because his men were there for him. He said that she was the daughter of the Tang clan leader and a disciple of the Plum Blossom Blade Master. Opening his mouth, Bojin asked how these two ended up here. Young only smiled. Taking up the hilt, Young said that it was time to deal with the rest. And Yeon asked if Bojin might not want to give up his gauntlets peacefully. Looking at Dongjong Lake, Young thought that he didn't really need Bojin's mittens and just wanted to make him angry. He knew that Bojin had probably already told the elders what had happened. Yeon wondered what would happen now. Since Yeon had an excuse, he could relax. Someone walked up to him and asked if he was Yeon Seo-woon. Turning around, Yeon saw the person behind him and thought it was amazing how fast a guy with such a fat ass was. In front of him stood Seo Hyun Gom, the elder of Murim. This is Young Sai's purpose in life, a man who is the embodiment of injustice and abuse of power, yet is still respected by the people. Folding his hands, Young Sai said he welcomed Elder Murima. Seo Hyun approached him and told him that he had heard that a scion of the Hwanbo clan had treated him harshly. Yeon responded by saying that they had a little fight. Seo Hyun said that Bojin's security team was weak to say the least. Putting his hand on Yeon's shoulder, Seo Hyun said he wasn't going to tell him off. Yeon looked at him. Laughing, Seo Hyun said he was amused to see the old man angry. Looking at him, Yeon thought that Seo Hyun might want to get closer to him. Maybe he doesn't get along with other people in power. Or perhaps he knows that there is a disciple of the Plum Blossom Blade Master in Yeon's squad. After thinking about it, Yeon decided he would have to be nicer to Young Woo for a while. Seo Hyun said he would like to talk to Yeon and asked if he had a moment. Yeon Seo smiled and said that he would be willing to make time for him. They went to the gazebo and Seo Hyun said that compared to what the people of the Hwanbo clan had said about Yeon, he was quite a courteous young man, and Young said that maybe Bojin hadn't told him the whole story. Seo Hyun poured a drink and added that the kid had always been a mean person. Holding the glass, Young asked if the Taoists of the Volcano sect were forbidden to drink alcohol. Seo Hyun replied that among the elders there were those who wore monks' robes with shaved heads, but did not give up alcohol and meat. To this, Yeon thought that they were given freedom that wasn't restricted by old-fashioned rules. As expected from Elder Murim, then Seo Hyun said that he was actually a little surprised because he didn't think that anyone would be able to defeat Bojin and his warriors in a duel. Young replied that he was just lucky, but Seo Hwan asked how lucky he was to defeat them without getting a single abrasion. He added that moderate modesty leads to deception. Yeon said he listened to him carefully. Afterwards, Seo Hyun asked Yeon Seo if he was going to participate in the competition. Yeon confirmed what he said. And Seo Hyun asked Yeon Seo if he wants to join the Murima Alliance. Yeon confirmed that too. Then Seo Hyun said he would answer honestly. Then he asked if Yeon Seo wanted to join his faction. He said that with Yeon Seo's skills, he would be the best at the competition and he could even win the competition. The problem is only one person. Because Fist of Courage doesn't like Young Seo, he won't be able to show his skills to the fullest. Seo Hyun also added that if it were him, he would try to reform Young Seo. However, Fist will just cut off all paths to the top. Yayeon asked what benefit this would bring to Seo Hyun. He said that by having his support, Yeon will have a chance to prove himself, and because of Yeon's exploits, Seo Hyun would be able to raise his position. Young thought he had an eye for recognizing talented warriors, the courage to recruit someone who isn't even in the alliance, the ability to speak persuasively. Seo Hyun doesn't have a single flaw. He's like the Heavenly Demon's second apprentice. If you cross him, you'll be in trouble. However, his proposal goes against Young Sai's plan, thanking him for appreciating his abilities, even though Young Seo is not famous in Murima. Yeon replied that he couldn't accept his offer. This really surprised Seo Hyun. Yeon's goal is to become an elder of Murim. With Seo Hyun's support, the path will be shorter. No superior would want a subordinate to oust him. Seo Hyun frowned and said he wanted to hear the reason for the refusal. Young replied that his offer was tempting, but he had his own plans and didn't know what responsibilities he would have if he joined the alliance. Putting the stack on the table with a clatter, Yi-Yong said that he could definitely promise one thing. Wiping his mouth, Yeon said he wouldn't join the faction. Seo Hyun replied that it was surprising. Immediately, Yeon said something that tickled his curiosity before he could ask. Seo Hyun said he was glad to see a warrior with unwavering principles. When Yeon thanked him, he said that their meeting was fated, and that's why he wanted to give a gift to Seo Hyun. He reached into his pocket. Yeon handed him the money and said that the gift was small, but would Seo Hyun accept it? Looking at it, Seo Hyun asked if it was money and asked where Yeon got the money from. Young stood up and held out the money and said he shouldn't belittle himself for having more money than he thought. Taking the money, Seo Hyun admitted that he was sorry when Yeon rejected his offer, but now he doesn't have that feeling. He looked at Yeon and said that he hoped they would have a good relationship in the future. Just as Yeon thought, the bribe worked. Smiling, Yeon replied that he would really hope so. He knew that one day such an investment would bring him a big profit. Then Yeon added that he would like to ask Seo Hyun something if it was okay with him. He replied that he couldn't receive such a gift and not fulfill the request. As he stood in front of the house, Yeonseo thought about the fact that today he would meet an important person that he wouldn't have met without his relationship with Seo Hyun. Thanks to him, Young Sai was now on short notice with almost everyone. He was waiting for the former Blue Dragon commander, Lee Gang-hak. He is the one who will help Yeonseo achieve the power he seeks in Marima. Walking up to the man who was sweeping the floors, Yeon greeted the martial artist. Turning around, Lee Gang asked if he knew how to help his granddaughter recover from the mysterious disease. Bowing his head, Yeon replied that he did. By curing Lee Gang's granddaughter, Yeon wants to gain his favor. But Lee Gang suddenly said he only agreed to meet with him because of that bastard Seo Hyun's request. Young didn't expect such a response. Breaking the broomstick, Lee Gang asked how many people like him had already come to see him. Lee Gang hacks Demon Smashing Blade, one of the 100 greatest experts who had reached the convergence stage. The heavenly demon caused Lee Gang Hak's granddaughter to become possessed by a soul, and tried to get his hands on the secrets of the Alliance through him. However, Lee Gang, who was a member of the Order sect to the last, declared his involvement with the demon sect and ended his life. He did it when his granddaughter recovered, and so Yeon decided to gain his trust by curing his granddaughter and creating his own support group for himself. However, Yeon had a bad feeling. Lee Gang said that even the great doctor from the Murim Union couldn't find out the name of her illness and refused. So how can Yeon, a person who is not even a doctor, be able to help him? Yeon replied that it's not a disease a doctor can cure. Yi Yong said that his granddaughter had fallen under the power of soul possession because she was practicing the wrong chi accumulation technique. After hearing this, Li Gong was shocked, and Yi Yong summarized that he knew a cure for the disease. Putting his hand on his chest, Yong asked him to take him to his granddaughter first. Suddenly, Li Gang attacked him, and his fist was right next to Yeon's face. However, Yeon leaned over at the last moment and was able to avoid the blow. Bouncing to the side, Yeon shouted out what Li Gang was doing. Raising his head, Li Gang called Yeon a bastard and asked who he was. Looking at him, Yeon realized that something was wrong. Li Gong should be willing to even grasp at straws to cure his granddaughter right now. So why is he acting so hostile? Li Gang said that not long ago someone came to him and said the same thing. That surprised Yeon. Then Yeon asked if it was the demon sect. Li Gang didn't understand how Yeon knew that. Clenching his teeth, Yeon thought it was bad because Li Gang had already made contact with the demon sect, and he might take Yeon's life to keep the secret. Afterward, Yeon replied that it's not too late, and Li Gang can cut ties with the sect, and he will take care of the treatment. But Li Gang asked how he can trust him when he just met him for the first time today. Young asked if he trusted the sect more than him. He argued that Seo Hyun introduced them, but Li Gang called him an old raccoon who uses the treatment to bait him and catch the sect. Yae Young replied that he swears there's nothing like that here. Li Gang asked if Yeon could prove it, and Yeon said he could prove it by curing his granddaughter. But Li Gang said he couldn't do that because he could take her hostage. While listening to this, Yang thought that the only thing that matters to Li Gang now is to save his granddaughter's life. Therefore, he must surely choose the safest way. There is no other way but to defeat by force and show him that she is curable like Yeon did back then with the HAO Society. However, there is no master with Yeon now. He thought he didn't stand a chance against Li Gang, who had reached the convergence stage, but Li Gang doesn't have his special Dadao weapon with him. In that case, Yang grabbed the hilt. After attacking him, Yeon thought he might have a chance. Li Gang prepared his fist. He swung, but Yeon went the other way and Li Gang missed. Afterward, Yang raised his sword, but Li Gang leaned back and avoided the blow as well. Clenching his teeth with all his might, he struck the ground and the tiles beneath him cracked. Bouncing back, Yang thought that his opponent didn't have a gap he could fit through. Watching Li Gang bring his fist in again, Yang thought that if this was the power of the fist, he should block it at all costs. Now that Yang couldn't use his sword power, the only thing he could use was Zhanlu and the White Lightning Art. Against his opponent's blade, Li Gang set up his fist and held back the attack. When Yang flew aside, Li Gang said that he was a brat who was barely 20 years old, blocked his aura with his fist, and said that he was a monster. Wiping away the blood, Yeon thought who else is a monster because he has so much power even without a weapon. It's a monstrous old man. Clutching his sword, Yeon thought that it wasn't useless. He's not perfect, but if Yeon fills the sword with lightning chi... Rising up, Yang suggested to see this through to the end. Li Gang raised his head. Pointing his sword at his opponent, Yang began the 20th phase of using the Falling Moon. Then he swung his fist using the Thunder Fist strike of the first phase. Following that, Yang used the Rock Crushing Fist. Li Gang's fist and Yang's fist made contact. The pressure was so strong that there was an explosion, raising dust all around. This frightened the guards and they all rushed to where the head of the manor was. Surrounding Yang, the guards shouted that he was a scoundrel who had attacked the head of the manor. They said that he would have to pay for it with his life. Looking at them, Yeon thought he was in trouble because he'd planned to get it over with before the guards arrived. But suddenly, Li Gang ordered the guards to be quiet and told them that Young Se was his guest. Li Gang's hand was trembling and he said that he kept saying that he had an apprentice. and it looked like he had finally found someone with broken channels. Smiling, Li Gang added that Yang had used a sword instead of fist holds, so he didn't immediately recognize him. Hearing this, Youngse clarified that he knew Master Dugu Jin, and Li Gang replied that it was as expected from the current successor of the Heavenly Lightning School. He said that long ago he had briefly teamed up with Dugu Jin while rescuing the great monk of the Eternal Cloud. Be that as it may, he continued to roam the Central Plains in search of a disciple. Standing up, Li Gang said that it looked like he had indeed found a real monster, and clarified that their match was over. Wiping away the blood, Li Gang said that Yang had won, and it looked like the back waves of the Yangtze River were pressing on the front waves. Getting up, Yan said that if Li Gang had Dadao with him, the result would have been the exact opposite, and Li Gang asked if he was comforting him. Turning around, Li Gang called Youngse to come with him. Once inside the house, they went to the granddaughter's room. There, Li Gang said that ever since she started suffering from soul possession, she had been having seizures whenever she was in the sun. Yi Yong replied that the obsession was caused by studying tightly concentrated martial arts with a yin body constitution. And Li Gang asked if Yan was sure he could cure Yan Ah because he didn't even seem to know her symptoms. Then Yan asked how he could know what he hadn't seen yet. Li Gang said that the demon sect member who came to find him already knew about it. Young sat down and took the Dachoku by the bow and asked if it was not a matter of course that they had come at the behest of the one who had created the martial arts book. Taking out the book, Li Gang handed it to Yang and told him to try it. After reading the book, Yan saw that it was the ice flower art, and luckily it was exactly as he had memorized it. Turning to Li Gang, Yon asked why he allowed her and said he didn't think he was the type to neglect his granddaughter. Turning away, Li Gang replied that he wanted to support Young Ah's dreams. Yan Ah re-interrogated the dreams. And Li Gang said that she wanted to become a strong and beautiful lord, like the Empress of the North Sea. Rising Yang asked he let her learn such a dangerous martial art just for that reason. Li Gang said that he had also prepared a 10,000-year-old fire carp inner pill to deal with the side effects of the art. This pill is a treasure amongst treasures that is as high in rank as a lesser cycle pill. It contains yang energy so it can negate the side effects of the ice flower art. If it were a normal ice flower art, the problem could be solved with this pill, but possessing a soul is different. Yi Yong informed Li Gang that he would start the treatment right away. He only frowned at him. When he came out, Li Gang asked if everything went well, and Yan replied that the treatment was of little use, and he just handed over the relevant records to her. With a wave of his hand, Yan said that his granddaughter was very smart and was doing well in her studies. Li Gang said that the sect member personally regulated the patient's energy, and Yan replied that if he was told that the martial arts book was faulty, Li Gang would try to find the person who did it. With a thumbs up, Yang said that he would visit his granddaughter regularly for treatment, and that in about a month, she should be back on her feet and better. When Leon thanked him, Yan said he wasn't doing it for free and would have to pay for rejecting his offer. Scratching the back of his head, Li Gun said he regretted it and had no excuse. Lastly, Yan asked Li Gang not to let the rumor spread that he was treating his granddaughter. Li Gang asked what the reason was, and Yan said that the Ice Flower art was one of the 5 martial arts books written by the Heavenly Demon. Yi Yong had treated 3 people who had fallen victim to soul possession thanks to these books, and Li Gang summarized that Yan wanted to keep Heavenly Demon in the dark until he could save the other 2 as well. Yang also asked him to tell him about the demon sect members who came to him and what they looked like. Li Gang asked why he was asking that, and Yan replied that the only ones who could cure a soul from being possessed by books were the Heavenly Demon and the 4 disciples. Frowning, Li Gang asked what about Youngse himself. With a wave of his hand, Yan replied that he was an exception. After thinking for a moment, Li Gang said that that person had no special characteristic to speak of. He said that they were wearing gray cloaks and white masks covering their faces. Upon thinking about it, Yang realized that they were carefully hiding. Li Gang added that on second thought. He said that the man took off his glove when he treated Young A and had a tattoo of a snake on the back of his hand. He added that he wasn't quite sure because he saw it in passing, but Young Ah smiled and said that was enough. When Yang returned to the room and told him everything, Da Moon asked him if he meant that the Heavenly Demon's disciple was here somewhere, and Yan replied that it was true and he planned to catch the guy after he found out his whereabouts. Dam Woon sighed in response. Putting his hand on Woon's shoulder, Yan informed that he's a convergent scene master and he can't do it alone. Yang added that he needed the help of the genius of Darkened Jade Cloud's formation technique. Smiling, Dam Woon said that he couldn't refuse when Yan Seo says that. He then asked if Dam Woon could draw him a portrait first. Woon replied that of course and just needs to be told exactly how to do it. Then Yan explained that the face should be angular with slanted eyes, big ears, and a scorpion tattoo on the back of his head. After showing him what he had done, Da Moon asked if it was okay, and Yan said it was perfect and punched him in the shoulder. Taking the portrait, Yan said that this is the 3rd disciple of Heavenly Demon who is said to defy death. Now that they were done with the portrait, Yang suggested they go and hunt a big tiger. Standing in the alley, Jungga said that the sovereign's unruly criminal was somewhere around here, and she thought he would hide in a secluded place, but he was a donkey. Ah Young replied that he is here because he has the greatest survival ability among the demon sect, the disobedient sovereign's disobedient guardian. Just by looking at him, you can tell that he's an old warrior who's been to many battlefields. But he did not go into the thick of it, but rather fought in safer areas and tried his best to survive and avoid all attempts to massacre him. The 3rd Heavenly Demon disciple had incredibly keen senses and caution, so even the slightest mistake would disturb him. Thinking that if they were careless he would escape even more, Yang decided that he must catch him by all means. When Jongga asked how long it would take for them to act, Yan said that they would quickly capture him in half a month. Half a month later, standing on the rooftop, Yan said that the one they were going to capture was a fire lord and a masterful escapist, and now he's hiding among the locals. Therefore, it's necessary to move the battle away from the residences to avoid innocent victims. Looking into the crowd, Yang thought that since he could sense his energy best, he should pick up the trail. But suddenly a man in the crowd looked back and looked directly at Young Se. Raising his mask, Youngso ordered them to rush after him. Everyone rushed after the group from the sect. When they started to catch up, 3 of them stopped to hold them and 2 of them ran away. Yang wondered if he was really among those 2. Turning around, Yeon shouted that he trusted those 3 and they were very experienced warriors, so the squad should be careful. As the boys started to fight the opponents, Yeon jumped over them and rushed after them. Taking out his blade, Yang started the 20th phase of the moon. Swinging his blade, he used the waning moon technique. One of the fugitives fell to the ground from the impact. The other one drew his weapon and prepared to fight. Looking at him, Yang thought that he might be the rebellious criminal of the sovereign, but the unruly criminal is a master of escape techniques. Frowning, Yang thought that he had chased 2 of them, but if the one he was looking for was among the remaining 3. At that moment, Yang realized that his partners were in danger. Approaching the warrior, Yang said the 3rd heavenly demon disciple is a disobedient criminal of the sovereign, and Yang asked did he think he would go unnoticed in the Marima Alliance's domain. The masked man replied that he had underestimated the alliance members. Looking at him, Youngse cursed because he realized that he was mistaken, and that he was a double because he would never reveal his true identity so easily. Clutching his weapon, Youngse thought that he should deal with him as soon as possible and return. In Youngse's opinion, there was no point in wasting time figuring out who he really was. Deciding to attack his opponent with all his might, Youngse struck at him. The attacks came one after another. After one of the attacks, the mask fell off and Youngse gave the enemy a decisive blow. He looked back and tensed up because he didn't realize where the body of the other fugitive had gone. Thinking back on the fight, Young was sure that the enemy had suffered injuries that would have prevented him from moving. But then how could he deceive Youngse? Now Yeon realized that it was him. He had purposely pretended to be injured and unconscious and used the moment to escape. The enemy couldn't be missed, so Youngse immediately flew into the sky. Meanwhile, the fugitive was thinking that the little guy was an unusual warrior, and that the Alliance even had such warriors. When the fugitive heard a sound, he turned around and saw Young Sai behind him. He couldn't believe that he had already found him. In his opinion, Young Seo must have been from the elimination squad. Young Se threw a punch, but the culprit fought back. He thought it would be no problem to kill Yan Seo, but the entire squad might come to reinforce him. The criminal thought that the squad must have sent this guy after him to hold him back. Then they'd catch up with him and capture him. Suddenly, reinforcements arrived in the form of 2 allies. The enemy decided he needed to get away from him. Looking ahead, Young thought that surely the criminal's men must be ambushing him on his escape route. Young didn't expect him to be so strategic. Suddenly, a column of dust rose in front of him, and Yan lost his opponents. As the smoke cleared, Yeon saw that another double had appeared, and then all 3 of them made an escape attempt. As he ran away, the criminal thought that Young had fallen for the doppelganger, and that he himself had survived so many attempts to kill him. The perpetrator braked sharply and looked around, realizing that he had already run here. Young Se was approaching him from behind and asked him if he was surprised. The criminal looked back, but Yeon Seo kept saying that he had worked so hard while preparing all of this. After scratching his chin, Young Se smiled and said that he hoped the criminal would like it. Watching the criminal's reaction, Yeon suggested that he was probably thinking about how Yeon had found out his escape route and had time to apply the magic seals. However, Yeon didn't know where the criminal would run to. He just set seals at every corner. So, Yeon said that the criminal couldn't escape from the trap created by the Cloud Dragon seal. In response, the criminal asked how Yeon knew he was real and not a double. And Yeon replied that at the site of the previous attack, they had buried the Tang clan's poisonous favors that leave a trace. Hearing about the Tang clan, the Prespunik pulled his hood over his face, but Yang said it was too late. Taking the orb, Yang thought that he didn't really need to use this elixir since he already had resistance to poison, but it wouldn't be unnecessary. After taking the elixir, Yeon asked if it would be easier to surrender, but the criminal said that it was funny, and he didn't know he would be pushed this far. The criminal asked if Yeon thought he could catch him by trapping him and poisoning him. Looking at him, Yeon thought that even though he was sent to defeat him alone, it would not be easy. Young Se had never been able to fight him before. Young Se realized that he would lose his life if he made a mistake. Suddenly, the enemy began to attack. However, as he approached, Yeon So flew up and avoided the blow. Jumping over the opponent and behind him, Yang raised his sword. He proceeded to the 12th phase and attacked with full moon. His enemy had a chain as a weapon. Raising it, the enemy repelled this attack. Obviously, the chain's attack area is large. Rushing from his seat, Yang decided that there was nothing left for him to do but to get closer to him. When Yang got close, the culprit swung his fist at him. However, Yang also raised his fist using the Stone Fist Blast skill. From the contact of forces, an explosion occurred and a column of dust rose up. After flying backwards, Young Se slowed down. The criminal also managed to slow down and tusked. Looking at the enemy, Young thought that he must have been surprised that one of his energy points was blocked. Smiling, Young realized that he couldn't help but be surprised by this, since even among the members of the demon sect, not many people could repel such attacks. Young Se had been lucky enough to learn the skills of stealthy assassin attacks in his past life. If a criminal tries to shorten the distance by attacking the chain, his head will explode and he will die. With the chain wrapped around his back, the criminal said he didn't know how Yeon knew about his martial arts. Throwing the chain at Yeon, the criminal shouted that he didn't care. Raising his sword, Yeon repelled the attack and the chain crashed into the blade and Yeon thought it was strong. But the chain didn't retreat and Yeon couldn't fight back anymore. With that, he flew into the rock behind him. While he was sitting there, his opponent tried to make another strike, but Yeon jumped up in time and avoided the attack. Looking up at his opponent, he thought that at this rate he would finish him off faster than the poison would work on him. He wiped the blood from his temple to his chin and decided that he had to defeat his opponent sooner. He rushed towards the enemy but released the chain that began to wrap around the blade of his sword. When the chain caught the sword, the criminal raised it up and the sword flew out of Yeon's hands. Noticing Yeon's reaction, the criminal smiled and asked if Yeon thought he could defeat him. Yeon ducked down to strike from below, but the criminal yelled that he was a fool and struck the chain where Yeon was. However, Yeon was faster and circled around the enemy and attacked him from the other side. The culprit screamed as he was struck and the entire area was illuminated by lightning. Noticing the blood on the enemy's face, Yeon thought that even though it didn't kill him, the white lightning should bring his body to a terrible state. Raising his sword, Yeon thought that if the culprit was more cold-blooded, he wouldn't have fallen for that trick. Ignorance of the enemy and the fear of not knowing when help would arrive pulled the enemy into an abyss. Turning to the enemy, Yeon said that the battle was over and, as he had said before, he would not get out of here. The culprit flew up again and shouted that he would destroy both the trap core and Young Se at once. Yeon Seo realized that the enemy was concentrating all his remaining strength on this, and if he escaped, he would be unharmed, but then he would lose him. He decided that he would never get another chance like this again, so he gripped the hilt of his sword tighter. With a wave of his chain, the culprit used an explosive demonic strike against Young Se. Raising his sword, Yeon attacked back with the crime moon. The enemy, smiling like a madman, shouted at him as he thought he could stop him. Their forces clashed with powerful blows, blowing away everything in their path. When it was over, Yeon fell to his knees. There was a laceration on his leg and his whole body was shaking. The criminal stood behind him and said that Young was crazy because it was not enough for him to repel his attack, but he also lost his arm. Squinting, Young thought that the white lightning had clearly injured him. He tried his best to deal with him in one attack, but he could only take away his arm. Turning around, Young said that his opponent would no longer be able to resist the effects of the poison, but the culprit replied that Yeon would part with his head. Young looked up as the opponent coughed up blood and said that the unrivaled criminal had decided to risk his life to kill him. He added that he could tell at a glance that the criminal was counting on him to escape. Continuing to stand on bent legs, the criminal asked who Yeon was. Without knowing his skills and strategies, Yeon wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Then Yeon clarified what would change after he knew who Yeon was. Raising his scythe, the criminal shouted that Yeon was another madman and rushed into battle. But Yeon raised his sword and fought back, and then there was silence. He looked around and thought that the enemy had disappeared. He looked around and wondered where he thought he was going, and at that moment the criminal came out of the ground and shouted, "God rest your soul." With a crescent moon attack, Yeon attacked the criminal. The enemy's second arm flew off to the side. Kneeling down, the enemy asked how Yeon did it, and Yeon replied that he knew he would use the underground concealment technique. In his past life, Yeon asked the suzerain if the criminal would return to the battlefield, but the suzerain said that the criminal was a coward. That's when he told him that he was hiding underground like a mole to save his own skin. If Yeon hadn't remembered these words of the heavenly demon's second disciple, he would have already lost his leg. Putting his sword to the criminal's throat, Yeon called him a brother adept and said that it was time to call it a day. When the criminal asked what brother adept meant, Yeon said that he shouldn't have called him that since they hardly knew each other. Raising his sword, Yeon said he hoped that the criminal would realize that it was all for the sake of his peaceful old age. When the enemy fell dead, Yeon said he hoped they would not meet in the next life. Another day at night, while sitting in a gazebo by the lake, Seo Hyun asked why he had asked to meet him. Yeon replied that he wanted to propose to him. He told him that he had actually managed to catch a prominent person by pure chance. While drinking, Seo Hyun asked what kind of person he was. Yi Yeon explained that he was talking about the third disciple of the heavenly demon, the unruly criminal. Hearing this, Seo Hyun choked and wiped his mouth with his hand and asked how Yi Yeon had done it. Frowning, Seo Hyun said that the rumored criminal was like a monster. Scratching his cheek, Yeon said it was because of the poison and magic traps his friends had helped him with. In response, Seo Hyun said that was good, but could young Seo prove it? Then Yeon pulled out a box. Looking at it, Seo Hyun asked what it was, and Yeon replied that it was what he had asked for, and that other people could confirm it. So Hyun said that even though he trusts Yeon, it won't be enough to convince anyone. And Yeon said that's why he needed Seo Hyun's help. The heavenly demon's disciple was hiding in Hanam where the competition was to be held. In addition to the culprit, there are also his henchmen. Opening the box, Yeon asked if Seo Hyun would be willing to work out a plan with him. Smiling, Yeon thought that a famous senior martial artist would be more rewarding than an unknown youngster. Seo Hyun agreed and asked what was required of him. Young replied that later, when he officially joined the Murim, he hoped to be recognized and rewarded for his contribution to catching this criminal. Pouring another glass, Seo Hyun said that as an elderly master, he's doing nothing more than getting help. Yeon Seo said he was very grateful for the help Seo Hyun had given him. So Hyun raised his glass and offered to drink to that. Young Seo raised his glass and thanked him. In the morning, the entries for the competition began at the city gates. The guards shouted for the contestants not to drown and to keep in line. Approaching the gate, Yang said cheerfully that now the competition of Murim's finest warriors could begin. Taking a step towards the registration tables, Yeon called Young Woo over there. Young Woo asked if they needed to get in line first. Young replied that Young Woo had nothing to do with it, and added that he had just gotten help from a very important person. It was because he had managed to make a deal with Seo Hyun. Taking out a piece of paper from his pocket, Yeon told the employee that it was their invitation card. Before even looking at the invitation, the girl recognized him and asked him if he was Young Sae. As Yeon Seo looked at the invitation, it looked like Yu Seo Hwa was sitting in front of him. She got up and left the table. They stepped aside and Seo Hwa exclaimed, "How many years is so many winters?" Yeon said he didn't expect them to meet like this. Seo Hwa said that after leaving the Manchang clan, she wandered around for a while and then decided to join the alliance, as Young Seo had advised. Smiling, Yeon thought that he had said that because he wanted to have at least one person he knew in the alliance, and didn't even know it would be like that. So Yeon asked her now at the Lotus Pavilion. With a hand on her chest, Seo Hwa replied that she was lucky that they saw potential in her and took her in. The Lotus Pavilion is where all the administrative work is done. Now that Seo Hwa has joined the alliance, Yeon can use her. Young Woo intervened in the conversation, asking if Yeon would like to introduce him to this beautiful young lady. Blushing, Seo Hwa covered her face with her hands and said that she wasn't old enough to be called a young lady. Young Woo apologized for being rude. He started to say that it was just her beauty that made him lose his mind. Seo Hwa replied that it happens to everyone. Yeon Woo watched silently from the sidelines. Seo Hwa turned to Yeon and said that she was glad that he had such a great friend because she had doubted that he would be able to be friends. Young Woo turned to Young Seo and asked if he was his friend. 3 people approached them and one of them contemptuously asked Seo Hwa if she should register the contestants. With a groan, Seo Hwa said she had forgotten and said goodbye to Young Seo. Young Woo took a few steps after her and shouted for her to promise that they would meet again. The one who pulled Seo Hwa back said his name was Jong In, an adept of the Yomchang sect. In response, Yeon asked what they wanted from him. Chong In replied that this is a check-in table only for selected warriors, so he wants to know Yeon's name and clan. Yi Yong told what his name was and that he was a former disciple of the Yellow Dragon Martial Arts Hall. This was the first time Chong Ying had heard of this. Pointing his finger backwards, Chong Ying said that they had better register at that table. Listening to Chong Ying say that only selected guests or those with invitations were registered at that table, Yong frowned. Pointing at Yang Ya with his finger, Young Woo shouted, "Who is she to tell them that?" and suggested that they go to the front desk themselves. At first, Jong In wanted to be indignant, but then he tensed up when he saw the familiar symbol. Punching himself in the chest at Young Woo's sign, he shouted that he was an adept of Young Woo's volcanic sect. Young smiled and thought that Jong In probably didn't expect someone like Young Woo to be here. And Chong In told Young Woo that he himself should realize that this was only the privilege of their kind, and he should know how powerful the Jomchan sect was in the alliance. With a frown and clenched teeth, Young Woo listened to Chang In say that it's unfair to expect privileges if he doesn't have an invitation card. Hearing this, Young Se puffed up his slits and covered his mouth with his fist to keep from laughing. Smiling, Young thought that this was an interesting performance. A Taoist constantly writing out on privileges trying to educate these guys. Did Young Woo forget that he used to be like that himself? Young Se was so funny that he could barely contain his laughter. Young Woo waved his hand and called out to Young Seo, saying that they shouldn't listen to this nonsense anymore. Jong In smiled and said that it sounded insulting because Young Woo had the same privileges as them. Turning around, Young Woo pointed his finger at him again and said that he didn't seem to understand him because it wasn't his invitation but his brother Young's. Chang Yi turned around and looked at Yeon and said that's why he was talking to the receptionist. In Yang In's opinion, Yan Seo had gotten the invitation through her. Young Woo laughed and told Young Woo not to hear them and suggested they leave quickly. But Yang In replied that he couldn't just let them go because they had to forfeit such an injustice. Young Woo grabbed his sword. Seeing this, Chang In also grabbed his sword, saying that since he was the Taoist who supported such cheating, so did he. Young Se intervened and asked what they were going to do. Putting his sword away, Chang In told Yan that he had gotten the privileges of the Muris Alliance members by unfair means. Raising his hand, he kept saying that as compensation for this, Yan should donate 100 gold coins to the Alliance. And Yan asked what if he didn't have that kind of money. Chong In suggested that he pawn his sword until Yan earned the money. Pointing his finger at Yeon, Chong In replied with a sneer that he would take very good care of the sword until Yeon could buy it back. Now Yeon realized what Chong In had been trying to accomplish all along. Despite his faith in Buddha, nothing of value was foreign to him. Folding his arms across his chest, Yan clarified that if he gave up this too, Chong In asked if he could, as a Taoist, leave dishonest deeds unpunished. With a smile, Yan suggested that Chong In settled the matter by force in that case. Chang In frowned and asked if Yan thought he would refuse just because it was forbidden for competitors to duel. And Young Woo asked how about the two of them making a bet. At that moment, he thought that everything was going according to plan, and how Young Woo would like the porridge he had made. Both warriors looked at Young Woo and he said that the bet would be won by whoever scored the most points in the competition. Covering his smile with his hand, Young Se thought the porridge was brewing and mentally wished Young Woo a good meal. Raising his hand, Young Se said he was betting on the sword and asked Jong In what he would bet. but he replied that if he lost it would be enough for him to turn a blind eye to their cheating. But Youngseo didn't agree. Chang'in started shouting why Youngseo was grabbing onto that ordinary sword, and Youngseo replied that he thought he had his eye wrapped around it, but it turned out he didn't. As he grabbed the sword, Yon said that this sword was the Path of Bravery sword created by the great blacksmith, Gu Ya Jia. He said that if Chang Ying wanted this sword, he had to offer something of equal value in return. Behind him, Young Woo put his hands behind him and said that he swore on the name of the Vulcan sect that Adept Brother Yan was not lying. Without a response, Yeon said that Chang'in didn't seem to have anything to offer him, and then they would return to the conversation before they decided to make the bet. Glancing at his companions, Chang'in said that people might misunderstand them, so he hoped Yan would realize that he wasn't talking about it. Smiling, Chang Ying said he'd put on the elixir given to him by Yung Mong Ying. It's rare and there are only a few of these elixirs in the sect. Hearing this, Yang thought that no matter how greedy he was, Chang'in had put his sect's elixir on the line, and he must be sure that he wouldn't lose. So Yeon agreed to it. Chang'in turned around and left, saying they'd see each other at the competition. Young Woo came up to Yeon and asked why they were talking so quietly, and judging from the fact that even Yeon said his bet loudly, Jang Ayan offered value. Looking at Young Woo, Yeon replied that he was right and pointed out that he was the one who made the bet, and Young Woo was the most interested. Young Woo blushed a little. The old man on the stage thanked those present for visiting Black City and suggested that the auction should begin. Young Seo, who was sitting in front, thought that what he needed most right now was an elixir that would help him replenish his lack of internal energy. By a happy coincidence, Yeon Seo had learned that such an elixir was to be auctioned off today. If other warriors knew about it, they would have rushed over. But since the auction was only for special guests, there were no clashes. The host shouted that the fourth item was a scabbard that was much more than just a piece of jewelry. Pulling out something, the host shouted that if they asked what was in it. Taking out a sword, the host announced that it was the creation of the best blacksmith in the Black City. Raising the weapon high, he shouted that it was the Black World Flexible Sword. There was an uproar among the buyers, and the host extended his palm saying that they would start with a bid of 50 gold coins. People started bidding 64, then 67, and 74 gold coins. Pointing to the last customer, the host asked who would bid more than 74. Raising his voting stick, Young Seo offered 100. Hearing this, the host was speechless. When the host asked if anyone would bid more, people started looking at each other. After that, the scabbard went to the fox-masked gentleman because no one offered more. Yonga next to him asked if he had overbid. But Youngse replied that it wasn't that much money, and Jonga said that it's good to be rich and even very rich. And Yeonseo said it was his gift to her. Yonga asked what he wanted from her because she knows he doesn't do favors like that without a reason. However, Yeon said that it was his parting gift to her. Jonggi's eyes opened wide. Yeonseo said that she has not been able to find her place lately, and that she may have received orders to return to Kao. Jongga said that they needed a leader. Then Youngseo asked what happened and she said nothing, but recent events were the deciding factor. Jongga said that in the run-up to the battle, the inheritance of the title needs to be decided beforehand. Yeon clarified that if she doesn't win the election. Jongga replied that she might be made head of headquarters in another region, but it's not a big deal because she's not aiming for that. Youngseo looked at her and asked if she wants to come back after this issue is resolved. And Yonga asked if he would be happy if she came back. Suddenly, the host raised his hand and shouted that everyone should listen to him carefully. Taking out an item from his pocket, the host said that although it was not cheap, a warrior who took this elixir would be able to replenish his energy for 20 years. According to him, for this legendary potion, every warrior is willing to sell his soul and this stone milk in the starting price of 150 gold coins. While the others raised the bid by a little bit, Youngseo raised the shelf and announced the price of 500 gold coins. Again, the host was speechless and asked if anyone would bid more. Everyone looked back at Yeon. Walking down the street after the auction, Yong thought that there was nothing better than money, and after taking the stone milk elixir, he would become more than a good warrior, and any elixir he took would be even more effective, and if he then took the elixir that Changying had bet on in their bet. Someone approached him from behind and said that something joyful seemed to have happened in his life. Young turned around. Smiling, Che Gal-hai asked how he was doing. Young invited her into his room. Already seated at the table, Young asked her what she had just said. And Gal-hai repeated what she asked the hero in the Lima mask as him. Che Gal-hai. This girl, nicknamed Earth Dragon, repelled an invasion of Japanese pirates. But that's just a mask and her identity is hidden behind it. Looking at her, Yan thought she was a member of the Chagall clan, a clan characterized by incredibly intelligent warriors, so she obviously didn't come for nothing. Gal-hai said that she had come to ask him something. In response, Yan said he asked her to dispense with the formalities. So she asked if Yan was the fox-masked hero everyone was talking about, and Yan said he doesn't know what she's talking about. Then Gal-hai said that the time they were away coincided with the time the hero appeared. She also said that one of the eyewitnesses said that the masked warrior who was the hero's partner and subordinate was using the sex fighting techniques. The cuts on the bodies of the Japanese pirates confirmed it, but Young asked if it was so rare to find those trained in the volcano sect. He said that if you counted those who traveled there to learn their martial arts, the number would be thousands of warriors. Then Gal-hai said that warriors who know the 36 plum blossoms technique are quite rare, unless one took into account adept brother Young Woo, a disciple of the Plum Blossom Blade Master. Young frowned, thinking that he had told Young Woo not to use the techniques of the volcanic sect, but he had used them during the battle with the pirates. Noticing his reaction, Gal Hai said that she wouldn't tell anyone about it and wouldn't ask for anything in return. After hearing this, Yan realized that she was completely convinced that he was the hero in the fox mask. Gal Hai also asked if he was planning to reveal his identity in the near future. She said that if he wanted to keep his identity a secret, he wouldn't use his fighting technique. He was rather trying to show off. It was as if he was showing off his skills when he had the chance. It was as if Young Se wanted to be recognized behind the mask. Raising a finger, Gal Hai suggested that there might be a grand plan behind it. Getting up, Young Se thought that he didn't expect her to not only reveal his identity, but also guess his plan. Heading to the closet, Young Se said he didn't think there was any reason to continue this conversation. Taking out the mask, Yeon said that just like she said, Yeon is the hero in the fox mask. Putting the mask down, Yeon thought it wasn't in his rules to just get punched in his side. Turning to Gal Hai again, Yeon said that they don't call her the Earth Dragon for nothing. He said that he had learned that the Chagall clan had sent only one person to deal with the pirates, and it was her. And as Young realized, they had met once when she was pretending to be a man. He wouldn't tell anyone about it either. Gal Hai looked at him and asked what kind of man he was, since he not only had incredible fighting skills and negotiating skills, but also intelligence. Clutching her dress, she said that it was hard to explain the reason, but she had fought under the guise of her younger twin brother and the dragon title would go to him. Smiling, Young Seo replied that he wouldn't ask many questions. He said that she might have many reasons for it, but they all had the same motivation. When Gal Hai got up, she bowed and said she thought she had taken up a lot of Young Seo's time, but he said it was okay. Gal Hai stood at the door and said there was something else. Young looked at her questioningly. Turning to him, she folded her arms and bowed her head, thanking him for saving her life. Nodding, Young Se replied that he was just doing what he had to do. Gal Hai said that she would send him and his companions an invitation later. The last thing she said was that he would see the real her then and close the door. Smiling, Young Seo thought about the fact that he had saved Gal Hai's Che so that the Chagall clan would be in his debt. The next day, the participants were gathered in a field. A man shouted for them to listen carefully. Raising his index finger, the man said that the first test of the competition would be the race. As soon as he gave the signal, the contestants must follow this gorge. The test is considered to be passed if the participants finish with a flag in their hand. Only a third of the participants will be able to pass, so the warriors will have to do their best. Young Seo yawned during the speech and thought that in order to reach the finals, he had to pass 3 trials. To him, it seemed like a bore. Looking around, Young Seo saw that Young Woo was in another group because he was nowhere to be seen. In the crowd, he spotted Bojin with fire blazing around him and thought it was their future King Fist. Young smiled and thought that the rules of the trial didn't say anything about not attacking other contestants. It seemed like Bojin must be afraid that Yeon would attack him, and he would be out. But Yeon is not going to do that. Also in the crowd, Yeon saw that Daos and realized that he was also in this group. Looking at him, Yeon wondered what he could be up to. So the judge shouted to the contestants to get up to the start line. When the judge waved his hand and gave the marching sign, all the warriors ran as fast as they could. However, Yeon remained standing still. As everyone ran into the gorge, Yeon smiled and thought it was easy. Suddenly, 4 people appeared in front of him. Looking at them, Yeon wondered who the hell they were. Rubbing his fists, one of them said that they didn't hold a grudge against Yeon, but they had a request. Now, Yeon understood why Jong-in was smiling. He talked about the nobility of his sect, but he turned out to be such a petty person. The Jomchang sect dresses up charlatans in their robes and calls them Taoists. As they flew up, the brigands shouted to each other to grab the jerk. Clenching his fist, lightning sprang from it. Yeon thought that the Yomchan sect would have a bright future in Marima. Looking at them, the judge thought that he was surprised that young talents were being eliminated like this. Perhaps they are not ready yet and will be lucky next time. The judge raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw what a powerful blow Yong had thrown at his opponent, and the other 3 bandits ran away. When Yong moved away, they tried to strike him from the back, but Yong hit one in the stomach and another in the jaw. The last one left tried to strike, but Yeon intercepted her fist. When she crouched down from the pain, Yeon said that if she was going to attack like that, she should do it right. Watching Yeon walk away, the judge thought that this guy had incredible skills. However, Yeon was far behind the leaders of the race. Noticing that Yeon ran, the judge opened his mouth because it was an incredible speed. Those who ran last were startled when something flew past them at a tremendous speed. They fell to the ground in fright, and one of them looked forward and asked the others what it was. As he continued to run, Yeon realized that the gap between him and the race leader was too large. Although passing this test would not be difficult, Yeon couldn't embarrass himself and finish later than these guys. Maybe it's because this is a qualifying round and there are no strict rules, but then there's no need to run the designated path. After stopping, Yeon stood in front of the cliff. Then he decided to climb up to pass there. After climbing to the top, Yeon looked around to see where he was going. To one side, Yeon saw a small group of people who are the leaders of the race. King Fist and Chang'in were there, and Young Se thought they had pretty good speed. Rushing out of his seat, Yong thought that they wouldn't catch up to him anyway. With great speed, he ran back down the gorge. While the others were running, Yan jumped from one peak to another and remained unnoticed. He jumped down from the top to the finish line where the flags were. When he landed, Young smiled because he easily took the first place. Suddenly, the man behind him said that he never thought that someone would decide to climb this rock. Yan looked back at him. The man was wearing simple clothes without any jewelry or identifying marks. On his belt were 2 long swords. He had the look of a beast, and the energy emanating from him was so heavy that Youngsei even got goosebumps. Great Master Shakyamuni Buddha and Amitabha. Chu Chuabek is an honorable warrior and the head of the Murama Alliance. Watching him approach, Yan thought about what he wanted from him. And why is the head of the Murama Alliance watching the competition's selection trial from ambush? Folding his arms and greeting him, Young hoped he wouldn't disqualify him for cheating. Laughing in response, Chuabek said he was pleased that such a young warrior he had never met before recognized him. After shaking hands, Choi Beck asked how old Yan was. He said he was old enough to truly understand the world. Smiling, Choi Beck said that the age of understanding the world. Even at his age, it's hard to understand it. Then he asked where Yan was from, and Yeon replied that he was from the Thundergate. But he must not have heard of it because this sect consists of only one person and has little interaction with others. As he looked at him, Young thought that luckily Choi Beck was not in a bad mood as he had originally thought. Choi Beck called him over to talk to him. Young asked him if he wanted to discuss his disqualification for foul techniques. With a wave of his hand, Choi Yuek said that Yan hadn't broken any rules. In response, Yan said that in that case, he was glad. After folding his hands and walking to the cliff, Choi Baek asked if Yeon had thought about joining the alliance. And Yeon replied, of course. Choi Baek turned around and said he was pleased and noted that the leaders were already approaching. He added that he would like to talk to Yeon more, but he was sure they could do it later. So Yeon continued the competition. Chwabek followed him and said that he hoped that next time he would talk on the altar. Looking at him, Yeon thought that only the winner of the competition could meet the honorable warrior on the altar. But does that mean that Hua wants him to win? However, it's not good for Yeon that he somehow managed to win his favor, because the place he's aiming for is the opposite of the head of the alliance. Chang In, who was running, thought he would be the first, and beside him, Bo Jin was confident of his victory. However, right in front of them appeared Yeon Seo, who landed and took the flag. And so when Yeon Seo raised the flag, the referee announced that the first to finish was Yeon Seo Un from the Yellow Dragon Martial Arts Hall. When Yeon turned to his opponents, they asked where Yeon had come from. Silently, Yeon smiled and raised a finger as if pointing upwards. Chang In frowned and clarified from above. He asked Yeon buzzed along the cliff and then added that it meant Yeon was not running along the allotted route. Raising his hand, he asked the judge if that didn't violate the principle of fair participation in the competition. And then he added that Yeon should be disqualified. And Yeon asked him if there's a clause in the rules that says you can't move on the rocks, and Chang In should know better than anyone. Turning to Jang In, Bo Jin said that he shouldn't pay attention to Yeon and should take the flag back. With a gasp, Chang Ying said he was distracted by nonsense and missed the most important thing and thanked Bo Jin for reminding him. Looking at Yeon, Bo Jin told Chang in that if it's not necessary, it's best not to mess with Yeon Seo. The judge then showed 2 fingers and said that the second test was very simple. She said that the contestants must use their best fighting techniques to leave a mark on these rocks. The order would follow the reverse order in which the contestants finished in the last trial. While rubbing his shoulder, one of the contestants asked if he would pass the challenge if he shattered this rock. The judge replied that he would if he could. Screaming, the man swung and hit the rock with all his might. However, the inertia from his blow threw him backwards and he fell down. The judge announced that Sung Hoon of the Sang-chan sect had failed the test. After him, the spear warrior Myung Jin Ho of the Dayul sect also failed the test. Then Jin and Gyum of the White Sword sect passed the test. With joy, he clenched his fists and shouted into the sky. The last to go would be the leaders of the last trial. The trio approached the cliff. Naming the order in which Young Seo was last, the judge said they could proceed. Raising his sword, Chang'in said that this was a very simple test. Striking the rock, he used the Sun Sword attack. He left behind a large hole in the rock and passed the test accordingly. Bo Jin stood up and said it was his turn. Looking at Chang Ying, Young thought that he was bragging just because he had punched a hole in the rock. Hitting the wall with 5 fist strikes, Bo Jin stuck his arm elbow deep into the wall. There was a hole in the wall after him too, and Huang Bo Jin passed the test too. Yan thought it even helped that he beat him up. And now it was the turn of the last Young Seo Woon from the Yellow Dragon Martial Arts Hall. Looking at the wall, Yan thought that the rules for passing the trial were once again vague. In essence, one must simply leave a mark on the rock without any additional conditions, and whether or not the contestant passed or not was solely at the discretion of the host. Looking at the judge, Yang thought that this was a silly competition because it was also possible to bribe the host to get rid of any of the contestants. Looking at Chang Ying, Young wondered if he could do something like that. Continuing to stand at the rock, Yang thought that he didn't want to show them everything he was capable of from the start. However, he needed to make sure that they would have no reason to exclude Yan from the competition. So Yan used the Fist of Power from the 7th phase. It was a gut-wrenching punch. As Yan walked back to the competitors, they didn't even realize what he had done and assumed that he had decided to just give up. But then they saw something sparkle, and then the rock began to shatter. With her mouth hanging open, the judge asked how Yang was able to shatter such a hard rock with just one touch. But in response, Yan asked if she would announce the result, and the judge remembered why she was here. Of course, she announced that Young Se had passed the test. Bojin looked at him and said that Young Seo looked more like a beast. Turning to Yongzin, Yon said that he better not drink the elixir he had set to defeat him. When the competition was over, Yon gathered with the travelers in the gazebo, and Yongwoo said that he knew Yeon would be the best. He then added that they could already start eating. However, Yon said that the guests should be arriving soon and they should wait. Turning to him, Janga asked why Yeon had invited her, and Yeon asked if this isn't how friendships are usually cemented. However, his true purpose is different. Suddenly there was a voice that said with a groan that there were so many dishes and it must have been expensive. In front of them stood Chegal Hae, who smiled and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Everyone stood up to greet her. Youngwoo opened his mouth and the girls remarked how beautiful she was. Chegal said they could sit down and looked at the boy behind her and said that he was her younger brother. Folding his arms, the boy said his name was Chegal Hyuk. Yeon realized that he was who Gal Hai was pretending to be. He's also a future Earth Dragon. He was given that nickname because of Gal Hai's activities. In his previous life, he seemed very unusual to Yeon too. But why did Gal Hai decide to bring out the brother she was hiding so carefully? Smiling, Gal Hai told Damwoon that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and had almost called him Cloud Dragon by mistake. He confirmed that it had been a long time. Now Yeon remembers. He had heard that Damwoon had trained in the Chigal clan as a youth. Turning to her, Yeon asked what they owed to her company. Gal Hyo replied that she knows Young Seo can't be fooled. She said that she wanted to show them her true self and become friends. Damwoon asked what showing her true self meant, and Gal Hai explained that last time she hid her face in front of them because she had to fight the pirates as her brother. With his mouth hanging open, Youngwoo asked if she was the Earth Dragon. Gal Hai confirmed it by saying that the brother who was summoned wasn't feeling well, so she had to put on men's clothes and perform in his place. As a result, she received the title of Earth Dragon, but it would have gone to her brother if he had fought. Looking at Gal Hyuk, Young thought that Gal Hai had told them information that was secret even within their clan. That's when Yeon realized that she was up to something. Gal Hai asked if Yeon had decided to join the Murama Alliance, and he asked why she was asking, and she explained that she decided to join the alliance because her brother is better, and she doesn't have to pretend anymore, and it's time to get on with her life. She also said that Yuk would become the next clan leader and lead the clan, and that she would help her uncle and learn the military. When Young said that, he really thought about joining the alliance, but he didn't want to belong to any party. Gal Hai frowned and asked what the reason was. Yeon explained that if he became part of any party, it would restrict his freedom of movement, and in that case, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. Yeon then added that she must have thought he would be attracted to the fact that the alliance's warlord is Master Che Gal Hwan, and Gal Hai confirmed this by saying that Yeon had turned her down before she could even mention it. Looking at her, Yeon thought that he didn't want to join any party because he didn't want to be in Che Gal Hwan's position. The Marima alliance was split into two parts: supporters of the head of the alliance and supporters of the elder. Che Gal Hwan belongs to the supporters of the head of the alliance. Anyone who dreams of becoming an elder should never side with him. Taking up her wands, Yeon suggested that she remain friends even after she joins the alliance. Smiling, Gal Hai raised her hand and told Yeon not to forget her. It was time for the last qualifying sparring session. The fighters lined up in front of the ring listening to the judges. A man came forward and said that only those who defeated the Blue Dragon warriors and proved their skill would advance to the final. Just as Yeon thought, the criteria for passing the test is too vague like the previous times. It was just the perfect conditions for Chung Ying, who was standing in front, smiling and squinting at Young Sae. Chang In went first, and the ringside referee at the end of the fight said that just as he thought he had excellent skills, and the challenge was passed. Chang In folded his hands and said Amitabha and thanked his teacher. Yong went next. As he passed, Chang In glanced at him and then smirked. The judge asked Yong, who was from the Yellow Dragon Martial Arts Academy, but how could he pass this test? Looking at Yong, the judge thought that he shouldn't expect much from someone who had gotten this far by pure chance. He was sure that Yon wouldn't make it this far. So he said he'd give up the right to attack first to Yeon to show him what he could do. And Yeon said that if he insisted. After he said that, Yeon rushed out of his seat. The judge's eyebrows rose up in surprise. After attacking from above, Yeon continued to howl, saying that he would definitely not refuse. Putting out his sword to block the strike, the judge clenched his teeth with tension. He used the Boundless Sky Sword and Yong was thrown backwards. Slowing down, Yong said that the judge was from the Namgung clan. In response, the judge shouted that even though Yeon had guessed, it wouldn't help him. Yeon attacked again and swung a punch to the jaw, and the judge lost his balance. The fight between the two was fierce. In one of the attacks, the referee lost his sword. Looking at his hand, the referee couldn't believe that a young boy had knocked his sword away from him. The referee realized that at this rate, he might lose. He knew that he would be reprimanded if he used this technique as a test taker. However, as he made a fist, the judge decided that it was better than losing. He used the 9-splitting Divine Fists, but Yong retaliated with a powerful punch as well. He was thrown backwards by the shockwave. He crashed into a ladder that sent splinters flying. His colleagues even turned around to see what happened to him. There were whispers among the participants. They didn't understand how this was even possible if Yeon wasn't even a member of the alliance. Chang In clenched his teeth in anger. When the judge started to rise, Yeon grabbed his head and said that he didn't know that a probationer was allowed to use such attacks. Stroking his stomach, he added that he had eaten so much yesterday that he was having trouble controlling his power flow and was glad he hadn't hit with all his might. Last night, the master standing behind Yong's back said that he would protect him so he didn't have to worry. Opening the drink, Yong thought that if he was protected by someone like Li Gang-ha, he could absorb the energy safely. Drinking the essence of the stones could replenish the internal energy for 20 years to come. Putting the vessel next to him, Yong thought that because of White Lightning's body, the effectiveness of the elixir would be halved, and he would only have a 10-year supply of energy. As the process began, the whole place lit up with light and lightning bolts began to shoot out from Yong. Li Gang, who was standing behind him, clenched his teeth and covered himself with his hand so that he wouldn't accidentally get hit. Yeonseo stood up and Li Gang thought that even though he knew that Yeon was a monster. However, he didn't think he was that much. Lightning sparked from Yeon's eyes. Rising up, he clenched his fist. Looking at the orb in his hand, Yong thought that he could finally take on the task at hand. Not only would he be able to absorb elixirs quickly, but his strength would also recover faster. Smiling, Yong realized that he was just a little bit away from reaching the strength level of his previous life. Standing in the ring, Yong asked the referee if he had passed. He laughed in response and then said that he had passed. A man entered the office carrying a stack of papers. Chwabek asked the war minister where he had been all this time. As he put the papers on the table, the minister resented him for not being able to take a second's rest because of his disapproval. Raising his hand, Chwabek said quietly, he said that he had just recently met a very interesting boy. Folding his hands, the minister asked if he was trying to avoid responsibility. Putting his hand on his chest, Chwabek said that on the day he secretly left the alliance, he went to watch the first trial of the competition. The minister asked him about that time when they even sent a dark army to look for him. Chwabek replied that it didn't matter now. Choi Bai continued his story and said that the young man had gone off the path of the race. He jumped onto the rocks and went to the finish line. The minister asked if that was possible. Pointing to his eyes with his fingers, Chwabek said he had seen it himself. Frowning, the minister said that if it was true, he was a great warrior and asked what clan he was from. Chwabek replied that according to Yong, he was from the Thundergate sect, a sect that lives in seclusion and no one knows about. The minister's eyes widened, and Chwabek kept saying that his name was Yeonseo Woon, and he didn't belong to a big clan. But he had already reached an incredible level of skill. He thinks there's no one better who fits the criteria the war minister told him. Chwabek said it was better to recruit him now before he was poached by the elders. The minister turned around and said he should go then because he had to find out more about young Seo Woon. Chwabek said he should hurry up. Waving his hand, the minister said that he would handle it and they could handle their jet lag. The minister thought that if the head of the alliance was talking about this boy like that, then he was definitely needed among the alliance head's supporters. He needed to find out everything about him as soon as possible before the elders got to him. During the night, Young was met and told that an elder was looking for him. Young asked who they were talking about. The man replied that he should just follow them and he wouldn't advise him to resist. Immediately, Young thought that the only elder he had already talked to was Seo Hyun Gom. However, if he was being led by force, then it wasn't Seo Hyun Gom, and there was a high probability that it was Fist of Courage. It's obvious that it's not with good intentions that he's summoning Yon to him. Looking at the guards, Yon thought that he couldn't beat them up and send them back. Before they drew their weapons, Yon raised his hand and smiling said they could lead him. The guards turned around and Young thought that in any case the Fist of Courage was worth meeting at least once. Young smiled and thought that he hoped the Fist would be as nice a person as Seo Hyun Gum. When they arrived, the guard stopped at the door of the room and said that they had brought him. The room replied to let him come in. When young Seo entered the room, the first person he saw was Bo Jin, who smirked at him. As he approached the table where Fist was sitting, young Seo folded his arms and greeted him. Pointing to the table across from him, Kulak said that young Seo could come in and sit down. After sitting across from each other, Kulak asked Yeon why he thought Kulak had called him. Yon assumed it was to apologize for his past behavior. With a clenched fist, the man replied that it was so, and that in addition to Yong, his companions and next of kin should also be held responsible. Young's eyes widened, and he thought that Fist was indeed the elder of Murim. If Seo Hyun Gam is famous for his skill, then Fist of Courage is incredibly strong. Fist said for Yon to apologize to Bo Jin and return his wristbands. Fist's eyes began to glow, and he said that if Yon didn't apologize, but Yon didn't let him finish and raised his hand and said loudly that he understood and apologized to Adept Huang Bo's brother. Bo Jin was very surprised. Looking at Fist, Young thought that it wasn't hard for him to apologize to him. The problem is the hypocritical members of the political factions. They attach too much importance to meaningless words. Fist replied that he was glad that Young understood. He then asked for his Jinny's wristbands back. However, Yeon said that it seemed like Fist had misunderstood because he apologized, but Yeon didn't say that he would give him back his wristbands. Bojin clenched his teeth behind his back, and Fist asked Yeon what he said, and Yeon replied that they belonged to him now and he had no reason to give them back, isn't that so? Fist's eyebrows moved and a grimace appeared on his face as he asked what Yeon had just said. However, Yon replied that he had gotten the wristbands because Adept brother Bo Jin had put them up as a bid for their duel. Pulling back his kimono, Yeon showed the POW and said that he in turn had bid on it. Peeking out from behind Yong, Fist of Courage pierced Bo Jin's gaze, who whispered that he wanted to tell him about it. Yon thought that the bastard had complained to him without saying anything that would make him look bad. Then Young said that if he returned the handcuffs to Fist, it would offend Bo Jin, who had lost them, as he had made it his bet. Putting his hand on his chest, Yeon said that he really did wrong when he let his emotions get the best of him. The still angry Fist of Courage clarified what that meant. Yeon said that when he found out that Zwanbo had taken away the rooms in the guest house that were rented by him, Yeon should have just ceded them to him as a more important person. Raising his hand, Yeon said that surely Bojin must have been preparing the chambers for the Alliance Elders. Putting his hand on his chest again, Young Seo smiled and apologized for not stepping into his position. Young Seo humiliated Hwang Bojin by apologizing and saving face in front of the Alliance Elder. Isn't this how wise people live, bowing down to those in power and not making them look guilty? Taking something out of his pocket, Yeon continued to say that he didn't want to hurt his elder brother Adept. Placing the stack of money on the table, Yeon smiled and asked if he could make it up to him. Young knew they couldn't refuse an offer that would suit everyone. Young wanted to let go of all the grudges between them and gain the friendship of the Alliance Elder. The Fist of Courage likes to take bribes. Laughing loudly, Fist folded his arms across his chest and said that he now understood why Young liked that old fox so much. Afterward, Kulak suggested that Young have a drink sometime, just the two of them. With folded hands, Yeon replied that he would be honored. At the next stage of the competition, Young Woo told Yeon that it was good that he was not in the same group as Yeon. Looking at him, Yeon said that if Young Woo withdraws from the competition before they meet in a fight, he will give him a special training session. Behind them, Chang-in spoke up and said that it was finally time for the final challenge. Waving his hand, Young Woo told him not to shake the air in vain. Chang-in replied that he didn't wish them any harm. He added that he just wanted to say hello and that Yeon had done very well during the qualifying trials and he would be happy to fight him. Turning to him, Yeon replied that he was too, so he hoped that Chang-in wouldn't withdraw from the competition early. Raising an eyebrow up, Young Woo asked Young Seo what Jong-in needed from him. Yeon asked him to ignore him. Starting to beat the drum, the judge yelled that they are now starting the opening ceremony. The judge said that he wanted to thank everyone who came all the way to be here. He also asked the contestants who had made it to the final stage if they must be proud of themselves. People started looking around because they didn't hear the speaker, and when they looked up, they noticed that he was in the sky. In front of them, the honorable warrior Chu Chua-bek appeared in his finest robes. When he landed, the crowd shouted to welcome him as the head of the Morim Alliance. A stream of energy enveloped the stands and the people sitting there covered themselves with their hands. They shouted that they could see that he was the head. Yang stood with his arms folded and thought that there were 128 contestants left after the preliminaries. This was a strange way for a humble head to appear. Looking at the podium, Yang saw that the freedom-loving Strashin were unimpressed. After that, the finals of the Best Murim Warrior competition were announced. Standing in the crowd, Ho-sung wondered why Yang had ordered him to do this in the first place. Before the competition, Yeon had said that he wanted him to scrutinize all the competitors from their appearance to their habits. Whatever the reason, Ho-sung has no choice but to follow his instructions. The next competitor is Young Seo-woon from the Yellow Dragon Martial Arts Hall, and opposing him is Song Hae, a disciple of the Shaman faction. The crowd cheered. Frowning, Young thought that he didn't know if it was her, but he didn't expect to meet her here. He remembered talking to Dam Woon, who said that his beloved was an apprentice in the Shaman faction. Yang smacked himself on the head and thought that it all matched up with the information that Kao had gotten about her. Of course, his rival was Cloud Dragon's former lover. Young usually tries to impress everyone by showing what he can do. But how can he do that if he has to care about other people's feelings and how not to hurt Song Hai's pride? Young frowned, wondering if there was a way to win without hurting her feelings. Clenching his teeth, he wondered why he even cared. He had restrained himself enough in Marima before. The opponents took out their balls and the referee waved his hand to announce the start of the match. Ho-sung was the first to attack with her Sword of Heavenly Purity attack. Raising his sword, Yeon deflected her strike. Ho-sung was thrown back. She got up and began to draw shapes in the air with her sword. But at that moment, Yeon attacked. He struck her with the palm of his hand and again, Ho-sung flew backwards. That was the end. The referee announced that she lost and Yeon Seo won, and Ho-sung looked at him angrily. However, Yeon whispered that if she wanted to meet Dam Woon or the Cloud Dragon, she should find him in a couple of days and they would drink together. When the competition was over, Ho-jung asked why Yeon asked him to watch the contestants. Yeon replied that he would need it in the future. Ho-sung asked what kind of business. Then Yeon said that some of those people would have to take their lives in the future. Upon hearing this, Hong-shung exclaimed that he would have to destroy the heirs of the strongest clans and factions. Yeon confirmed this. Ho-sung frowned and asked how they could destroy them. But Yeon said he doesn't have to worry about that because Yeon will help him. This competition is a great chance for the Marima Alliance to spread their influence over the young generation of warriors. But if you do it too hastily, you can lose control of what's going on within the Alliance. Not only is there corruption at the top of the Alliance, but also many of its members have become spies for demonic sects. In Yeon's past life, the sects took over the power in Marima. But things will be different now. Young decided he couldn't let that happen in a world where he was going to live his best years. A world where corruption has taken over the powerful. He's going to get rid of these parasites as soon as possible. Ho-sung raised his hand and said that if he could deal with Salm's group, he couldn't deal with the Gupa clan and the Ode faction. Yeon replied that it was only for now. Smiling, Yeon thought that since he had a chance to survive, he would raise the Heaven's Edge criminal himself. A few days later, Yeon arranged a meeting between Dam Woon and Ho-sung. Watching them, Yeon thought that even if he pushed them, they still wouldn't have the courage. However, without dealing with the past, they wouldn't be able to move forward. Ho-sung's ally told Yeon not to even think of interfering because it's just between the two of them. In response to Willow's rapier teacher, Yeon said he wasn't planning on it. She asked if he knew her, and Yeon said how can he not know a great warrior and an elder of the shaman faction. She said he has a good tongue. She looked at Ho-sung and said that her student would decide whether to forgive this guy or not, and Yeon should just watch from afar. And so Dam-young spoke first, apologizing. He didn't raise his eyes to his lover. Ho-sung frowned and asked why she should forgive him. Dam-woon replied that it was for everything. Pointing at himself, Dam-woon said he was a fool and only thought of himself. Ho-sung asked if he was different now. Turning away, Ho-sung said that he never tried to contact her or even try to find her. After saying that, Dam-eun lowered his head. He said he wanted to talk but didn't know what to say. Putting his hand on his chest, he raised his head and said he would do anything for her. Folding her hands on her chest, she asked what if she asked him to destroy his Sama clan. Dam-eun replied that he would do it. The girl's eyes opened wide and her hand trembled, but she said that Dam-woon could kill himself at the same time. Young-se intervened in their conversation. He raised his hand and said that he wouldn't do that, and everyone looked at him. He said he would support any decision, but he wouldn't let Dam-woon take his own life. Teacher said it's none of his business, but Young said that if they decide behind his back, he'll kill the two of them. Hearing that, the teacher grabbed her weapon, saying that her life didn't belong to him. When she looked up at Yeon Ho-sung, she saw him put his hand on her chest and said she was mine. Damon came over to her and asked if everything was okay, but Ho-sung waved her hand in his direction and told him to get out. With her head down, Ho-sung cried and said she hated Damon. She asked why he left her without explaining anything and why he didn't look for her. Damon couldn't find the words to answer, but Ho-sung kept saying that she was waiting for him. He started apologizing for leaving her and said he was sorry. Clutching her dress with a trembling hand, Ho-sung said that she would never forgive the man from the Sama clan. She also said that when she joined the alliance and reached a high rank, she would destroy his clan. Putting his hand on her Damon said he would help her. Looking at young Seo, Damon told her that he would join the alliance with her. Frowning, Dam-young added that then the Sama clan would answer for all the sins it had committed. I will. A tearful Ho-sung raised her head at him and whispered his name. Throwing her arms around him, she said she missed him so much. Smiling, Damon replied that he missed her too. Looking at them, the teacher told Yeon that he was very kind to his subordinates. Yeon replied that he felt so bad that he almost acted rude. The most important thing for him was that everything ended well. Damon sat down next to Ho-sung and took her hand. As they walked back to the house, Dam-woon thanked young Seo, saying that he was the reason he had the courage to be brave. Yeon Seo said he was glad his efforts had paid off. Damon stopped and said that he was referring to the Sama clan. Young asked if he hadn't told him about it. Turning around, Young reminded him that he would help him break out of the Sama clan's shadow. And he would keep his promise. Dam-woon's eyes opened wide. Folding his hands, he said that he would owe Yeon his life. Placing his hands on Dam-woon's shoulders, Yeon said that his loyalty oath alone was enough. Then Yeon said that now it was time to prove his loyalty. They continued on their way and Yeon said that he hadn't had dinner and was very hungry. Holding out his hand, Dam-woon said he was buying. Then Yeon grinned and asked if he would take a pull. Dam-woon exclaimed to let Yeon pay him for tonight's dinner. A new day came and the competition continued. Young-in entered the ring and came out victorious. Folding his arms, Chang-in nodded and told his opponent that he fought well. The guy stood up and said that Chang-ying had outstanding skills. Walking past Yang, Chang-ying raised his hand and said that if he won now, the next fight would be between the two of them. Not getting a response, Chang-ying thought that Yan was getting his nose too high for someone who reached the vinyl by pure chance. The opponent against Yan will be Mo Yeon-jun. Chang-in thought that even though he belonged to the sideline of the Moyeon clan, his skills were superior to the clan's heirs. Walking to the stands, Chang-in thought that if he fought him, he would be able to defeat him. Smiling, Chang-in thought that luck would definitely turn against Young-se today. And so the duel began. Yan stood straight as a pillar and Young-jun drew his sword. As he looked at Yan Seo, he shouted that Yan Seo would continue to stand like a stumbling block. He shouted that if Yan didn't move, he would. At that moment, Yan snapped out of his seat. Looking around, Young-jun thought that he had already realized that Young Seo had good skills. He wanted to look for a good moment to attack, but Yan Seo had already hit him, injuring him in the shoulder. After this blow, his opponent fell down. Standing in the stands, Chang-in thought that he didn't even have time to notice Yeon Seo's attack. Clenching his teeth, Chang-in remembered that all this time he had thought that Young 100 was just lucky. Looking at Young-jun lying there, Chang-in realized that at this rate he might lose the next fight. The veins on Chang-ying's face swelled and his eyes turned red. He thought about how he wouldn't let that happen. A girl came into the room and asked what business suzerain demon of exciting crime was looking for her. The suzerain told her that the third person sent to Honam by order of the Lord had died. The girl asked if they were the best warriors. In response, the suzerain said he thought that someone had appeared who was deliberately hindering them and asked if she could go to Honam. The girl asked why he could not go to Honam himself. The suzerain said that he was using demonic techniques, and it was very noticeable. With a glare, the girl said that he just wanted to use it and added that he had to offer a good reward in return. Frowning, the suzerain said he would promise her over 100 first-class warriors. Leaving, she said she was sorry the reward wasn't a night with him. This woman is a bloodflower witch and the 8th great demon of the demon sect. Walking on the bridge, Yang thought that tomorrow was finally here and today he would have a duel with Chang-ying. Raising his hand, Yang thought that if he won, he would receive the elixir of the Jomchan sect. A group of armed men appeared in front of him. 3 were on the ground and 2 were on the roof. Youngsei asked them what they wanted. Looking at the opponents, Youngsei realized that they weren't just some brigands. It was clear that they had come specifically for him. Before they could move, Youngsei flew up to the roof of the building. Looking around, he thought that if they wanted something from him, he should find out what it was. Outside, Yeon saw a man and recognized him. It was the one who was taking the 3rd trial. According to the rules, contestants were forbidden to fight outside of the competition. The rule was made to prevent squabbles between contestants, but there are many loopholes to get around it. The mercenaries shouted that Yeon is on the roof and needs to be surrounded. But what happens if those mercenaries dressed in black attack the contestant? And of course, the contestant has no choice but to defend himself. But if one of the test takers who is passing by reports this to his superiors, Yeon can be disqualified. The only problem is that Yeon doesn't have any proof that Yong-in did it. Pulling out his sword, Yeon thought he could just destroy both the mercenaries and the test taker. Meanwhile, Yeon was already surrounded by archers and the swordsmen were getting even closer. He decided that he couldn't give in to his emotions and do him a favor. As the mercenaries attacked Yeon, he jumped from one roof to another. He decided that the most important thing was to get away from them. Also, Yeon noticed that the test taker started to move at the mercenaries' signal. While Yeon was running on the roof, 2 opponents were approaching from the other side. Yeon couldn't let the test receiver see him fight. Even if Yeon fought with his fist without drawing his sword and the host saw him, Yeon would be in trouble. Running for the coal, Yeon thought that first he should find a place to hide. Turning around, Yeon saw a hand next to his face trying to grab him. That hand appeared from the portal right in the middle of the street, and Yeon reached for his sword. A voice beckoned him to come in before the mercenaries got here. Yeon thought that if his hand was floating in the air, it was magic. However, he went through the portal, and when the mercenaries came around the corner, there was no one there. Like a ghost, Yeon stood near the building, watching the mercenaries turn their heads and ask each other where he had gone. A man next to Yeon said that it looked like he was in trouble. The mercenary waved his hand and ordered the others to search every corner. Folding his arms, Yeon thanked the warrior in front of him for his help. Raising his hand, the warrior said that with Yeon's skills, he could have easily dealt with them. And Yeon asked the man if he knew him. The man asked if Yeon was one of the contestants in the competition. Then Yeon said that if he got into a fight outside the competition, he would be disqualified and would not be able to win. Folding his hands, the warrior said that if there was nothing left to do but draw his sword, then it was not an exception to the rules. And Yeon replied that it all depended on who would report the violation to the organizers of the competition. Rubbing his beard, the man asked Yeon if he thought it was a trap set by someone. Looking at the stranger in front of him, Yeon wondered who this person was. It was clear that he was not just someone who could create such a high-level illusion. So Yeon asked if he could find out the man's name. With a wave of his hand, he told Yeon not to worry about it and that he was just an old man passing by. Looking around, the old man said that the mercenaries had already left and now Yeon could be calm. The illusion dissipated and Yeon said he would like to repay him for his help. The old man said he didn't need to because Yeon hadn't asked him to. Yeon said that he hoped they would meet again. Yeon flew upwards and headed back to the house. Looking at him, the minister thought that now he understood why the head of the Murama Alliance liked him so much. The minister also wondered how cleverly Yeon had dodged his grasp, even though he was hiding in an illusion. Frowning, the minister thought that Yeon had reached such heights at such a young age, and it was hard for him to imagine what Yeon might become in the future. Smiling, the minister thought that he would have to make sure that Yeon joined them. When Chang'in found out, he hit the table with his fist, breaking it in half. He thought it was such a failure. The veins on his face swelled because Chang'in didn't understand how Yeon was able to escape from his trap. His hands trembled, and Chang Ying thought that now he would surely embarrass himself during the fight. Looking at his hand, Chang Ying thought that he was an adept of the Yomchan sect and could not be destroyed by some redneck. Suddenly behind him, an affectionate female voice asked if she could help him. Chang Ying tensed up. He turned around and saw the witch in front of him, but she was unfamiliar to him. Chang Ying shouted who she was. As she approached him, the witch asked why she was being so rude and added that it did not make a man look good. She touched his face and asked if Chang-in wanted to humiliate Yeon. Leaning closer, the witch said that Chang-in should listen to her very carefully then. A new day came and Chang-in standing in the ring told Yeon-seo that he had managed to go very far. Taking the hilt of his sword, Chang-in said that today was Yeon-seo's last fight. Smiling, Yeon said that he felt like Chang-in had not slept tonight, and if it was because he had not been disqualified. Pulling out his sword, Chang-in said that he had enough of his bullshit. Yeon replied that Chang-in was being very rude to him, even though he was pretending to be polite. Chang-in raised his sword and shouted for Yeon to shut up and bare his sword. Yeon replied that he didn't have to do that. Chang-in then clarified that this was Yeon's way of insulting him. With a smile, Yeon replied that Chang-in knew perfectly well himself. Standing up, Chang-in said that Yeon would regret not pulling out his sword. Clenching his fist, Yeon asked if anything could compare to how the blows felt on his fist. As soon as the referee waved his hand announcing the start of the fight, Chang Ying rushed towards Yeon. He used the Sun Sword Strike technique against him with the first Sunrise attack. However, Yeon was able to dodge this strike and Chang Ying landed next to him. Yeon then used his fist to strike his opponent's sword. From the force of the blow, Chang Ying lost his balance. Next, Yeon jumped up to deliver a leg kick to the opponent who had not yet fallen. He hit the ground and it shattered beneath him, but Chang Ying managed to bounce away. Without wasting any time, Yang rushed towards his opponent again, making a fist and aiming for his face. He struck, but Chang'en put his sword up as a shield and the blow hit him. Yang suddenly flew backwards and Changying stood there with his sword extended. Clenching his hand, Changying thought that he knew from experience that he couldn't defeat him, even if Yang didn't draw his sword. Bringing his sword overhead, Chang'en thought that even though he was destined to lose, he should deprive Youngsei of at least one arm. Yeon stood straight looking around as Chang'en was already approaching him with his sword. At the last moment, Yeon turned around and made a fist and then extended it forward at his opponent. From Yang's energy, a beam of light struck the sky and lightning began to shoot around. When everything calmed down, the faces of the people in the stands stretched out in surprise and covered in sweat. In the ring, Yang En was lying on the ground and Young Seo was standing in front of him, clenching his fists. Looking at the stands, Yan smiled because his white lightning technique had clearly impressed the audience. Walking up to Chang'en, Yan said that he was sorry it would end like this. Chang'en asked, "How dare Yan?" Getting closer, Yan said that he wouldn't use all his strength. Bringing up his fist, Yan smiled and said that Changying needed to be patient a little longer. This was the 6th phase of the Power Fist, and the attack was called Air Strike. Over and over, Yang threw punches and then asked if Changying would say he couldn't take it. A fight was considered over either when one of the participants was no longer able to fight or when they left the ring. Yan knew as an adept of the Great Sect, Chang'en would never give up, which meant that Yan could play with him until he got bored. Stopping, Yeon asked Changying why he was getting on his nerves so much. Getting up, Chang'en walked towards the exit and Yeon told him he wouldn't stop until his anger subsided. Suddenly, Changying's eyes turned red and in his head came the voice of the witch ordering him to destroy Yeon. Then at his last gasp, Changying began to try to strike, but Yeon easily dodged. Noticing that his opponent had sped up, Yeon thought that Chang'en was using his internal energy, but why so suddenly? Yang also noticed his opponent's unusual gaze and assumed it was demonic energy. However, he couldn't feel it. Looking at Changying, Yan wondered who was controlling him. The one in turn roared like a monster. Grabbing his head, Yan realized that he wouldn't be able to make him come to his senses. When Chang'en fell from the lightning strike, the referee announced that Young Seo Woon was the winner. Looking at his opponent, Yan thought to himself that he was able to do this in the middle of the Murma Alliance competition. Suddenly, there was someone's voice that said that Yan seemed to have actually managed to catch the culprit. Yan turned around. The voice kept saying that Yan was so young and already a martial artist. Looking around, Yang didn't realize where the eerie voice was coming from. Next to his ear, the witch whispered that maybe Yang would taste better than him. Raising his head to the sky where it was already empty, Yang realized that the voice belonged to the Bloodflower Witch, the 8 great demons. They were equal to the 10 heavenly emperors, and were the masters of the demon cult. They were the ones that Yeon had a hard time resisting, even in his past life. Among them, there's an old woman who regains her youth by absorbing human energy. She is the Bloodflower Witch. Yeon realized that this crazy old woman was here right now. Remembering the 3 fugitives, Yang wondered if he had fallen to one of those mercenaries, and they had reported him to their commanders. The Marima Alliance had organized this competition in the first place to provoke the demonic cult, and then it would justify the start of the battle. Moreover, if the deaths became known, the demon cult would retaliate. Originally, Yan had planned to increase his reputation by capturing members of the demonic cult, but Young didn't expect them to get ahead of him by sending one of their masters before he could announce the death of the unruly criminal. Walking down the street, Young thought that for starters, judging by the fact that the witch had used Changying, she couldn't deal with him on her own. Nearby came a whisper from the witch who said that Young looked even more appetizing up close. Yan turned around and wondered when she had gotten so close. Her cloak fell to the ground and Yan realized that she was trying to hide her demonic energy, yet she showed up so calmly at the Marima competition. She hasn't changed at all. An old woman who likes to show off. Raising her hand, she waved and smiled at Yang. Yang asked who she was, but the witch pointed her finger at his chest and said he knew her, so why pretend he didn't? Frowning, Yeon asked what she was talking about, and added that they had never met before. In response, the witch agreed that they had never met before and asked why she thought Yan knew her. As if mesmerized, Yan replied that he didn't know who she was. Covering her mouth with her hand, the witch asked what was this miracle because she realized that Yeon was trying to confuse her by pretending to be under her spell. In his hand, Yeon was gathering energy to attack her, but the witch put a fingernail to his throat and said that if he moved, she would slit his throat. Yeon tried to buy time so they could be seen by others, but it was too hard. He said she could finish him off right here, but she'd risk doing it in the middle of Murim, and she wasn't safe. With a hand on Yeong's shoulder, the witch asked if he was worried about her and told him not to worry. The mercenaries were watching them from the roof. The witch asked Yeong if he thought she had come here without any preparation, but Yeong knew that she had brought the people from the House of Flowers with her. Then the witch asked how Yan was able to deal with Chang Ying with his skill level. Then she added that she didn't need to know. Stroking his neck, the witch said that she would just eat him and it would all be over. Watching her lick herself, Yang thought that the nature of the Bloodflower Witch's demonic powers made it impossible for her to resist her thirst to absorb energy. In his past life, Yang had come to the witch with orders from the master. She raised her head up and kept repeating that she wasn't enough. Turning to him, she exhaled and said just a little more. Stroking his cheek, the witch said she would like to eat just a little more. She wouldn't be satisfied with his current level. Grabbing the witch's waist, Yang asked if she liked unripe fruit. Looking at her, Yang thought that if he were in the witch's place who feeds on the energy of strong men, he wouldn't be satisfied with his current state. Grabbing his face, the witch asked how Yang knew her so well and added that the more she looked at him, the more she wanted him. Stepping back, the witch put her hand on his chest and said that Yang was right about her taste in diverse men. Turning away, the witch added that she hates to have her favorite things taken away from her, and that she will keep today's meeting a secret. Turning to him, the witch sent him a kiss and told him to grow big and not to die before she returned. When she disappeared, Yang crouched down, hitting the wall. Sweat ran down his face and he thought he was going to throw up. His hand was trembling. Yang wished he could finish her off right now, but she was beyond him. He knew that if he reported this to the Marima Alliance, they wouldn't believe him, and certainly wouldn't go to capture her. Young Sai threw up. Yan didn't know what they would do to him if he set himself up like that in their eyes. This time, Yan was able to survive. Before their next meeting, he has to get more of Murim's support. Now, Yeon is the only one who knows that Chang'in is under the witch's control. He only needs to get the elixir that was his bet from him. Walking out of the archway, Yeon saw two men grabbing Chang Ying while he screams for them to let him go. Yeon didn't understand why the two men were kicking him out of town. Chang Ying yelled they thought his sect would just let it go. Frowning, Yeon thought that they wouldn't do that to a Jomchan Sekia adept without reason. Behind Yong's back, the minister appeared and said that he could see that Yong had a lot of questions. When he turned around, he immediately noticed a badge around the man's neck that he recognized. Standing in front of him was Che Gal Huan, the warlord of the Marima Alliance. He said he was glad they had met again. After greeting him, Yeon said he was glad to meet him, but he didn't remember meeting him before. Then Gal Huan asked Yeon if he could remember. That's when Yeon realized it. Yeon asked if he was the person who had helped him recently. Raising his palm, Huang confirmed and said that he had to hide his identity back then. Turning around, Yeon asked Adap Chung Ying if Chung Ying was being kicked out now on his orders and asked why. Chang Yin then asked if Youngsei didn't know himself. He said that after the last test, an investigation was conducted through the intelligence network. That's how they found out that there really might be someone behind Young In. Just as Yeon thought, they don't know that it's the Bloodflower Witch. Young said that he didn't expect the Marima Alliance to jeopardize their relationship with the Yamchang sect because of one delinquent youth. Yan also said that Huang had known that Zhang In was cheating since the qualifying round. So why did they decide to kick him out now? Taking the checker, Huang said that's a pretty bold remark, and Yan is right. He also knew that there are those who take advantage of loopholes in the rules. He added that he also knew that the head of the alliance even condones it, and for that, he is really ashamed. Huang then said that however it was Zhang In who was punished because he went too far. Yan clarified how they were going to punish him. Huang replied that Zhang In would be taken into custody for a while. But Yan clarified that's all. Huang informed that it won't be easy to give Zhang In a stricter punishment. In any case, they need to keep in mind their relationship with the Jomchan sect. According to Huang, the sect will decide how to punish him, and Youngsai can't be upset. Taking out his saber, Young thought he knew that fighting the greatest forces of Murim would be difficult even in alliance with his warriors. Watching Yang make a move, Huang noticed that he seemed dissatisfied. Yan explained that he should get the item that Chang In had put forward in the argument. Huang said that he thought he was going to please Yan, but it seems like the opposite happened. Looking at him, Yan thought Huang had decided to bribe him. He realized that they wanted to lure him into the alliance, just like Che Gal Haye. Raising his hand, Huang said that he had lost this round. Yan remained silent. Folding his hands, Huang said he would send the latest to the Jomchan sect, pointing out that Zhang In owed Yan a debt. Folding his hands, Yeon thanked him. He thought that even though his plan didn't work out, he had a chance to leave the Yomchang sect in his debt. He smiled and thought that it was a pity that there was only one elixir at stake. A new day came and the competition continued. Standing in front of Yang Wu, Young thanked him for getting this far. Raising his hand, Yeon added that he didn't think Young Wu would be able to beat Bojin. Young Wu replied that he didn't want to admit it, but his training helped a lot. Looking at Young Wu, Yeon remembered that in his past life, he didn't participate in this competition. He couldn't believe that he was able to make it to this stage. Yeon thought that it was enough to repay all the honors of the Plum Blossom Blade Master. Yeon said that they would now see if Young Wu was strong. With a frown, Young Wu replied that if Yeon thought he was fighting a past version of him, he might lose. And so the referee announced that the fight was starting. Young Wu immediately attacked Young Seo. Young So flew backwards from the blow and decided to draw his sword while flying. As he slowed down, Young said that he really didn't expect this. He asked Young Wu how much he had changed. Young then rushed out of the ring and Young Wu had his sword ready and said that he learned it from him. A fierce fight broke out in the ring, accompanied by flashes of light. The stands were enveloped by the wind from the energy flows. Standing with their mouths open, people did not understand what was happening. Raising his sword, Young thought that among all the competitors, Young Wu knew him best. He also defends himself confidently and pays more attention to avoiding Yeon's attacks. Whenever Young Wu gets a chance, he makes a sharp strike. Young Wu said he's never missed a chance to practice since they arrived here. Now he's perfectly practicing everything he learned from Young Se. Swinging his sword, Young Wu used the 36 Blades of Plum Blossom attack. After that, he immediately used the Wild Plum Blossom Scattering Strike attack. If Yeon Seo loses his guard and mistakenly thinks he's the same Young Wu, Young Se might lose in disgrace. A puff of dust rose up and Young Se started looking around. When the dust cleared, Young-woo attacked Yeon before he could even realize it. Yeon jumped up to avoid the blow from Young-woo. He swung his fist using his skills. Yeon thought that so far, all of Young-woo's attacks were predictable. Suddenly, Young-woo roared and elbowed Young Seo in the stomach. From the blow, Yeon flew backwards and Young-woo fell face first into the ground. Yeon realized what his opponent was trying to do. After getting up, Young-woo thought that he was finally fighting on par with Young Seo-woon. However, upon seeing Yeon step through the air, Young-woo realized that it was a step through the great heavenly void. At that moment, Yeon thought that although he had not yet perfected this technique, it was also enough for now. As Yeon drew his sword over his opponent, there was a powerful explosion of light. The audience saw Jung-woo lying in the ring and Young Seo, who was just getting his head back up. When Young-woo got up, he cursed and said that he thought he had learned everything. Putting his hand up to help, Yeon smiled and said it was a good try. Wiping his chin, Young-woo said that one day he would wipe Yeon's high-pitched nose. They shook hands and Young-woo said he lost. Once again, it was Yeon who came out the winner. Sitting in his chambers, Yeon was mindful that his next opponent was the winner of the past life dragon sword competition, Namgung Sung-hoon. It was clear that he was the winner and thus the best warrior in the competition. Looking at Namgun, Jong Hyun-young covered his mouth with his finger, and Namgun replied that he would tell it like it is. Raising his head, he asked Yeon can't lose tomorrow's fight. Out of nowhere, Namgung asked Yeon Seo to give in, the unrivaled swordmaster of all time, the king of swords. In his past life, it was the disciple of the Sword King who had won the Flaming Phoenix competition, the future dragon sword Namgung. Looking at Yeon, Namgung said that if Yeon fulfilled his request, he would definitely reward him for it. Frowning, Young didn't realize what kind of impudence it was to ask him to give in to his heir. He smiled and decided that if the elder asked him to do it, he could do it. But Young asked if he could find out why Namgung was asking him to do it. The old man said he could explain the situation to him. He said that his first wife is trying to oust Sung-hoon and put her son as the heir. The problem is that Sung-hoon's position is very weak because he is the son of his second wife, who is from a weak family. Ya-young asks why Namgung wants to strengthen his position by winning the competition. Namgung replied that it's true. Yeon asked how this could happen to a family with a long history. Namgung replied that it can't happen. He said that the first son is a lazy man who only eats rice without even practicing. Punching the table, Namgung shouted that he didn't care about himself so much that he even looked like a pig. His fist trembled and Namgung continued to say that if such a person became the head of the Namgung clan, the ancestors' hard work would go to waste. Yong thought that if the reputation of the Namgung clan was at stake, he could understand why the elder had asked him to do this. Yong also asked why such a person would even claim to be the heir. Namgung replied that his first wife is the daughter of the head of the Golden Dragon organization. All the funds of the Namgung clan come from there. In order to break free from his first wife's financial shackles and cover up the fact that he's the son of a concubine, Sung-hoon must win this competition by a large margin. At that moment, Yeon thought he felt sorry for him. If not, Dragonsword would have won the competition due to his skills, thus strengthening his position. After saying that, Namgung held out a card to Yeon and told him to take it. He added that if Yeon lost, he would pay him the amount of the grand prize. And when Yeon joins the alliance, the Namgung clan will support him in every way possible. Yeon thought it was a very tempting offer. But in order to lead Murim, Yeon needs the privileges that only the winner of the competition can get. So Young replied that he couldn't agree to that. Namgung angrily asked if these reasons were so serious that Young could look at the Namgung clan with such disdain. Looking at him, Young realized that since he couldn't get a good deal, he could only use threats and that others should follow his example. Then Young asked if there was anyone who would want to antagonize the Namgung clan, and he said that he had already made a promise to Seo Hyun-gom. Namgung saw that and asked what Young had promised him. But Yeon replied that he couldn't tell him, and he could ask Seo Hyun in person. After picking up the card and putting it back in his pocket, Namgung said it was a shame and that he hoped they could work things out. However, Yeon said he could help Namgung achieve his goal. Namgung turned around and asked what Yeon was saying. Putting a token on the table, Yeon explained that it meant that he was an honored guest of the Hwayan Trade Organization. Hearing this, Namgung turned around abruptly and Yeon asked what would happen if the Namgung clan united with the Hwayan clan instead of the Golden Dragon. Folding his hands, Namgung replied that then the first wife's power would be weakened. Pointing at the token, Yeon said that it would be a bridge between them and Hwayan. That way, everyone would win, and the problem of the Fair Sword in Hwayan would get a big client. An won't have to give up his victory, and the Namgung clan will be in his debt. Smiling Young knew that Namgung would not be able to turn down such an opportunity. In the morning at the ring, Sung-hoon said he was honored to fight Young. Looking at Sung-hoon, Young thought he had a confident posture with balanced energy, and was polite. It was obvious that he was a disciple of the Sword King. He was clearly different from the disciples of other Murim organizations that Yeon had already met. However, he would not be able to make a name for himself now because all apprentice masters become outstanding masters themselves. As soon as the referee announced the start of the fight, Sung-hoon rushed to attack Yeon. As he raised his sword, Yeon thought that he could only become stronger by practicing safely at home, and that he would have to fall and break in order to get over his head. Since thanks to Sung-hoon, Young had gained personal benefits, he decided to give him a gift. As Sung-hoon approached, Young swung his sword and his mouth bled and his eyes rolled back. After that, Sung-hoon fell down. As he approached him, Yang thought he felt sorry for him in this life. But Yang Seo hauled that after such a defeat, he would become stronger than in his past life. With a wave of his hand, Yang decided that since he was getting stronger, he would soon exterminate the demon worshippers. Now he has only one fight left and the final competition is just around the corner. During the night, Kunlun sect elder Zhang Chong came to Yang's quarters. Raising his hand, Zhang Zhang asked if Yan Seo could succumb in the finals. Yan Seo's eyes became square. Lowering his head, Yan thought he was just an elder and said he'd pretend he hadn't heard him. As he kicked him out of his chambers, Yang shouted that if he came to see him again, he would report him. As Yang slammed the door shut, Zhang Zhang shouted behind them what it meant. Clenching his teeth, Yang thought he didn't know if the elder was the head of their sect, but what made him think he could talk him into it? Opening the window, Yang thought that closer to the finale, all sorts of idiots started to show up. Watching Zhang Zhang run away, Yang thought that old men are not ashamed to ask young warriors to do such thing. When he came out to the balcony, he remembered that a lot of things had already happened since he had come here, starting with Huang Bo Jin, then meeting Seo Hyun Gom and Li Gang Hak, healing his granddaughter, tracking down the rebellious criminal sovereign, making a bet with Chang In, meeting with the head of the Murma Alliance, improving relations with Fist of Courage, reconciliation between Sun Hai and Dam Woon, meeting with the warlord of the Marima Alliance, clashing with the Bloodflower Witch, and lastly, Elder Kunlun and Clan Chief Namgun asked him to give in during the duel. There were indeed a lot of foul things that had happened. So many lies and evil in the Marima Alliance, which is supposed to stand for justice. That's why everyone is calling people from political alliances hypocrites. But Yeon doesn't want to waste his life on people like them. He just wants to get rid of those demon sect creatures and become the head of Murim and then live life to the fullest. But it's enough for him to keep his loved ones fed and happy. Young knew that he would live this life for himself and not for others. In the morning, everyone was discussing that the hero in the fox mask was the finalist of the competition, Young Seo Un. The judges were discussing that Seo Hyun himself confirmed that it was Yeon Seo who must have captured the third heavenly demon disciple, and all of Murim was shocked. Hearing this, Hua Baek said that Young Seo is even better than he thought. Huang said that it's not something to be taken lightly. But Choi Baek reminded him that Yeon said he didn't want to join either side. Huang thought Yeon was secretly conspiring with the elders. Closing his eyes, Hua Baek said that the military has a trait of misinterpreting situations. Turning to him, Huang frowned and asked what it was that Choi Baek was saying. Raising his hand, Choi Baek said that it didn't matter which side Young Seo had gotten close to. In his opinion, it was his character and actions that mattered more. Choi Baek kept saying that Young Seo had not only done well in the competition, but had also defeated an unruly criminal, and he thought that was enough. Huang wanted to object, but Choi Baek said that this kid was as close to Jae Gal Hai as he was to Seo Hyun. He didn't think the elders were happy about it. With a wink, Huang Baek asked why push the young warriors just because of politics, and they would just observe first. Huang agreed with him. In the evening, Young came to the gazebo for dinner. Folding his arms, he greeted the great warriors and introduced himself. Fist of Courage told Yeon that he thought Yeon was an extraordinary man, but couldn't imagine Yeon defeating the Escape Master. Yeon replied that it was because of Seo Hyun. Folding his hands, Fist said that Yeon is the hero in the fox mask and asked why he didn't tell them. Namgung raised his hand and said that he now understood what kind of arrangement Yeon had with the elder and apologized. Yeon replied that it was okay and asked if Namgung had successfully resolved the problems. Covering his mouth with his hand, he replied that everything turned out well. Seo Hyun intervened and stroked his beard and asked what the two of them were talking about. Young replied that it was just between the two of them. Seo Hyun remained silent. Hitting the table, Fist shouted for Yeon to join his side, and he would turn a blind eye and support him with all his might. Noticing that Seo Hyun was smiling, Kulak turned to him and asked why he was laughing. Seo Hyun replied that he didn't deserve that guy. Fist frowned and asked Seo Hyun if he wanted to fight him, but Seo Hyun replied that he was just telling the truth. Getting up, Fist shouted that in that case they would go into the ring right now and so Hyun would taste his fist. Continuing to drink calmly, Seo Hyun asked Kulak if he thought he was a savage like him. Seo Hyun added that he would have dealt with him quickly enough. Watching them, Yeon thought that those who were called the Elders of the Murima Alliance were now fighting for someone who hadn't even joined the alliance. The finale came and the swift crowd shouted the hero in the fox mask. Just as Yeon thought all eyes were on him, smiling Yeon thought that Seo Hyun Gom and the secret community of Hao had done their job. In this fight, Yeon's opponent in the finals is an adept of the Kunlun sect's future immortal dragon. As he watched his opponent approach, Yeon thought that now he only had to win and his plan would be realized. Before the opponent approached, all of Yeon's cooing light illuminated. Smiling, Yeon thought that the opponent would be a sacrifice for his glory. If people think that Yeon is not as strong as everyone says he is, then they will be glad to finally see what they have only heard about in rumors. Yeon wasn't going to end the final fight in a mediocre way. He decided to end it in a way that the audience would never forget. With a punch called the Magnificent Finale, Yeon killed his opponent. As the smoke cleared and the stands shouted that Yeon was now the Heavenly Dragon, everyone saw Yeon standing over his opponent's body. Watching everyone applauding his victory, Yeon thought that Heavenly Dragon was not a bad nickname. Choi Baek came into the ring and asked Yeon Seo to come forward as the winner of the competition. When Yeon Seo came up, Choi Baek said that the winner of the competition would be given the right to join any branch of the alliance. Fist folded his arms and thought that Yeon would probably join the Blue Darkened squad to become its captain. Seo Hyun thought the same thing. Standing behind Hwangbaek Hwan thought that if Yeon joined the Blue Dragon, he would be able to get him on his side at any time. Jae-gal thought that Blue Dragon often worked with her military department so she could get to know him. So Chubek asked if Yeon had decided where he wanted to go. Yeon said yes. Chwabek asked where Yeon would join. Young replied that he would join the Sashon branch of the Marima Alliance. That's the answer no one expected from him. Fist and Seo Hyun in the stands spit out their drinks. Chi-gal's eyes opened wide and she whispered what he had just said. Standing nearby, Bojin thought that Yeon had saved the people of Zhejiang and defeated an unruly criminal, and then won the competition but refused to serve. Clenching his teeth, Bojin thought that Yeon refused to serve in the main branch, but chose the Sachon branch. In advance, Yeon told Junggae about this decision. He said that if his goal was to become famous right away, it would be more logical to join Blue Dragon. She asked what the problem was, and Yeon said that the Blue Dragon only acts on the orders of the head, and his freedom is severely restricted. Young knew that because of that, he wouldn't be able to achieve his goals. Even amongst the weirdos, one would not find such a strange person. Looking at the upper stands, Yeon remembered that his final goal was to lead the Council of Elders. Lee Gong, the former captain of the Blue Dragon, had accomplished a lot, but had never been able to become an elder. This means that no matter how many merits Yeon has, he will never be able to rise even to the rank of elder. The wall of their personal interests is so high. To break down that wall, he'll have to get more merit where Yeon will have free reign. He will go to Sachon where he was in his previous life. Using the memories from his past life, Yeon will soon become the head of Murim. Agreeing with Yeon's decision, Chwabek announced that the Flaming Phoenix competition was finally over. At night, Yeon met with Seo Hyun, who said that he would become the deputy head of the Sachon branch as Yeon had requested. Seo Hyun also said that Yeon's subordinates would also get a position there. Yeon thanked him. Seo Hyun poured him a drink and asked if that would be enough for him. Yeon said of course. And Seo Hyun said that Yeon probably has a plan that he doesn't know about, and if he needs help, he should just tell him about it. Smiling back, Young thought that even though Seo Hyun said it like it was nothing unusual, it was strange that he was named deputy right away. As they clinked glasses, Young thought that this was the reason he had bribed Seo Hyun. Fist told Young that the next time they met he should get even drunker, and Namgung said he wouldn't forget Yeon's kindness. Yeon also went to say goodbye to Lee Gang and his granddaughter, who wished Yeon good luck. The granddaughter asked if Yeon would visit them. After stroking her head, Yeon said that when he came to visit them again, he would take her to Dongtin Lake, so she should keep her strength up until then. In front of the carriage, the team said goodbye to Jonggoy. Yeon asked her to take care of herself, and she asked the same in return. Waving her hand, Jeongga shouted for them not to be sick until their next meeting. Turning to the others, Yeon told them that it was time for them to leave as well. Noticing Youngwoo nearby, Yeon stopped him and asked why he was following him. Youngwoo looked up and asked what the problem was. Pointing to the front of the wagon, Yeon said that his place was there. Youngwoo looked questioningly. Putting his hands to his sides, Youngwoo started to say that he didn't lose the argument this time, and why he should sit there again. However, Young said that they'll switch with Hosun later, so Jungwoo should go back to his seat and not grumble. Looking out the window on the way, Yeon thought he hoped his teacher was doing well. On the way, Youngwoo met his sect brothers. He shouted to him happily that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Suddenly, the brothers indignantly asked why the master was doing the coachman's job. Youngwoo covered his mouth with his fist in a businesslike manner and said that there was no need to react like that, because they had just distributed the berths in their squad. Looking out the window, Yeon realized that it must be the disciples of the Volcano sect. The disciples continued to be indignant and asked who dared to give such a dirty job to a member of their sect, and Youngwoo told them to calm down. Pointing at the wagon, one of the disciples shouted that he wanted those in the wagon to hear it. Looking at him, Yeon thought it was like he was meeting Youngwoo from the past again. Suddenly, Youngwoo said that that was enough and added that overdoing it was just as bad as underdoing it. Turning to the students, he asked if they wanted to argue with their senior who was tired after a long journey. At such words, the students were confused and stammering. They started to say that they didn't want to. Raising his palm, Youngwoo said that was enough. Showing the wagon, Youngwoo told them that being a coachman was not harmful to the prestige of their sect, but first the disciples should apologize to his companions. They wanted to object, but Youngwoo turned away and said that he had nothing more to say to people with such bad intentions. The students bowed to the window and apologized to Yeon for being rude to him. Looking at them, Young realized that these guys wouldn't be able to come to their senses right away. Hyun-woon suddenly appeared next to the cart and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jongwoo immediately shouted teacher. Everyone got out of the wagon and Hyun-woon said he heard they were coming, so he was looking forward to seeing them. Jungwoo asked if he was doing well. Hyun-woon replied that there were so many rumors about their travels that they had reached his ears. Then Young-seo said that he had polished Hyun-woon's errand. Young-woo scrunched his nose next to him, and the teacher replied that Young-woo seemed to have really done it. Also, Hyun-woon revealed that he heard Young-woo won a prize in a competition. Jong replied that he had a good experience, even though he didn't come in first. Hyun-woon smiled and said that was enough, adding that as a teacher he was proud of his students' accomplishments. Young-woo clenched his fist and shouted that this meant he had been upsetting his teacher all along, and promised that things would be different in the future. Hyun-woo laughed at that. With his hand on his student's shoulder, Hyun-woo turned to Young-seo and said that they still had a lot to talk about. Therefore, the troop along with Hyun-woon went to his guest house. Sitting alone with Young-woon, the master thanked him for having one less thing to worry about. Young replied that he was only repaying him. Hyun-woon then asked what Yeon was going to use the plank for, and Yeon asked if he would be in trouble if he was gone for a long time. After taking a drink, Hyun-woon said he thought the sect leader would understand and asked what Yeon wanted to ask him to do. Yeon replied that if he told him now, it wouldn't be interesting. After putting the bowl down, Hyun-woon said that he wouldn't be able to sleep for a while. When they arrived at the carriage, Hyun-woon said that the disciples of the volcanic sect would accompany them until they left Shanxi province. Saying goodbye to Yeon-woo, Young-woo said that he would never forget their wanderings in Mura. In response, Yeon said that he too had a lot of fun with him and asked that Young-woo take care of himself. After that, they put their hands together to say goodbye, and Hyun-woo told Jung-woo that it was time for them to go too. As Young-woo looked at the carriage, he thought that if he hadn't met brother Yeon, he would have become the one who had dishonored the volcano sect. Clenching his fist, Young-woo thought that for the sake of the sect, he must change. Turning away, he followed his teacher and thought that he should also lead the other disciples of the sect so that they wouldn't follow the wrong path. At that moment, Young-woo decided that it would be a difficult path, but he would overcome it. Tangseo returned to her house next. Yeon thanked her for her hard work. Tangseo said that if their paths crossed again, they could meet again. Yeon replied that he thought he would visit them from time to time. She wished him a happy journey and Yeon left. Ho-sung and Dam-eun were waiting for him on the doorstep. Raising his hand, Young-se said that the two of them needed to find work around Seishun. Dam-eun asked where Young-se would go. Yeon-seo said he had to see someone first. Looking at Sachun, Yeon-seo thought that even though a long time had passed, nothing had changed. That landscape, that smell, and that voice. Yeon has lived decades of counting and past lives, and he's not sure what he's experiencing now. But Yeon is sure of this. It's definitely not a bad feeling. Hearing Dugu-jin's footsteps, he turned around. He asked Young-se if the road was hard. For some reason, Young-se's breath caught and he couldn't say a word. Perhaps it was because Young-se had a place to return to, or because there were those who could meet him. But Yeon was filled with useless emotions that were not his own. The moment Dugu-sun and Moon-hae ran towards him, Yeon realized that he had come home.